Chapter 34:11. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that Lin Feng had no intention of letting him go, LV Wenjun's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. No matter what, LV Wenjun was also an emperor-level expert. Although he had been injured by Lin Feng, his combat strength was still very strong. LV Wenjun's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. At this moment, his body began to burn. LV Wenjun seemed to have turned into a flaming man. He was burning his life source to increase his combat strength. However, even though LV Wenjun had burned his life source to increase his combat strength, he was still no match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to have turned into an immortal godfiend. He was invincible. No matter who came to fight him, they were destined to die. Lin Feng still punched at LV Wenjun. Bang! The two sides collided again. This time, Lin Feng showed his might. LV Wenjun's body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Too cruel. The other 5 great emperors couldn't help but gasp. The combat strength Lin Feng displayed had deeply shocked them. The 5 great emperors' cultivation was on par with LV Wenjun's. If there was anyone who could defeat LV Wenjun, no one dared to say such a thing. However, LV Wenjun was killed by Lin Feng so easily. Why aren't you scramming? Do you want to end up like LV Wenjun? Lin Feng couldn't help but say coldly. The 5 great emperors were naturally furious when they were reprimanded by a young cultivator like Lin Feng. The 5 of them joined forces. They weren't necessarily afraid of Lin Feng. However, they weren't willing to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Even if they killed Lin Feng, they felt that they would probably lose a few people on their side. The 5 great emperors couldn't help but snort coldly and quickly leave. Lin Feng looked at the woman in white and said indifferently, "Fairy, why aren't you leaving?" The woman in white said, "You're not a simple person. I underestimated you before." Lin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say much. He knew that the female cultivator was not simple. Her cultivation was unfathomable. Furthermore, her origins were extremely mysterious. Previously, she had been surrounded by so many black fog creatures, yet she was still able to escape unscathed. From this, one could tell just how astonishing this woman's methods were. Lin Feng knew that this woman had stayed behind because she had something to tell him. This made Lin Feng very curious. He didn't know what this woman wanted to say to him. The female cultivator continued, "Perhaps we can cooperate once." Cooperation? Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator in surprise and asked, "What kind of cooperation do you want?" "There might be something shocking in the Joshuan fallen immortal realm," the woman in white said. "Divine scepter?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of the divine scepter from before. It was indeed an extremely extraordinary treasure. Of course not. Perhaps it's even more extraordinary than the divine scepter. It's somewhere in the Joshuan fallen immortal realm. That place is too dangerous. If I enter it with you, we can look out for each other, the woman in white said. Lin Feng said curiously, "I'm really curious. What exactly is this thing you're talking about? Once you see it, you'll know. It's even more amazing than you can imagine," the woman in white said. Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The woman in white couldn't help but be taken aback. She had just been discussing cooperation with Lin Feng. Now, Lin Feng was asking her for her name. Wasn't his train of thought jumping a little too quickly? "Is that important?" the woman in white asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm just curious." The woman in white said, "Liu Ruoxin." "Liu Ruoxin? That's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes." The woman in white replied. "You're beautiful. Your name is beautiful too," Lin Feng said. "Don't say such words to deceive ordinary girls in front of me," the woman in white said. Lin Feng said, "I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm just speaking the truth. Because you're really beautiful." The woman in white didn't answer Lin Feng's question. Lin Feng didn't feel awkward. He continued asking, "I heard that you're related to the Undying Realm. I wonder if the rumors are true. There are many things that are both true and false. Perhaps we don't need to care about whether they're true or false at times," the woman in white said. "That's very reasonable." Lin Feng nodded and said, I can cooperate with you, but that'll have to wait until I've refined the martial talisman. Therefore, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard outside for me for now. If anyone dares to disturb my cultivation, I'll have to trouble you to chase them out." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Liu Ruoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She actually became Lin Feng's guard. And Lin Feng actually had the nerve to make such a request. Truly, shameless people were invincible. "You'd better hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time," Liu Ruoxin said angrily. Then, she flew outside without looking back. Lin Feng looked at the holy flame toad. He flew toward the holy flame toad. However, the holy flame toad emitted an extremely terrifying aura that suppressed Lin Feng. Lin Feng used his haki to resist the terrifying aura emitted by the holy flame toad. Finally, he approached the holy flame toad. At this moment, the holy flame toad's body was burning. A powerful existence like the holy flame toad wouldn't allow others to touch its body. Therefore, it would leave a backup plan. When others were about to touch its body would self-destruct. Such a situation. It wasn't the first time Lin Feng saw it. When the holy flame toad's body was completely burned to ashes, only two things were left. The first thing was the third fire demon talisman. As for the second item, it was a piece of bronze fragment. After seeing the bronze fragment, Lin Feng couldn't help showing a surprised expression. He temporarily put away the 3 fire demon talismans. Then, Lin Feng picked up the bronze fragment. He carefully studied the bronze fragment. Lin Feng found that the surface of the bronze shard was actually covered with dense patterns. When Lin Feng tried to sense the bronze fragment with his divine thought, Lin Feng suddenly felt an extremely hot aura enveloping his body. He felt that his soul was about to be pulled into a mysterious world. As for that mysterious world, it was pitch black. In the depths of the endless darkness. Instead, it was occupied by a ball of black flames. Heaven fire. Lin Feng was surprised. His divine thought returned to his body. Lin Feng looked at the bronze fragment in surprise. If he didn't guess wrong, the whereabouts of the heaven fire that the holy flame toad couldn't refine. Chapter 34:12. In the past, the holy flame toad was so powerful that it was only one step away from entering the immortal realm. However, even such a powerful holy flame toad had suffered a backlash from the heavenly fire. From this, one could see how terrifying the heavenly fire was. However, Lin Feng guessed that although the holy flame toad had suffered a backlash, it hadn't died immediately. Therefore, the holy flame toad must have engaged in an intense battle with the heavenly fire. Therefore, Lin Feng felt that the heavenly fire's fire spirit had most likely been killed by the holy flame toad. Perhaps only the heavenly fire's origin was left. If that was the case, it couldn't be better. If only the heavenly fire's origin was left, it would be much easier for Lin Feng to refine it. If the heavenly fire's fire spirit was still there, it would be somewhat troublesome. Of course, Lin Feng was powerful and daring. Even if the heavenly fire's fire spirit was still there, it might not be impossible to deal with it. After all, in the battle back then, even if the heavenly fire's fire spirit wasn't killed by the holy flame toad, it would have been severely injured. Existences like the heavenly fire's fire spirit were different from cultivators. Cultivators recovered faster from injuries. However, the heavenly fire's fire spirit was born from heaven and earth. Moreover, it had been nurtured for countless years before it was finally born. Therefore, once the heavenly fire's fire spirit was injured, it would be extremely difficult for it to recover. This heavenly fire is a black heavenly fire. Demon Lord, among the 72 types of heavenly fire, is there such a black heavenly fire? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord, asking the Demon Lord to sense the bronze fragment. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable, so he might have heard of it. The Demon Lord's divine sense invaded the bronze fragment. Then, the Demon Lord pondered for a moment and said, "A completely black heavenly fire that even evolved into a black space. Could this heavenly fire be the 5th-ranked extreme yin demonic fire? Extreme yin demonic fire? What's so special about this heavenly fire?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. A heavenly fire that could rank so high was definitely extraordinary. However, Lin Feng didn't know anything about this extreme yin demonic fire. He didn't understand it. The demon lord said, "This is a kind of heavenly fire born from the power of extreme yin. Rumor has it that this kind of heavenly flame has killed many Xiantian life forms." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. What a tyrannical ability this extreme yin devil fire had. It had actually refined quite a few Xiantian life forms to death. It seemed like they had their heyday in the past. Has no one ever subdued the extreme yin devil fire before? Lin Feng asked. The demon lord shook his head and said, "The extreme yin demonic flame was refined by Kaiyu in the past." Hiss! Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Kaiyu, this was an illustrious existence. It was a terrifying being that made the heavens and earth lose their color and the sun and moon lose their light. Now, Kaiyu's evil deeds back then were being spread throughout the universe. They said that it was Kaiyu who brought chaos to the world. Later, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor joined forces to defeat Kaiyu. In the end, Kaiyu fell. Only then did the chaos subside. Whether or not this rumor was true, Lin Feng didn't know yet. However, from the various rumors, it seemed that the evaluation of Kaiyu wasn't very high. Of course, no one could deny Chiyo's strength. He was definitely an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. Even the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor, the ancestors of the human race, had to join forces to contend against Kaiyu. From this point, one could see how powerful Kaiyu had been back then. Lin Feng was so shocked that Kaiyu had refined this kind of skyfire. If it were someone else who had refined it, Lin Feng might not have been so shocked. I heard that Kaiyu was enraged when he saw the extreme yin demonic fire wreaking havoc in the world. Many Xiantian life forms were killed by the extreme yin demonic fire. He was killed by the extreme yin demonic fire himself. After that, Kaiyu refined the extreme yin demonic fire. I guess after Chiyo's death, the extreme yin demonic fire gave birth to a new fire spirit. When the holy flame toad refined the extreme yin demonic fire, it should have faced the fire spirit that was born from the extreme yin demonic fire. The demon lord said. These skyfires were extremely special. The fire spirit was equivalent to the soul of the skyfire. After the fire spirit was destroyed, the skyfire could still give birth to a new fire spirit after a long time. Under normal circumstances, a heavenly fire with a fire spirit was many times stronger than a heavenly fire without a fire spirit. Isn't this Kaiyu an evil demon? Shouldn't he clap his hands and cheer when he saw the extreme yin devil fire killing the innocent? Why would he take the initiative to destroy the extreme yin devil fire? Lin Feng said in surprise. Yarrow Jun said, "It's hard to say who's right and who's wrong for what happened countless years ago. Kaiyu may have indeed fought with Yellow Emperor and Yang Emperor, but the later generations have no way of knowing the specifics. It's only the later generations who painted Kaiyu as an unpardonable evil demon, not the people of that era." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that the demon lord's words had a hidden meaning. Moreover, recently, the demon lord gave Lin Feng a more and more mysterious feeling. It was as if there were no secrets in the world that the demon lord didn't know. Lin Feng still remembered that the demon lord was one of the 72 realm lords of the Undying Realm. He belonged to the ancient era, but the existence of the ancient era shouldn't know much about the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors Chiyo's era. But the demon lord, why did he know so much? And it seemed to be reminding him of something, intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Feng suppressed the doubts in his heart. The demon lord wouldn't say. If he asked, the demon lord still wouldn't say. This point, Lin Feng was very clear. Therefore, Lin Feng simply didn't ask the demon lord about those things. Lin Feng put away the bronze fragment that recorded the clues of the extreme yin devil fire. Then, Lin Feng took out 3 fire demon talismans. The 3 fire demon talismans floated in the air. Then, gradually, they fused together. Each of the 3 fire demon talismans emitted violent fluctuations. In the end, the 3 fire demon talismans began to gradually fuse together. Lin Feng's face revealed a look of joy. 2 hours later, the 3 fire demon talismans were successfully fused. And Lin Feng grabbed the fused fire demon talisman. Then, He began to circulate the immemorial dragonesque elephant art to absorb the energy in the fire demon talisman. The energy in the fire demon talisman was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Then, all the energy merged into Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. In Lin Feng's dantian, the 5 devouring martial spirits began to circulate on their own. Every time it circulated, it would shake out a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This was a martial spirit that originated from the Sovereign Emperor clan. The 5 devouring martial spirits distorted the void and began to fuse together. After the 5 devouring martial spirits fused together, they absorbed the energy in the fire demon talisman even more crazily. Chapter 34:13. These mysterious figures all had extraordinary origins. They were all the ancestors of the Sovereign Emperor clan. One of them was shrouded in endless darkness, creating the heaven-devouring demonic art. That existence. It was the heaven-devouring demonic emperor of the Sovereign Emperor clan. That existence stood tall in the sky. He had an imposing aura, and a single look from him seemed capable of collapsing 100,000 worlds. That existence. He was the ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan who had punched through the undying realm. That existence stood in the void, as though he had transformed into an eternal sovereign. Even the gods and immortals had to bow down to him. That existence was the master of gods. He was the first person of the post-Sentian life-form era to create a new cultivation system. One ancient existence after another appeared. They stood in the black hole and looked at Lin Feng. They were all looking at him with eager eyes. They were all looking at him with deep emotions. When Lin Feng saw them, tears welled up in his eyes. These were all his ancestors. At this moment, a woman walked out from the depths of the black hole. She was so beautiful. She looked at Lin Feng with a gentle gaze. She seemed to be saying to Lin Feng, "Feng, my child, you've suffered all these years." She was Lin Feng's mother. Finally, even the Sovereign Emperor clan's first primogenitor appeared. The first ancestor of the great imperial clan was standing in the black hole, looking at Lin Feng encouragingly. Lin Feng was the continuation of their bloodline. He was the hope of the Sovereign Emperor clan's future. Vaguely, Lin Feng seemed to hear a voice from his bloodline. No matter how difficult it is, don't give up. You must persevere. When that voice resonated in the atmosphere, Lin Feng's absorbing spirit started to change again. This time, Lin Feng felt something. His devouring martial soul began to split. Rumble. Rumble. A violent sound echoed through the clouds. Lin Feng's devouring martial soul split into a new devouring martial soul. This was Lin Feng's 6th devouring martial soul. However, after the 6th devouring martial spirit was formed, there was no more 7th devouring martial spirit. Perhaps it was because the fire demon talisman was ranked relatively low among the martial talismans. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Feng's martial soul to continue splitting. Or perhaps it was because Lin Feng's martial soul was too powerful. Therefore, the Fire Devil Talisman could only help Lin Feng split his martial soul once. However, even if it was only the devouring martial spirit, it would still be very powerful. Lin Feng was already very satisfied. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He quickly got up and flew outside. Liu Ruoxin was guarding the entrance out of boredom. Seeing Lin Feng fly over, he said, "Let's go. We've already been delayed for a long time. We need to hurry." Lin Feng nodded and quickly flew outside with Liu Ruoxin. Liu Ruoxin was indeed a top beauty. Up close, her beauty was truly indescribable. It was enough to compete with 100 flowers. She was definitely a rare beauty. In addition to her powerful cultivation, Liu Ruoxin was definitely a goddess among goddesses. However, this goddess had an ice-cold look on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Even though Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin had reached an agreement to cooperate. However, Liu Ruoxin still had an ice-cold look on her face when facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng was already used to it. When they left, they were attacked by the stone bats. Fortunately, the two of them had extraordinary means, and they managed to shake off the stone bats that were chasing after them. The stone bats seemed to be confined in the cave, and they couldn't get too far away from the cave with the mural. "Did you see the mural?" Lin Feng asked. "What? What are you trying to say?" Liu Ruoxin said coldly. She didn't give Lin Feng any face. Lin Feng said, "I suddenly have a feeling that the stone pagoda on the mural seems to be in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Why do you say that?" Liu Ruoxin couldn't help but ask doubtfully. She didn't know where Lin Feng got this feeling from. Lin Feng said, "Intuition." Liu Ruoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes. She said, "I have a feeling that someone will be able to live forever in the future." "Oh." Lin Feng looked at Liu Ruoxin in surprise and asked, "Who do you think will be able to live forever?" "Myself," Liu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Liu Ruoxin said in all seriousness, "A woman's sixth sense is usually very strong." Liu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng could only smile bitterly. Clearly, Liu Ruoxin was using her words to support Lin Feng's earlier words. However, Lin Feng hadn't lied to Liu Ruoxin. He really did have a feeling. The stone pagoda was in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, but Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a feeling. It was a very strange feeling. Liu Ruoxin clearly didn't believe Lin Feng's intuition. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. After the two of them flew out of the cave, they flew toward the depths of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. They were very careful because the 9 profound fallen immortal domain was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death, so they had to be very careful. Lin Feng didn't want to die young. The 9 profound fallen immortal domain was filled with continuous mountain ranges. When the two of them arrived at the 70th mountain, they still hadn't reached the deepest part of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. A mountain range. It stretched for more than 10 miles or even dozens of miles. No one knew how far the 9 profound fallen immortal domain extended. The 9 profound fallen immortal domain was a little too big. When they arrived at the 30th mountain, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin saw several cultivators in the distance. They were all in the Great Emperor realm, and their strength was unfathomable. Since the 9 profound fallen immortal domain was an extremely dangerous place, most people would cross the mountains on foot instead of flying. If they flew in the air, they would be courting death. First of all, if they flew in the air, they would become the target of those terrifying creatures in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Second of all, there were terrifying restrictions everywhere in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, and the restrictions in the air were especially powerful. If they flew in the air, they would directly face the attacks of those restrictions. It would be extremely dangerous. Just as the cultivators in front of them were about to cross the 30th mountain and head to the 31st mountain, suddenly, a streak of white light flashed through the forest. Its speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin couldn't see what it was. The Great Emperor realm cultivators in front of them didn't have any reaction and disappeared without a trace. It's a ferocious beast. It swallowed several great emperors. Lin Feng's voice trembled slightly. Those were several Great Emperor realm experts. They didn't even have time to react before they were swallowed by the white ferocious beast. It was unbelievable. Chapter 34:14. Let's leave quickly, Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. He beckoned Liu Ruoxin to leave this place as quickly as possible. That white light was too terrifying. If it were to attack the two of them, they would not be able to resist it. The speed of the attack was truly shocking. The two of them quickly left the area. Fortunately, the terrifying creature did not appear. Lin Feng said, "The 9 profound fallen immortal domain is extremely dangerous. The creatures here are exceptionally terrifying. Moreover, the deeper you go, the stronger the creatures will be. There might even be a king realm existence here." Liu Ruoxin nodded. She agreed with Lin Feng's words. A terrifying king realm existence had definitely appeared in the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. The owner of the white light earlier might be such a creature. They did not know what it was, but it was definitely powerful enough to make one's soul tremble. If anyone were to encounter such a creature, they probably wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to escape with their lives from that creature's attack. After changing their route, The two of them crossed the 30th mountain and continued toward the 31st mountain. At the 31st mountain, they saw a dozen great emperors fighting a firebird. Those great emperors seemed to have obtained something precious from the cave abode guarded by the firebird. The firebird was furious. It launched a frenzied attack on the group of great emperors. In the end, 5 of the great emperors were killed. The other 7, the remaining 7 escaped with injuries. The firebird shrieked in anger, its voice piercing to the ears. Those cultivators had thoroughly infuriated the firebird. However, the firebird seemed to be unable to leave the 31st mountain. Therefore, it could not chase after those cultivators who escaped. This allowed those people to escape. Otherwise, those people would have died under the attack of the firebird. In the end, the firebird returned to the cave abode. At this moment, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin came out from their hiding place. This place is really dangerous. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. If it's not dangerous, would it still be called the life-forbidden zone? Liu Ruoxin pouted. Lin Feng realized that Liu Ruoxin liked to tease him for no reason. However, a good man would not fight with a woman. As such, Lin Feng just smiled and didn't argue with Liu Ruoxin. The two of them also encountered several dangers along the way. Terrifying, ferocious beasts attacked them. Fortunately, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin had extraordinary means. They managed to avoid the dangers many times. In the end, they arrived at the 49th mountain peak. When they arrived, it was already night time. The 9 mysterious fallen immortal domain was even more dangerous at night. Many terrifying creatures liked to move around at night. 7 stars piercing sun. He pointed at the mountain. 9 was the extreme number. Avoid the 9th prince. Liu Ruoxin could not help but ask. Lin Feng said, in that case, the place that fairy spoke of should be within the 49th mountain. Liu Ruoxin said. That's right. It is indeed on this mountain. However, the only problem now is the 49th mountain. How do we determine where the entrance is? Do you have a token? If there's a token, it won't be difficult to confirm, Lin Feng said. Liu Ruoxin's eyes lit up when she heard that. She said, of course, there is a token, but how can we be sure? Liu Ruoxin took out an item as she said that. Lin Feng looked at it carefully and found that it was a stone pendant. Lin Feng took the stone pendant and said, let's wait and see, celestial being. Next, Lin Feng looked at the stone pendant. He immediately found out. There was a dragon and a phoenix carved on the front of the stone pendant. There were 2 words written on the back. A Huang. A Huang, this seems to be a name. Could it be that an old friend is already so romantic? He actually carved the name of his lover on the stone pendant. Lin Feng said in surprise. A Huang. The demon lord's expression froze when he saw the stone pendant. Then, he shook his head slightly and sighed. He could not help but reveal a thoughtful look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Liu Ruoxin said, the ancients naturally knew how to talk about love. Lin Feng began to draw the 8 trigrams. He wanted to use the innate 8 trigrams to deduce the location of the place that Liu Ruoxin mentioned. The stone pendant was the primer. Lin Feng placed the stone pendant in the center of the 8 trigrams. He began to deduce. Innate 8 trigrams, Liu Ruoxin said in surprise. Lin Feng glanced at Liu Ruoxin and said, Fairy, you're really experienced and knowledgeable. With just one look, you can tell that I'm using the innate 8 trigrams technique. I'm really impressed. Liu Ruoxin said, this innate 8 trigrams technique is mysterious and unpredictable. I've seen people using it before, but it's far from being as exquisite as yours. It seems that you've obtained a more complete innate 8 trigrams inheritance. The amount of information that Liu Ruoxin revealed was no small matter. It seemed that someone else had obtained Fuxi's inheritance. However, the other party didn't seem to have obtained a lot of inheritance. It should only be a part of it. Lin Feng didn't say much and continued to deduce. In the end, Lin Feng deduced a result. He looked in the northwest direction and then pointed in that direction and said, it should be in this direction, but I'm not sure where it is. Let's go and take a look, Liu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng nodded and handed the stone pendant with the words "A Huang" written on it to Liu Ruoxin. Liu Ruoxin held the stone pendant in her hand and walked towards the northwest with Lin Feng. Inside the demon bead. On the lonely grave. The demon lord's gaze was a little absent-minded. "A Huang, a Huang, a Huang." He kept muttering A Huang's name. The demon lord seemed to know this woman called A Huang. His expression became a little sad. Lin Feng didn't know the change in the demon lord's expression inside the demon bead. He and Liu Ruoxin walked towards the northwest direction. The mountains were continuous. The two of them felt a terrifying aura spreading over. Not good. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Liu Ruoxin and used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another chance from the heavens. Swish. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin disappeared without a trace. At the same time as they disappeared, a white light suddenly appeared and flashed. It disappeared instantly. It's that terrifying existence. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin's expressions became extremely ugly. Fortunately, Lin Feng's heaven patching technique was extraordinary. It saved Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin's lives. Chapter 34:15. It hasn't left yet, Lin Feng said with a solemn expression. What? It hasn't left yet? Liu Ruoxin's expression changed slightly. She didn't sense that terrifying existence. Therefore, Liu Ruoxin thought that the terrifying existence had left. However, Lin Feng said that the terrifying existence hadn't left yet. Liu Ruoxin had seen Lin Feng's various extraordinary abilities. Therefore, she didn't doubt Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It should be watching us from a dark place. Unfortunately, I can't determine where it is hiding." That existence was simply too terrifying. With Lin Feng's ability, he couldn't determine the hiding location of that terrifying existence. It had to be said that the terrifying existence might have completely exceeded Lin Feng's imagination. That kind of existence. How powerful was its combat power? It was inestimable and unimaginable. Now, Lin Feng was facing a formidable enemy. The unknown was the most terrifying. As for the existence hidden in the dark, Lin Feng didn't know. It was the same for Liu Ruoxin. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin both knew that they were in trouble. It was definitely a disaster to be targeted by that terrifying existence. However, until now, the two of them hadn't been able to think of a way to solve the crisis in front of them. Lin Feng had already performed the heaven patching technique. There was still the great death substitution technique left. In other words, he and Liu Ruoxin still had a chance to avoid death. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. It was a kind of feeling from the bloodline. Just like the special ability of the sudden inspiration. He could sense the arrival of danger. Sometimes, it was hard to explain with words why he had such a strong feeling. However, such a strong premonition was very important in many cases. It was a feeling of death. It was suffocating. Lin Feng grabbed Liu Ruoxin. This time, he performed the great death substitution technique. Then, he and Liu Ruoxin disappeared from where they were. This time, his disappearance was also very timely. The moment Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin disappeared, the white light reappeared. However, he missed. Lin Feng could feel the anger in the air. After missing twice in a row, the terrifying existence became extremely angry. The cliff on the right. The entrance should be there. At this moment, Liu Ruoxin suddenly spoke. She seemed to have sensed the location of the entrance to that mysterious place. Hearing this, Lin Feng pushed his speed to the limit. He grabbed Liu Ruoxin's jade-like hand and quickly dashed to the right. Liu Ruoxin's hand was very soft. But now was not the time to be distracted. The most important thing now was to escape. Whoosh! Suddenly, a mass of destructive energy descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin. That ball of destructive energy should be the attack of that terrifying existence hiding in the dark. Feeling the power contained in the destructive energy, Lin Feng's face turned pale with fright. That ball of destructive energy was too terrifying. Even if it was an attack from an emperor or even an immortal, Lin Feng would not have any doubts. Such an attack was so powerful that it would make one turn pale with fright. However, Liu Ruoxin summoned 2 miniature puppets at this time. The 2 miniature puppets quickly grew bigger. They turned into Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin respectively. That was the puppet technique. And it was an extremely advanced puppet technique. The 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin and quickly flew toward that ball of destructive energy. Something shocking happened at this time. That ball of destructive energy. It was attracted by the 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin. Then, the 2 balls of destructive energy directly bombarded the 2 miniature puppets turned into Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin. After seeing that, Lin Feng's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Liu Ruoxin's puppet technique was really amazing. She could even take the initiative to attract the attack. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a puppet technique. Among all the puppet techniques, Liu Ruoxin's puppet technique could be considered the most powerful one. Liu Ruoxin's puppet technique helped Lin Feng and her to avoid a disaster. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the cliff that Liu Ruoxin mentioned. "It's down there," Liu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin quickly flew down. After flying for about 100 meters. Then, they saw a cave. Then, both of their eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin quickly entered the cave. "It's here," Liu Ruoxin said. The reason why they could confirm that it was this place was because Liu Ruoxin's stone pendant was emitting waves of energy. The stone pendant was equivalent to a token. Now, the token was emitting waves. It meant that the two of them had arrived at their destination. "Is Empress Huang buried here?" Inside the demon bead. The demon lord couldn't help but murmur. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened in the demonic bead. If he knew, Lin Feng would definitely be suspicious. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin were looking outside from time to time because they were worried that the terrifying creature would chase after them. However, what made the two of them heave a sigh of relief was that the terrifying existence did not appear. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin then walked into the depths of the cave. The cave was very long. After walking for an hour, a huge stone door appeared in front of them. The stone door blocked Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin's path. The stone door was densely covered with runes. Those runes were extremely complicated. Even though countless years had passed, those runes were still very powerful. However, those runes were still extremely powerful, and the fluctuations they emitted were extremely terrifying. Lin Feng studied the stone door for a while. After spending an entire day, he finally cracked the seal on the stone door. After the seal on the stone door was cracked, Lin Feng pushed open the stone door. A rotten smell gushed out from the stone door. That smell was nauseating. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had entered this place. That was why the rotten smell was emitting. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin entered the stone door and saw what was inside. Inside the stone door was an extremely huge cave dwelling. The cave dwelling seemed to be divided into several layers. Many jade scrolls were placed in the first layer. It was unknown what those jade scrolls contained. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin quickly walked over. Lin Feng then picked up a scroll. However, he found that the scroll was already damaged. It had been too long, and the scroll couldn't be preserved. Lin Feng then picked up a jade scroll. Chapter 34:16. The content recorded in the jade tube shocked Lin Feng greatly, because what was recorded in the jade tube was actually an extremely terrifying supernatural power. This supernatural power was called Kaiyu God-slaying art. Kaiyu. One of the most terrifying existences since ancient times. His strength was simply unimaginable. He was definitely an earth-shattering figure. The demon lord once told him before. The rumors about Kaiyu in the outside world might not be true. Many things that happened countless years ago were destined to become the past and history. And now, various interpretations of Kaiyu. In fact, they were all compiled by the later generations. Therefore, Kaiyu was not necessarily an unpardonable evil demon. Lin Feng knew the meaning of the demon lord's words. There was a deeper meaning hidden in the demon lord's words. But these were destined not to be what Lin Feng could understand at the moment. Now, Chio's inheritance actually appeared here. Lin Feng was greatly shocked. The owner of this place seemed to be called a Huang. Could it be that a Huang had something to do with Caillou? If she had nothing to do with Caillou, why would a Huang have Chio's inheritance here? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the mysterious stone pendant he saw from Liu Ruoxin. Could it be that the mysterious stone pendant was actually given to a Huang by Caillou? Lin Feng had always been a person with a wild imagination. Therefore, at this moment, he thought of many possibilities. Were Caillou and a Huang a pair of lovers in the past? Lin Feng was puzzled. He wondered if he could find some answers here. There were too many secrets in the world. Lin Feng was not interested in exploring many secrets. But for a terrifying existence like Caillou, Lin Feng was still very interested in learning more. After all, Caillou was a terrifying existence who could fight against the Yellow Emperor and the Yang Emperor when they joined forces. This Caillou god-slaying art was definitely an extremely powerful and terrifying supernatural power. If he could cultivate it successfully, it would be heaven-defying. Lin Feng continued to check the other scrolls and jade tubes. He found almost all the scrolls had been destroyed. Time was enough to destroy everything. Time was the most terrifying power. Even those jade tubes. Only a very small number of jade cylinders were completely preserved. Many jade tubes were also destroyed by the power of time. However, the contents of those preserved jade tubes were extremely extraordinary. Lin Feng even saw the method to go to the demon realm in a jade tube. As the top world among the 3,000 worlds, the demon realm was a mysterious and powerful world. That place. It was ruled by the demon race. That place had the most powerful demon race forces and their bloodline. Apart from that, Lin Feng also saw some prescriptions and extremely powerful deployment spells. The contents of these preserved jade cylinders were varied. But the contents were all extraordinary. Liu Ruoxin Feng's time. Apparently, Liu Ruoxin had also discovered how shocking the information recorded in the jade tube was. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. A jade tube actually recorded a set of 3,000 great Daos. This 3,000 great Dao was called the Great Dark Night Art. It was a very extraordinary 3,000 great Dao. Once it was used, day would turn into night in an extremely short period of time. And the cultivator who used the Great Darkness Art could hide in the dark night. They could become part of the night. It was an unimaginable ability. Of course, this was not the only ability that this divine ability gave the cultivator. There were many other abilities. For example, in the dark night, one's combat strength would increase explosively. These abilities would be obtained after the cultivator successfully cultivated the Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng had never cultivated the Great Darkness Art before. Lin Feng was very happy to be able to obtain this Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng continued to search for other jade tubes. He felt that he might be able to find more of the Great Darkness Art. What Lin Feng wanted the most right now was not those powerful immortal arts, but rather some even more powerful divine abilities. Lin Feng wanted the Great Darkness Art. In the end, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin looked through all the jade tubes. Most of the jade tubes had been destroyed. Therefore, what was recorded in those jade tubes was destined to be a secret to Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin found enough shocking things in the jade tubes that could be checked. They found 245 types of the Great Darkness Art. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had already studied most of the 3,000 Great Dao skills. There were only 100 types of the Great Darkness Art that Lin Feng had never cultivated. However, this already made Lin Feng very excited. He had already cultivated 2,300 types of the Great Darkness Art. Now, adding the 100 types of the Great Darkness Art that he had never cultivated before, Lin Feng had a total of 2,400 types of the Great Darkness Art. Lin Feng thought, perhaps he could find 3,000 types of the Great Darkness Art before he became an emperor. Originally, he didn't even dare to dream about this. But it was different now. Lin Feng had already obtained 2,400 types of the Great Darkness Art. He was close to collecting all 3,000 types of the Great Darkness Art. He was only one step away. Therefore, for Lin Feng. Now, collecting all 3,000 types of the Great Darkness art didn't seem to be an impossible task. Apart from these 3,000 types of Great Darkness art, Lin Feng liked the Kai Yu god-slaying art the most. This was the supreme ability passed down by Kai Yu. If he could cultivate it successfully, it would definitely become a trump card. At the critical moment, it might be able to reverse the situation. Of course, Lin Feng also liked the dozen or so powerful killing arrays. Those killing arrays. They would definitely play a key role in the future. Especially for a spirit array master like Lin Feng. Such a killing array. It could become a trump card. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin made a copy of all the content provided. Then, the two of them each had a copy. The two of them collected the items. Then, they continued to search in the first cave. They couldn't find anything else. The two of them walked towards the depths of the cave. When they arrived at the second cave, Lin Feng saw a stone statue placed in the middle of the cave. This stone statue was a woman. This woman was extremely beautiful. It could still be vaguely seen. This woman was wearing a royal robe. This robe indicated the woman's extraordinary identity. A Huang. Lin Feng instantly thought of this name. It was the name on Liu Ruoxin's stone pendant. Emperor. It was an honorific. It represented supreme power. This woman was called a Huang. Could it be that countless years ago? Was she a female saint emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but be extremely shocked when he thought of this possibility. An empress. She was definitely an invincible existence. What happened to this empress in the past? That stone pendant. Chapter 34:17. A Huang. A Huang. Inside the demonic orb, Demon Lord looked at a Huang with sadness in his eyes. He was muttering a Huang's name. However, a Huang was destined not to hear the Demon Lord's call. Do you know something about a Huang? Lin Feng could not help but look at Liu Ruoxin. He had a feeling that this woman knew something about a Huang. However, she did not tell Lin Feng anything about a Huang. She did not say anything. Lin Feng took the initiative to ask. After all, Lin Feng had nothing to be embarrassed about. What do you want to know? Liu Ruoxin asked calmly. Are a Huang and Kai Yu lovers? Lin Feng asked. Liu Ruoxin rolled her eyes and said, Who said that a Huang and Kai Yu are lovers? They do not belong to the same era. Oh, it seems like you know something about Kai Yu and a Huang. Can you tell me more about them? Lin Feng said. Lin Feng had always been the kind of person who would ask questions whenever he did not know anything. He would never be embarrassed to ask about these things because of his reputation. Liu Ruoxin said. You should have heard a lot about Kai Yu. Lin Feng said. But legends might not be true. Is Kai Yu really as evil as the legends say? Liu Ruoxin raised her eyes and said, Rumor has it that Kai Yu can control demons and beasts. Kai Yu himself has 8 legs, 3 heads, and 6 arms. He has a copper head and an iron forehead. He is invulnerable. However, this rumor is not true. The real Kai Yu in history is actually a human. Oh, Kai Yu is a human? Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The infamous evil demon Kai Yu. The Yellow Emperor and Yang Emperor defeated him. Kai Yu was actually a human. Liu Ruoxin continued, That's right. You didn't hear it wrong. Kai Yu is indeed a human. It goes back to the tribal era. There's a clear gap between the human forces and other forces. At that time, the 3 emperors had already fallen, and the forces that the human race had painstakingly united once again fell apart. It was difficult to survive in troubled times, so the new Saint Emperor, the Yellow Emperor, wanted to unify the human race. Kai Yu refused to be controlled by the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, he started a war with the Yellow Emperor. At that time, Kai Yu was the god of war. He was extremely powerful. He also wanted to lead the human race to glory. Therefore, when the Yellow Emperor and the Yang Emperor fought against Kai Yu, there was no difference between good and bad. Their goal was the same, to defeat the other party, make the other party submit, become the new leader of the human race, and lead the human race to survive in this chaotic whirl. The more Lin Feng listened, the more shocked he became. Caillou, who had been recited for tens of thousands of years. Caillou, who was cursed by countless people. To think that he had been wronged all this time. To be honest. Caillou. In fact, he was also the ancestor of the human race. Liu Ruoxin said sarcastically, the funny thing is, after countless years, everyone thought that Caillou was an evil demon. They couldn't even remember who their ancestors were. It's not without reason that the human race was declining. Lin Feng retorted, the human race has indeed made many mistakes in its history, but this race is diligent, kind, warm-hearted, optimistic, tenacious, and unyielding. This race has many good points. Liu Ruoxin did not continue. Indeed. Although the human race had declined, this race did have many good points that other races could learn from. Therefore, disaster after disaster. However, the human race had continued to survive. On the other hand, many of the more powerful races had disappeared one after another in the Great Wars. What about a Huang? Who is she? Is she the female Saint Emperor of the human race? Lin Feng continued to ask. A Huang is indeed an amazing woman. She is the lover of Emperor Shun, one of the 5 emperors of the human race, Liu Ruoxin said. The 5 emperors referred to the Central Emperor Yellow Emperor, the Eastern Emperor Qing Emperor, the Southern Emperor Red Emperor, the Western Emperor White Emperor, and the Northern Emperor Black Emperor. Emperor Shun was the Northern Emperor Black Emperor. After Emperor Shun fell, the era of the 5 emperors came to an end. The human race was once again faced with disintegration. A Huang replaced Emperor Shun in power and delayed the disintegration of the human race. Unfortunately, a Huang was destined to fail in uniting the human race, Liu Ruoxin said. As a woman, she seemed to hold a Huang in high esteem. Lin Feng said, so, she is Emperor Shun's woman. Could this be the place where a Huang used to live? Perhaps. The 9 profound fallen immortal realm did not belong to the 9 profound great world. It fell from the outer space. Therefore, some of the things in this place do not belong to the 9 profound great world, Liu Ruoxin said. Lin Feng had heard this from others before. Since so many people had said this, even Liu Ruoxin had said so. It seemed that the 9 profound fallen immortal realm had indeed fallen from the outer space. The 2 of them searched carefully in the second cave, hoping to find some valuable treasures. However, they searched many times. In vain. They found nothing. Let's go in and have a look, Lin Feng said and walked deeper into the cave. Liu Ruoxin and Lin Feng also walked deeper into the cave. The demon lord appeared and stood alone in front of a Huang's stone statue, gazing at her. He stretched out his hand. He wanted to touch a Huang gently. But in the end, the demon lord withdrew his hand. In the end, the demon lord sighed. His body gradually dissipated. After arriving at the 3rd cave, Lin Feng saw a stone platform. On the stone platform, there were 2 things on it. One of them was an alchemy book iron certificate. The other item was a square seal. Since a Huang had placed these 2 things here, they must have an extraordinary origin. It's a Huang's imperial jade seal and Emperor Shun's alchemy book, Liu Ruoxin said in surprise. Oh! What kind of extraordinary origin do these 2 treasures have? Lin Feng could not help but ask in surprise. Looking at Liu Ruoxin's surprised expression, he knew that these 2 treasures were extraordinary. A Huang's imperial jade seal was made by a Huang when she was in charge of the human race. Rumor has it that it represents the orthodoxy of the human race. It is said that Emperor Shun's alchemy book has 108 words. Emperor Shun personally searched for 9 heaven Shenyang immortal iron to make the alchemy book iron certificate. He then wrote the 108 words himself. Emperor Shun's alchemy book was infused with Emperor Shun's willpower, Liu Ruoxin said. Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Lin Feng was also very surprised. I want a Huang's imperial jade seal, Liu Ruoxin said. I want Emperor Shun's alchemy book. Lin Feng smiled. As a man, he should naturally inherit the treasures left behind by Emperor Shun. The treasures left behind by a Huang were extraordinary, but a Huang was a woman. The treasures left behind might not be suitable for Lin Feng. These 2 treasures belong to me. Chapter 34:18. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When that voice faded away, one by one, figures flew over. Finally, they landed. A total of 9 people. The person in the lead was the heavenly human tribe cultivator, Tian Wuya. Tian Wu Ya had a noble status, equivalent to the prince of the Eastern Universe world. High and mighty, looking down on the world from the sidelines. Even sage emperors and emperor lords would have to give boundless heaven some face when they saw him. Who asked Tian Wuya's background to be so awesome? Those sage emperors and emperor lords could ignore Tian Wu Ya. However, they couldn't ignore the heavenly human tribe behind Tian Wuya. After the beginning of the new era, how many terrifying and powerful races had appeared in the past? Perhaps there were already countless of them. But with the passage of time, those major forces were eliminated by the river of time. No matter how powerful he was in the past. But now, it was all in the past. But the heavenly human clan was different. From the human clan in the tribal era to the Lich era, they had to endure hardships. After the Great Witch-Demon War, controlling the heaven realm. From then on. Thus, it never declined again. No one knew just how powerful the heavenly human tribe was now. Even though he had experienced several great tribulations. The fact that the heavenly human tribe hadn't been annihilated was enough to show how terrifying the foundation of this tribe was. However, Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin simply ignored boundless heaven. So what if you're a heavenly human tribe cultivator? I won't give a damn about you. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin quickly arrived in front of the 2 supreme treasures. Lin Feng grabbed Emperor Shun's alchemy book. Meanwhile, Liu Ruoxin held the Ahuang Imperial Jade Seal in her hand. When Lin Feng held the alchemy scripture in his hand, it suddenly released a mysterious force that poured into Lin Feng's body. That power. It seemed to be the inheritance of a bloodline power. Bloodline inheritance. Endless vitality. That kind of power made Lin Feng involuntarily have an impulse to roar towards the sky. That power greatly increased Lin Feng's battle prowess. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he was about to break through the shackles of his realm. He could no longer suppress the light of calamity in his glabella. Lin Feng was shocked. He had received the support of Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. The Emperor Tribulation seemed to be about to descend. However, Lin Feng didn't want to transcend the tribulation right now. He had just obtained 100 types of 3,000 great Taos and had not had the time to cultivate them yet. Cultivating 2,300 types of 3,000 great Taos to transcend the Great Emperor Tribulation was obviously different from cultivating 2,400 types of 3,000 great Taos to transcend the Great Emperor Tribulation. Furthermore, even though Lin Feng had already practiced 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Tao, he didn't intend to use Kalpa strength for the time being. He had already practiced 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Tao. There were only 600 of the 3,000 great Taos left to reach the 3,000. Why not learn from the Red World Fairy? Cultivating 3,000 types of great Taos before transcending the Great Emperor Tribulation? Lin Feng hurriedly circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. However, Lin Feng discovered that even the archean dragonesque elephant art could not suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. Hence, Lin Feng performed the 8 divine seals and the great suppression art. It was difficult to suppress the light of calamity between his eyebrows. It was really not easy. Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh. How dare you ignore me? Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin in disbelief. His expression was extremely ugly. Because this was the first time something like this had happened. Tian Wuya had even seen more than one Saint Emperor, and even Emperor Lord level experts. After those experts found out about his identity, Yi Zichen's expression changed. They were all very polite. But now, 2 young cultivators actually dared to ignore him. What angered Tian Wuya the most was that one of the 2 had not even broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Such a cultivator was like an ant. They actually dared to ignore him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Tian Wuya was really mad with anger. Tian Wuya, I know you. We should have met once back then. Liu Ruoxin suddenly said. You are. Tian Wuya narrowed his eyes and looked at Liu Ruoxin. So it's you. He recognized Liu Ruoxin's identity. Lin Feng was shocked. It was rumored that Liu Ruoxin was someone who had walked out of the undying world. Now, it seemed that it was really possible. Tian Wuya actually knew her. That's right. Now, I want this thing. You won't make an enemy out of me just because of this thing, right? Liu Ruoxin said very seriously. Tian Wuya's expression was gloomy. He didn't want to let Liu Ruoxin go, but when he thought about the power behind her, Tian Wuya said fiercely. Stop wasting time. Hurry up and leave. Liu Ruoxin glanced at Lin Feng and said, I'm also a clay Buddha crossing the river. I almost couldn't even save myself. You're on your own now. You have no sense of brotherhood. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Liu Ruoxin curled her lips and quickly left. She didn't have a deep relationship with Lin Feng. The two of them had only worked together for a short period of time. Since Liu Ruoxin had a way to leave, she naturally wouldn't stay and fight Tian Wuya and the others. There were many experts on Tian Wuya's side. Most importantly, Tian Wuya himself was an extremely terrifying existence. Liu Ruoxin naturally wouldn't continue to make an enemy out of Tian Wuya just because of Lin Feng. After Liu Ruoxin left, Lin Feng was left alone in the cave to face Tian Wuya and the others. A lowly human dares to snatch what this young master wants. You really don't know how to write the word death. Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng with contempt. It was a kind of contempt that radiated from his bones. Said Lin Feng, smiling icily. Despicable humans. Are you scolding yourself? Are you cursing your ancestors? Hearing that, Tian Wuya's expression turned cold. He said coldly, Kid, what are you talking about? Lin Feng still had a calm expression. He said indifferently, What? Am I wrong? What's so great about the heavenly human tribe? The heavenly human tribe used to be a branch of the human race. Since you're using the word lowly to insult human cultivators, aren't you cursing yourself? You're also cursing your own ancestors. When those ancestors of the heavenly human tribe hear what you've said, they'll probably crawl out of their coffins one by one to see which unfilial descendant is cursing them. Lin Feng's ability to argue was second in the world. No one would dare to say they were first in the world. With just a few sentences, Tian Wuya was rendered speechless. Young master, there's no need to get angry over an ant. Your subordinate will take care of this kid for you. A great emperor cultivator said. Tian Wuya said coldly, pull out his tendons and skin him. Put him to death by 1,000 cut. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, the great emperor cultivator walked towards Lin Feng with a sinister smile. The great emperor cultivator was a monarch. He didn't think much of Lin Feng at all. Chapter 34:19. Brat. I hope you won't be crippled by my punch. The Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator laughed sinisterly when he arrived beside Lin Feng. He threw a punch at Lin Feng. That powerful punch contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It directly enveloped Lin Feng and then brazenly attacked. The rest of the people watched all this with indifferent expressions. You're courting death. Lin Feng's expression was cold. Facing the attack of this Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator, he threw a punch at this Emperor Realm Cultivator. This Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator was only at the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm. He was not taken seriously by Lin Feng at all. One had to know that although Lin Feng's cultivation had not broken through to the Emperor Realm. However, his savings were simply too powerful. With Lin Feng's savings, even if he was facing a third or fourth heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator, he would be invincible. Lin Feng had such confidence. Bang! Along with a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng colliding with the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator. The sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. An unbelievable scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. Facing the opponent's attack, Lin Feng was safe and sound. As for the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator, his arm was directly broken. Lin Feng's attack did not weaken at all. After forcing the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator back, Lin Feng quickly stepped forward. An incomparably powerful punch. He continued to attack the Imperial Emperor-level expert. Bang! Following that, Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the chest of the first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator. On the other hand, the chest of the first heaven Imperial Emperor Cultivator exploded. His flesh was mangled. He fell to the ground. He was already dead. The first heaven of the Imperial Emperor Realm Cultivator died tragically on the spot. After seeing this scene, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. An Emperor Realm Cultivator was killed by a Quasi-Emperor Realm Cultivator with a single punch. It was simply too inconceivable. Even Tian Wuya was far from being able to do this back then. Tian Wuya was also a genius. Back then, when he was at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm, he could fight against cultivators at the 4th or 5th heaven of the God Emperor realm. He hadn't even entered the Emperor realm, yet he was able to fight against Emperor realm cultivators. It could be said to be heaven-defying in any place. However, Tian Wuya's level back then was far from Lin Feng's current level. Therefore, when they saw Lin Feng displaying such heaven-defying battle prowess, Tian Wuya thought to himself. Suddenly, a deep sense of jealousy welled up in his heart. As for Lin Feng, he took out 3 stone swords before Tian Wuya and the others could react. The soldier incantation began to operate. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was raised to the extreme. Then, the 3 stone swords all slashed towards Tian Wuya. The 3 stone swords shook the void. The void was almost shattered into pieces. The power was simply too tyrannical. Stone swords. You actually have stone swords. And 3 stone swords at that. Tian Wuya couldn't help but exclaim. Since this Tian Wuya was a heavenly human cultivator from the Undying Realm, then he definitely knew that Di Wudao had 9 stone swords. Perhaps Tian Wuya had seen Di Wudao's 9 stone swords before. This was also very likely. Therefore, now that Tian Wuya recognized Lin Feng's 3 stone swords, Lin Feng didn't find it strange. The 3 stone swords slashed through the void. Shattering heaven and earth, the power was so strong that it moved people. This Tian Wuya's cultivation was incomparably terrifying. He opened his hand, and endless magic power surged out. An illusory world formed, and that illusory world suppressed the 3 stone swords. Tian Wuya wanted to suppress Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Emperor sect. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Originally, Lin Feng had always thought that Tian Wuya's cultivation was at the Emperor realm. Moreover, he was at the early stage of the Emperor realm. But who would have thought that Tian Wuya had actually concealed his cultivation? This person. He was an Emperor sect expert. He had only cultivated for 100 years. He had actually cultivated to the Emperor sect realm. As expected of a cultivator from the huge heavenly human tribe. The young elites nurtured by the heavenly human tribe were indeed very heaven-defying. This was something that one couldn't help but admire. Of course. So what if he was at the Emperor sect realm? It was simply impossible to suppress the stone swords. Under Lin Feng's control, the stone swords displayed heaven-defying power. The stone swords destroyed Tian Wuya's attack and quickly slashed towards him. Tian Wuya's face darkened slightly. He hurriedly tore through the void and left quickly, dodging the stone sword's attack. Lin Feng didn't continue to attack Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya had the advantage in numbers, and Tian Wuya himself was actually an Emperor sect realm cultivator. His cultivation base was simply too much higher than Lin Feng's. To think that he could rely on his own strength to fight against Tian Wuya and the other experts. It was simply an impossible thing to be completely right. Swoosh, after Lin Feng collected the 3 stone swords, he quickly flew outside. Tian Wuya appeared from the void 20 meters away, his face extremely dark. Chase after him, he took the lead and chased after Lin Feng. The rest of the people followed closely behind. After Lin Feng rushed out of the cave, he directly threw dozens of jade talismans into the cave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A loud sound shook the heavens and the earth. The jade talismans exploded. The mountain collapsed. Tian Wuya and the others were instantly buried in it. Lin Feng quickly left the area. After Lin Feng was a distance away, Tian Wuya and the others rushed out. They broke out of the ruins. Right now, they looked extremely wretched. If not for their powerful cultivation bases, they would have been crushed by the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. They would have most likely died. Because the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm were also filled with restrictions. When the mountains collapsed, it would affect the whole situation. It was definitely not something as simple as a mountain collapsing. There were many other things involved. There might even be many unexpected dangers. Because of this, once a cultivator was crushed by the mountains in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm, there was a high chance that they would die. Lin Feng stood in the distance and saw Tian Wuya and the others rushing out of the ruins. Tian Wuya's face was extremely pale, his hatred overflowing. "Cert. You must find that brat. This young master will grind that brat's bones to dust," Tian Wuya said viciously. "Yes, young master." After the others received the order, they split up to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Lin Feng didn't appear. He found a hidden place to rest. Chapter 3420. Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy was filled with runes. Those runes. They should have been written by Emperor Shun. Apart from those runes, the most mysterious thing was naturally the 108 ancient characters. What are these characters? What do these 108 characters mean? Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. He didn't recognize the 108 ancient characters on Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. Demon Lord. Look at the ancient characters on Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. Do you recognize them? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Whoosh. A light flashed. The Demon Lord flew out from the demon orb. At this time, an extremely shocking scene occurred. When the Demon Lord flew out, for some reason, Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy emitted rays of divine light. Then, Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy flew to the Demon Lord's side and circled around the Demon Lord. As if a long-lost relative had met. What's going on? Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy is very close to the Demon Lord. Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. This should be the first time Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy met the Demon Lord. Why would Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy fly to the Demon Lord's side? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The Demon Lord held Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy in his hand as if he was holding a sacred item. He gently stroked Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy. His eyes were looking at the ancient characters. For a long time, he didn't speak. Could it be that the Demon Lord has seen Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy before? That can't be right. Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy has always been in a Huang's cave. Logically speaking, the Demon Lord definitely hasn't seen Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy before. But why is there something wrong with Emperor Shun's Book of Alchemy and the Demon Lord? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. His heart was filled with countless doubts. But Lin Feng knew the Demon Lord's character. If he wanted to tell Lin Feng didn't ask. The Demon Lord would naturally speak. If he didn't want to tell Lin Feng, even though he did ask, the Demon Lord wouldn't say anything either. Since he knew this, Lin Feng did not intend to tell the Demon Lord about his doubts. Demon Lord, do you recognize these ancient characters? Lin Feng asked again. The Demon Lord's thoughts seemed to have been pulled back to reality by Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng and said, "These ancient characters record a sacrificial speech. Words of sacrifice. Could it be some kind of sacrificial technique?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. It can't be considered a divine ability, but through sacrifice, it can communicate with some great beings in the unseen world. The Demon Lord said. What are those great existences? Lin Feng asked curiously. The Demon Lord said, perhaps when you can truly control the Shun Emperor's alchemy book in the future, you will know. The Demon Lord didn't continue. The Shun Emperor's alchemy book hid a great secret. But that required Lin Feng to comprehend. The Shun Emperor's alchemy book was indeed too extraordinary. Wanting to comprehend its secrets was not an easy task. Lin Feng was also very clear about this point. At night, a destructive aura filled the world. After feeling the destructive aura, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. What kind of creature could emit such a terrifying aura? Of course. It could also be some unknown thing that emitted such a terrifying aura. But as for what it was, Lin Feng didn't know. When that aura was emitted, between heaven and earth, everything became so quiet. It was so quiet that it made people feel a little manic. Lin Feng still stayed in the place of seclusion and didn't come out. He just looked through a gap and looked into the depths of the Joshuan fallen immortal domain. This place was too dangerous. There were many unknown and terrifying things or creatures. Rumble. 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 In the latter half of the night, the earth shook violently. The mountains were also constantly shaking. It was like a big earthquake had occurred. There were no sounds of insects, birds, or beasts. All the sounds between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Lin Feng felt that he was about to suffocate. That kind of feeling was really terrible. What the hell is going to happen? Lin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He didn't know what was going to happen. But Lin Feng knew one thing. That was, what was about to happen would be incomparably terrifying. The mountains shook and the earth trembled. This situation continued until dawn arrived. When the sky was completely bright, everything returned to normal. Lin Feng walked out of the place of seclusion and looked into the depths. Lin Feng's face was immediately filled with a stunned expression. He couldn't even believe what his eyes were seeing. In the depths, a stone tower that was at least 100 meters tall appeared. 100 meters tall wasn't particularly tall, but the stone tower gave people the feeling that it was as majestic as a mountain. Heavy, oppressive, suffocating. That stone tower. It was emitting an aura that made people feel like they were going crazy. It's that stone tower. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The stone tower that had appeared in the mural. It was so similar to the stone tower in the Joshuan fallen immortal domain. The stone tower that had mysteriously disappeared after being shrouded in black fog had actually appeared here. It was really unbelievable. The stone tower in the mural used to be an extremely evil tomb. Back then, the creatures who built the stone tower sacrificed so many people without hesitation. Who was buried in the stone tower? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The stone tower was very mysterious. No one knew who was buried in it. Perhaps only the creatures that had built the stone tower in the past knew. The outside of the stone tower was surrounded by dense runes. Many runes. They emitted a power that made one's soul tremble. Incredible. The runes on the stone tower are incredible. If I can comprehend them, it will greatly increase my battle prowess. Lin Feng couldn't help but be moved. The stone tower was shrouded in a layer of grey mist. That kind of grey fog. It emitted a power that made people shudder. Before entering the stone tower, Lin Feng felt a deep sense of fear just by sensing the stone tower's aura. It was a feeling of fear. It was a fear that came from the depths of one's soul. Countless years have passed. What happened to the stone tower's master? Has his body already decayed? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Time was merciless and could destroy everything. In Lin Feng's opinion, the stone tower's master was no exception. It was only a matter of time before he was destroyed. In the Joshuan fallen immortal domain, there were cultivators rushing toward the stone tower from all directions. The stone tower was too extraordinary. Even though these cultivators hadn't seen the mural's contents, they only needed to sense the stone tower's aura to know how extraordinary it was. Lin Feng also moved towards the stone tower at full speed. Chapter 34:21. Cultivators arrived one after another and lingered around the stone pagoda. They did not approach the stone pagoda rashly. The stone pagoda had just appeared. They were now approaching the stone pagoda. Obviously, it was not a wise move. Therefore, many people planned to observe for a while before considering entering the stone pagoda. Lin Feng also had the same idea. They could not approach the stone pagoda rashly. They needed to observe for a while. Only after observing the situation could they consider entering the stone pagoda. Lin Feng saw Liu Ruoxin not far away. This woman was as beautiful as always. She stood in the void like a fairy from the 9 heavens, attracting the attention of countless people. Liu Ruoxin's divine sense was very powerful. She also saw Lin Feng. It was just that both parties treated each other as strangers. Maybe I underestimated this Liu Ruoxin. She hid her strength too well. Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He had never been able to see through Liu Ruoxin. This woman was hiding many secrets. Moreover, this woman hid her strength very well. Lin Feng discovered that he and Liu Ruoxin were exploring the danger zone together. Liu Ruoxin seemed to have been hiding her strength all this time. This was because even when she was in danger, she did not display her true strength. She only displayed a very limited portion of her strength. The portion of strength that Liu Ruoxin displayed was obviously not her peak strength. Moreover, the incomparably arrogant Tian Wuya did not even dare to make things difficult for Liu Ruoxin after recognizing her. This was enough to show how powerful the force behind Liu Ruoxin was. A force that could make Tian Wuya feel apprehensive must not be very powerful. Be it in terms of mental state or talent, Tian Wuya seemed to be far behind Liu Ruoxin. If the forces behind them were about the same, then there was no reason for Liu Ruoxin to be inferior to Tian Wuya. This woman is really unfathomable. However, I have to be wary of her as much as possible. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Since ancient times, many people had been careless because of their negligence. In the end, they suffered a calamity. Lin Feng did not want to become such a person. More and more cultivators arrived. There were about 200 to 300 martial emperors who had arrived. Lin Feng estimated that the Emperor Realm cultivators here were only a portion of the Emperor Realm cultivators who had entered the Nine Mysteries Great World. Many emperors were still searching for the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord, wanting to snatch the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court. It was just that the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord had concealed themselves too deeply. So many forces had almost turned the entire Nine Mysterious World upside down, but they still couldn't find the descendant of the Nine Mysterious World. They didn't know where the descendant of the Nine Mysterious World was hiding. However, it was only a matter of time before the descendants of the Nine Mysteries Realm Lord were found. After the arrival of the great emperors, some terrifying beings from the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal Domain also appeared. For example, there was a terrifying creature that had a total of 36 heads. The 36 heads looked like crocodile heads, but they also looked like dragon heads. They were ferocious and terrifying. The body of the terrifying creature was actually that of a giant lizard. There was also a terrifying creature with 12 pairs of wings. It looked like an eagle-type creature, but it had 9 eyes. The creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal Domain looked very strange. Although their appearances were strange, the creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal Domain were incomparably powerful. Every single one of them exuded a suffocating aura. About 30 terrifying creatures appeared one after another. Many of the great emperor's expressions turned grave. The cultivation of the creatures of the Nine Profound Fallen Immortal Domain was unfathomable. The appearance of a few of them was already heaven-defying. But now, more than 30 of them had appeared. Many great emperors couldn't help but feel threatened. Of course. After all, the foreign cultivators had the absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, this made them feel a little more at ease. It didn't take long for a gloomy aura to permeate the area. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression when they sensed the gloomy aura. In the distance, a white light appeared. It's that existence. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. Lin Feng still didn't know what kind of beast that white light was. However, Lin Feng had seen that white light devour a few great emperors before. Those great emperors didn't even react. Lin Feng and Liu Ruoxin were also attacked by that white light. At one point, they almost died under the white light's attack. Fortunately, they managed to neutralize the white light's attack. Now, that terrifying creature was finally about to appear. Lin Feng was also very curious about what that terrifying creature was. How could it be so powerful? Soon, the white light flew over. Then, the white light turned into a huge python. The python was 1,000 meters long. It was completely white. When it stood up, it was as huge as a mountain. When the white snake appeared, The surrounding beasts all bowed to the white snake. The kingdom of the forbidden land. Lin Feng's facial expression was grave and solemn. Although the creatures in the Juxian fallen immortal domain were powerful, if they fought on their own, the threat would be much smaller. After all, the 200 to 300 great emperors who came from outside were not to be trifled with. However, if the creatures in the Juxian fallen immortal domain had a king to lead them, that was a completely different concept. A king-level beast was able to unite all the powerful creatures. The threat of those creatures would greatly increase. He had to pay attention to this. The white python is a variant of the snake species. Be careful. If you see something wrong, immediately leave this place. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly said. Lin Feng didn't doubt the demon lord's words. Moreover, he also felt that this white snake was a little too powerful. Therefore, Lin Feng had already planned to leave this place at any time. Stone Tower. Is it a treasure passed down from the Stone Age? At this moment, an expert walked over from afar. It was an expert shrouded in holy light. His aura was extremely powerful. Great Emperor. That expert. It was actually a great Emperor-level expert. An expert of this level was absolutely terrifying. In the entire starry sky world, they were all top-notch experts. This is interesting. With the appearance of a great Emperor-level expert, the foreign cultivators seemed to have more confidence. Lin Feng couldn't help but think. Humph. The white snake looked at the great Emperor-level expert and couldn't help but snort coldly. Then. Chapter 34-22. No one would have thought that the white snake would take the initiative to attack the sage emperor. The tail that was as huge as a mountain whipped down. The void shattered. The strength of the white snake was definitely at a level that could shock people. Now, the white snake displayed its powerful combat strength. It swept its thick tail gently. The void collapsed. It was really shocking. The sage emperor was not to be underestimated. To be able to cultivate to his level, he was naturally an unparalleled existence. Facing the white snake's attack, the sage emperor gently waved his hands in front of him. All of a sudden, a vast star field appeared. The battle prowess displayed by this Saint Emperor was extremely shocking. When the white snake's tail slammed into the star domain condensed by the Saint Emperor level expert, the Saint Emperor level expert star domain was completely destroyed. The white snake and the Saint Emperor were evenly matched, and neither was able to gain the upper hand. Is this the cultivation of a sage emperor? It's only SOSO. The white snake could not help but sneer. It did not take the sage emperor seriously at all. I'm rather disappointed in your cultivation, the sage emperor retorted. He naturally did not want to lose to the white snake in a battle of words. His words were full of contempt for the white snake. The white snake looked at the sage emperor with a mocking gaze. It did not continue to argue with the sage emperor. However, the white snake did not continue to attack the sage emperor. Naturally, the sage emperor cultivator didn't attack the white snake. If he could avoid fighting the white snake, he would avoid it. The white snake was too terrifying. There was no benefit in fighting with the white snake. He might even encounter danger. Therefore, it was best for both sides to be at peace. At this moment, a terrifying aura spread out from the stone tower. The densely packed runes on the stone tower began to distort. After seeing those distorted runes, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The runes were distorted and the stone tower was moving. Did this mean that the stone tower was about to open? Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at the door on the first floor of the stone tower without blinking. It was a simple and unadorned stone door. The simple and unadorned stone door exuded an ancient aura. That ancient aura was suffocating. Many people could not withstand the pressure from the stone tower and had to quickly retreat. They used this to dissolve the powerful pressure from the stone tower. The stone tower should be opening. The stone tower is so extraordinary. What is inside? Who knows? But such an extraordinary stone tower must have an extremely heaven-defying treasure inside, right? Many cultivators began to discuss. Usually, there were few opportunities that could attract so many experts. However, a treasure like the stone tower was an exception. Everyone was waiting for the stone tower to open. Time continued to pass. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, the door of the stone tower began to creak. It seemed like the door was about to open. After hearing the sounds of friction, Zhongxian's eyes lit up. Everyone's spirits couldn't help but tremble. Whoosh! Even the white snake turned into a human form. The white snake transformed into a white-robed woman. Although it was a demon but the woman did not have any demon chi. Instead, she looked very otherworldly. Her body was filled with immortal chi. Creak, creak. The stone door continued to make loud creaking sounds. Finally, the stone door gradually opened. The stone tower was extremely strange because the stone door opened on its own. Over the years, Lin Feng had been to many places and seen all kinds of opportunities. This was the first time he had seen the stone door open on its own. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. However, Lin Feng became more cautious. The stone door opened on its own, and there was an additional strange aura. He had to be more careful. Otherwise, he might suffer because of his carelessness. In the distance, when Tian Wuya saw Lin Feng, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Tian Wuya quickly flew toward Lin Feng. He seemed to want to kill Lin Feng. However, at this moment, the stone door opened. Many cultivators hurriedly rushed into the stone tower. "You're lucky. I'll take your life later." Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng coldly and said in an extremely cold voice. Then, Tian Wuya abandoned Lin Feng and quickly flew toward the stone tower with a few subordinates. The fastest was the female cultivator that the white snake turned into. Then, it was the Sage Emperor level expert. The terrifying creatures in the Joshuan fallen immortal realm also rushed in. The foreign great emperors also entered the stone tower. Lin Feng followed a large number of cultivators into the stone tower. The first floor of the stone tower exuded an eerie and terrifying aura. On the first floor, there were a total of 99 stone pillars. There was a cultivator tied to each of the stone pillars. Those cultivators were already dead. They had completely turned into dried corpses. Their life source had been devoured by the stone pillars. These stone pillars were extremely strange and terrifying. Lin Feng had already understood the strangeness of these stone pillars from the murals. Now that he saw these stone pillars in person, Lin Feng felt that these stone pillars exuded a bone-chilling power. He came to the side of a stone pillar. Then, he carefully studied it. He immediately discovered that the runes drawn on this stone pillar were extremely strange. Lin Feng had never seen these runes before. When Lin Feng wanted to use his divine will to examine them, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Lin Feng quickly retracted his gaze. Only then did his complexion recover a little. The runes on these stone pillars are actually so strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Even with his attainments in formations, he couldn't study these runes on the stone pillars. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to study the runes on the stone pillars. There were already people walking toward the second floor. Everyone didn't find anything on the first floor. Thus, many cultivators walked toward the second floor. On the second floor of the stone pagoda, there were also stone pillars that stood one after another. However, there were only 81 stone pillars on the second floor. Compared to the first floor, there were much fewer stone pillars. There was also a dried corpse tied to each of the stone pillars on the second floor. It should be the same as the situation on the stone pillars on the first floor. These people were all living beings that had been sacrificed. However, on the second floor of the tower, there was a Dao platform. A table was placed on top of the Dao platform. There were 3 items on the table. The 3 items were surrounded by a cloud of black mist. Chapter 34-23. Lin Feng was surprised because the female cultivator and the Saint Emperor weren't on the second floor of the tower. They were on the second floor. They were on the second floor. They were the first to reach the second floor. They didn't collect the 3 items on the second floor. This caused everyone to be very surprised. Was it because the items on the second floor of the stone pagoda did not catch the eye of the female cultivator and the Holy Emperor, or was there another reason? That was why the two terrifying existences didn't collect the items on the platform. Someone couldn't help but rush towards the Dao platform. But at that moment, the Dao platform vibrated, sending out waves of death. The death ripples were terrifyingly powerful. They went straight for the cultivator who wanted to collect the three treasures. The cultivator's expression was cold. He flicked his finger. A golden light streaked across the sky. Then, the cultivator took out a golden ball-like magic treasure. That golden ball-like magic treasure shot out a golden beam of light, and that golden beam of light quickly turned into a golden light shield. The golden light barrier enveloped the cultivator. That golden ball was an extremely extraordinary defensive magic treasure. Perhaps it was because he possessed such a powerful defensive magic treasure that the cultivator was extremely confident in himself. At that moment, the death ripples swept over. Clang. Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The death ripples. They swept across the cultivator's defensive light barrier. Cracking sounds could be heard one after another. The cultivator's defensive light barrier began to crack after taking the brunt of the death ripples. It couldn't withstand the power of the death ripples at all. The situation was extremely bad. The Sage Emperor's expression changed abruptly. Only now did he realize how terrifying the death ripples were. The confidence he'd displayed before. Now, it was all gone. The Sage Emperor wanted to retreat quickly, but it was too late. The death ripples' attack came in waves. Just as the first wave ended, the second wave was already brewing. Now, the second wave of the death ripples was so terrifying that it made people pale. It was much more powerful than the first wave. The second wave of the death ripples instantly slammed into the cultivator's defensive light barrier. There was a bang. The cultivator's defensive light barrier was instantly destroyed. The Emperor Realm cultivator tried to use his divine ability to neutralize the death ripples. The divine ability he used was an extremely powerful divine ability. It was called the 3000 Universes. But such a powerful divine ability still couldn't block the death ripples. The divine ability was instantly destroyed by the death ripples. Then, the death ripples slammed into the Sage Emperor's body. The Sage Emperor's body exploded. He died on the spot. Hiss! A series of gasps resounded throughout the second floor of the stone tower. A great Emperor-level expert was killed just like that. It was unbelievable. It seemed that it would not be easy to obtain the three items on the Dao platform. The second floor of the stone tower became extremely quiet for a moment. It was completely silent. Because a powerful Sage Emperor had just died, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to attempt to obtain the three treasures. It seemed that it wasn't that the woman and the Saint Emperor didn't want to take the three treasures, but that it would take too much time and effort to do so. They were more willing to spend time and effort on the treasures above. Because the higher the tower went, the treasures that appeared would be even more extraordinary. I'll give it a try. At this time, a cultivator stepped forward. It was a thin cultivator. He seemed to only be a Sage Emperor. Because of this, he gave off a very ordinary feeling. The Sage Emperor who had just died was a peak Sage Emperor. In many people's eyes, this Sage Emperor cultivator taking the initiative to give it a try was no different from sending himself to death. Of course, there were also some who thought that since this Sage Emperor cultivator dared to try, it meant that he was hiding something powerful. Perhaps this person. He really had a way to break the death ripples and obtain the three treasures. Many people's hearts were filled with killing intent. If this cultivator failed, then so be it. But if he succeeded, when the time came, he would surely kill off the cultivator and snatch away the three treasures that the cultivator had obtained. Cultivators with such thoughts, not a few. This Sage Emperor cultivator approached the Dao platform step by step. Then, waves of death rippled out from the Dao platform once again. This time, however, the ripples of death that spread out were even stronger than the ripples of death that had spread out when he killed the first cultivator. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He felt that there was something wrong with this Sage Emperor cultivator. But Lin Feng couldn't tell what was wrong. He decided to carefully observe this Sage Emperor cultivator's performance when faced with the death ripples. The death ripples are even stronger. I'm afraid this guy is dead for sure, some cultivators said. They didn't think that a sage emperor cultivator could resist the death ripples. Even if he had a powerful defensive treasure, he shouldn't be able to. That was because the cultivator who was killed earlier had a powerful defensive treasure, but it still wasn't able to resist the death ripples. This was enough to explain a lot of things. Of course, some cultivators thought that a miracle might happen. But at that moment, the death ripples slammed into the God Emperor cultivator. Something shocking happened. When the death ripples landed on the God Emperor level cultivator, the God Emperor level cultivator was shocked. The death ripples were actually devoured by the God Emperor level cultivator. This was too inconceivable. When everyone saw this, they looked as if they'd seen a ghost. This God Emperor realm cultivator in front of him actually had the ability to devour the death ripples. This was truly unimaginable. All the death ripples were devoured by the Sage Emperor cultivator. He approached the Dao platform step by step. He's actually going to succeed. One cultivator after another cried out in surprise. In the end, the Sage Emperor cultivator arrived in front of the Death Dao platform. With a wave of his sleeve, he collected the 3 treasures. The surrounding cultivators were filled with killing intent. They were already prepared to attack the Sage Emperor cultivator. Chapter 34-24. Hand over the 3 treasures and we might spare your life. But if you don't, you'll definitely die today, an expert said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although the others did not say anything, their intentions were clear. If this person had obediently cooperated with everyone and handed over the 3 treasures he had just obtained, he might have been able to avoid death. If he did not cooperate, he would definitely die. The God Emperor looked at the surrounding cultivators mockingly and said with a cold smile, I advise you all to stay away from me, because if we really fight later, it's hard to say how many of you will die in the end. The cultivator's eyes flashed coldly, as if he was extremely confident in his methods. Someone sneered. Disdain was written all over their faces. Because in the eyes of the crowd, this cultivator could not even withstand a single blow. He was only an God Emperor. Could it be that he could still stir up some waves? But there were also people who were very concerned about this cultivator's words. Since a God Emperor level cultivator dared to say such words, he must have some hidden methods. If they were not careful, something unexpected might happen. At that time, for some people, such an unforeseen event could be fatal. Perhaps some people would die tragically in such a situation. Some of the cultivators with relatively weaker cultivation bases. Some of the more cautious cultivators retreated, distancing themselves from the center of the battle. They chose to watch the show from afar. Lin Feng did the same. Lin Feng had the feeling that there was something strange about that man. Even though Lin Feng didn't know what was strange about him, he had the feeling that something was wrong. Naturally, he had to pay more attention to him. Ant-like thing, we asked you to hand over the treasures, but you didn't. Now, you can only hand over your life. At this moment, a cultivator sneered, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. This was a peak immortal emperor expert. He took the initiative to attack the God Emperor cultivator. At this moment, the rest of the cultivators also started attacking the God Emperor level cultivator. Boom boom boom. It was accompanied by a terrifying aura that permeated the air. One by one, the God Emperors attacked. So many God Emperor realm cultivators acted together because they wanted to instantly kill that God Emperor realm cultivator and then snatch the treasures on his body. Since you all want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The God Emperor cultivator's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. But the cultivators who attacked did not care about the God Emperor cultivator's words at all. He was merely a God Emperor level cultivator. What could he possibly do? He was underestimating them too much. Facing the attacks of a group of cultivators, this God Emperor level cultivator made his move. He waved his hands lightly. Instantly, an earth-shattering wave of energy surged out from the body of this God Emperor. In the next moment, death ripples appeared one after another. Waves of waves, and they attacked the surrounding cultivators. Waves of death. Quickly, many people couldn't help but cry out in horror. The Death Ripple's attack had been unleashed by the Tao platform, so everyone had seen how terrifying the Death Ripples were. Now, that God Emperor level cultivator actually unleashed Death Ripples as well. How could the surrounding cultivators not be shocked? They did not even know how the God Emperor cultivator attacked with waves of death. But it was too late for those cultivators to retreat. The waves of death instantly killed many of the cultivator's divine abilities. Then, it attacked those cultivators. Bang bang bang, when the waves of death swept across those cultivators. One by one, the cultivators' bodies exploded. They died on the spot. Shock, shock, disbelief. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. How could this God Emperor cultivator attack with waves of death from the God Emperor cultivator? Everyone was puzzled. Just now, when the death ripples from the platform hit him, they were all absorbed by his body. Now, he's using death ripples to attack everyone. Could it be that the death ripples he's using are the same ones he absorbed not long ago? Lin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility. After thinking of this, Lin Feng was astonished as well. What kind of ability was this? Absorbing other attacks and then releasing other attacks? Wouldn't such an ability make this cultivator invincible? Ah, screams of agony could be heard. The great emperors who were attacking this God Emperor cultivator continued to suffer. Soon, more than 10 great emperors were killed by the waves of death from the God Emperor cultivator. Some other great emperors were seriously injured. However, those people successfully avoided the attack of the death ripples. Of course, some stronger cultivators were not injured and managed to avoid the waves of death. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, the great emperor's expressions were ugly. A group of experts besieging a God Emperor cultivator actually ended up in such a state. This made many people feel as if they had lost all face. However, the God Emperor realm cultivator's methods were too strange. Therefore, those cultivators did not dare to attack again. I told you not to provoke me, but you didn't listen. Who can you blame for your death? The God Emperor cultivator had his hands behind his back, his expression cold. Now, he looked at everyone around him. His arrogant attitude made many people want to kill him. The all-energy absorption body. This person should be the legendary all-energy absorption body. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice rang out. The all-energy absorption body? What kind of physique is this? Lin Feng was very surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a physique. The Demon Lord said, this physique is said to be able to devour all attacks. Then, it can store other people's attacks in its own body and release them when the battle starts. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. Just as he had guessed, this cultivator's ability was really heaven-defying. Therefore, although this cultivator was only in the God Emperor realm, but his combat strength could not be judged by his realm. There are so many strange people. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. The opportunity on the second level of the stone pagoda was obtained by the skinny cultivator. The others did not dare to attack the skinny cultivator. Therefore, many cultivators walked toward the third level of the stone pagoda. Lin Feng did not stay on the second level of the stone pagoda. Chapter 34-25. When he arrived at the third floor of the stone pagoda, Lin Feng discovered that the woman transformed from the white snake and the holy emperor level cultivator were also here. If the two of them were here, then, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to snatch the opportunity from their hands. Of course. Anything was possible. Anything that would happen later might be very possible. The third floor of the stone pagoda was similar to the first two floors. However, there were only 72 stone pillars in this floor of the stone pagoda. There was still a dried corpse tied to each of the stone pillars. In the depths of this floor of the stone pagoda, there was a black energy ball floating. That black energy ball emitted waves of cold and terrifying aura. That aura. Many people couldn't help but feel a sense of solemnity. What kind of treasure is in the energy ball? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the thing in the energy ball was definitely extraordinary. However, as for what it was exactly, it was still hard to say. The woman transformed from the white snake and the Holy Emperor level cultivator didn't rashly make a move. From this, it could be seen, that energy ball was so extraordinary. Many cultivators stared at the energy ball without blinking. They wanted to explore the secret within. However, the two terrifying existences were still here. They didn't make a move. The rest of the people were even more afraid to make a move. Everyone was waiting for the two terrifying creatures to make a move. Since you don't want to make a move, then let me take this treasure, the Holy Emperor level cultivator said. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped toward the black energy ball floating in midair. The woman transformed from the white snake had an indifferent expression. She didn't express any opinion, as if she was an outsider. She just wanted to watch the show and didn't want to participate. Powerful magic power surged out of the Holy Emperor level cultivator's body. That powerful dharmic power heavily surrounded his body. Buzz. At this moment, the black energy ball attacked the Holy Emperor level cultivator. Streaks of black gas flew out. A stream of black gas, it was enough to collapse a piece of void. Not to mention there were so many streams of black gas. Every single strand of gas exuded a power that made people shudder. It instantly arrived beside the Holy Emperor level cultivator. The Saint Emperor coldly snorted. He threw punch after punch at the black gas. Bang bang bang, sounds of violent collisions could be heard. The black gas was blasted away by the Sage Emperor. That Sage Emperor level cultivator was indeed very powerful. His combat strength was shocking. The black energy ball's attack was unable to harm the Sage Emperor cultivator. The Sage Emperor cultivator continued to approach the distorted black ball of energy. Is that black ball of energy going to be collected by that Saint Emperor? 7-floored stone pagoda. The higher I go, the more valuable the treasures should be. I wonder what is in the black energy ball. It must be an extremely heaven-defying treasure. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength to seize this treasure. The surrounding cultivators could not help but discuss among themselves. At this moment, the Saint Emperor had already arrived beside the black ball of energy. The Saint Emperor cultivator opened his hand and grabbed at the black ball of energy. Just as the Saint Emperor was about to grab hold of the treasure, the Saint Emperor suddenly stopped. But at this moment, a thick black pillar of light surged out of the black ball of energy. The black pillar of light shot toward the Saint Emperor cultivator. The Saint Emperor cultivator did not expect this at all and could not help but be shocked. However, the Saint Emperor cultivator reacted extremely quickly. Facing the attack of the black pillar of light, the Saint Emperor cultivator threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound of collision rang out. The Saint Emperor cultivator's fist collided with the black pillar of light. The Saint Emperor cultivator was immediately sent flying by the black pillar of light. Everyone was shocked. The power of that black beam of light was simply too powerful. It was truly shocking. After the black ball of energy sent the Saint Emperor cultivator flying, it quickly flew away like lightning. But at this moment, the woman transformed from the white snake attacked. The woman transformed from the white snake sent out 3 palm strikes in a row. The 3 palm strikes overlapped and instantly blasted toward the black ball of energy. The black ball of energy was not to be outdone. It was as if it had its own spiritual consciousness. Facing the attack of the woman transformed from the white snake, the black ball of energy once again shot out a terrifying pillar of light. The pillar of light instantly arrived in front of the woman transformed from the white snake. However, the powerful black pillar of light was instantly destroyed by the woman transformed from the white snake. The strength of the woman transformed from the white snake was truly unimaginable. One had to know that the pillar of light shot out by the black ball of energy had sent the Saint Emperor cultivator flying before. But this time, the same attack was destroyed by the woman transformed from the white snake. Clearly, the woman transformed from the white snake had concealed her strength before. Suppress. The woman turned her right hand and instantly, the image of a mountain condensed in the void. It was a celestial mountain. It emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was as if it could suppress the world. The celestial mountain descended from the sky. It went straight for the black ball of energy. It was about to suppress the black ball of energy. The black ball of energy disappeared into thin air and dodged the attack of the woman transformed from the white snake. The next moment, the black ball of energy directly appeared at the stairs leading to the fourth floor of the stone tower. The black ball of energy quickly rushed toward the fourth floor of the stone tower. "You think you can escape?" The woman transformed from the white snake sneered and quickly rushed toward the fourth floor of the stone tower. However, right at this moment, a terrifying thing happened. An aura that made one's soul tremble surged out from the fourth floor of the stone tower. Then, along with a violent bang, there was a violent collision sound. The woman transformed from the white snake suffered a calamity. Her body flew out from the fourth floor of the stone tower. Then she landed on the third floor of the stone tower. What was unbelievable was that the woman transformed from the white snake actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's eyes turned pale with shock. The powerful woman transformed from the white snake was actually injured. What kind of terrifying existence was on the fourth floor of the stone tower? Thud, thud, thud. Right at this moment. Chapter 34:26. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a dignified expression. Everyone's eyes turned to the staircase. Soon, a creature covered in black scales walked down from the fourth floor of the stone tower. The being covered in black scales was 3 meters tall. It looked extremely ferocious. Its head looked like a human but not a human. It looked like an ape but not an ape. No one knew what kind of creature it was. It was this terrifying creature that had injured the woman transformed from the white snake. The woman's cultivation was so strong, but she wasn't a match for this creature. No one knew how strong this creature was. As for the black energy ball, it hovered around the terrifying creature. The black energy ball emitted waves of violent fluctuations. The space around the black energy ball twisted violently. Despicable creatures! You dare to barge into the forbidden tower? Do you want to be buried with the Lord? The terrifying creature spoke in a sinister voice. The Lord he was talking about, Lin Feng guessed that it was most likely the owner of this stone tower. It was the terrifying expert who was buried here. Who is buried in this tower? The woman couldn't help but ask. She lived in the 9 profound fallen immortal region. He was the undisputed king of the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. However, even though she didn't know much about this stone tower. Do you think you have the right to know? The terrifying creature couldn't help but mock. Even the woman who was as strong as the white snake wasn't taken seriously by this terrifying creature. He had no idea what level of combat power this terrifying creature possessed. The woman who was transformed from the white snake snorted coldly. Although she was no match for the terrifying monster, she was still able to defeat it. However, she was facing the terrifying creature. She wasn't afraid. The king of the Forbidden Zone still had some powerful techniques that he hadn't used yet. If he used them, the woman who was transformed from the white snake believed that she was not much weaker than this terrifying monster. The terrifying monster didn't pay any attention to the woman. At this moment, the terrifying monster's lips started to squirm. He seemed to be chanting an incantation. Clattering sounds could be heard. It was the sound of chains clashing. Look at the chains on the stone pillars. A cultivator pointed at the stone pillars and said. The chains on each of the stone pillars seemed to have come to life. The chains actually moved of their own accord. Soon, the chains on the stone pillars automatically opened. Swish swish. Next, the mummified corpses opened their eyes one after another. Those were pairs of sinister and terrifying eyes, emitting a sinister light. Every gaze was filled with power that made one's heart palpitate. Those dried corpses had all come back to life. The mummified corpses pounced on the cultivators closest to them. Not good. Quickly leave this place, a cultivator said in a deep voice. The stone pagoda was too terrifying. No matter what other treasures were up there. Now, no one dared to have any extravagant hopes. Because those treasures were fated to have no fate with them. To be able to get out of the stone tower without a hitch. This was already an extremely difficult task. Magic treasures were summoned one after another. Next, those magic treasures emitted a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. One by one, the magic treasures charged towards the resurrected corpses. In an instant, clanging sounds could be heard incessantly. The corpses' bodies were simply too strong. They were simply unbreakable. Many cultivators couldn't help but turn pale with fright. And those dried corpses suddenly exploded, instantly charging in front of the cultivators. Then, they began to attack those cultivators. Their sharp claws clawed at the cultivators' chests. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Tearing sounds could be heard incessantly. Many cultivators' chests were directly pierced, and their hearts were directly dug out by the dried corpses. There were also some cultivators who quickly rushed towards the second level of the stone pagoda. However, the dried corpses on the second level of the stone pagoda had also come back to life. After seeing the cultivators rushing down, the dried corpses on the second level began to besiege those cultivators. Those cultivators had finally reached the second level of the stone pagoda from the third level of the stone pagoda, and then they were attacked by those powerful dried corpses. They were extremely depressed. However, they had no choice but to fight those dried corpses to find a chance to escape. Both of you, go to hell. The terrifying monster directly locked onto the female cultivator transformed from the white snake and the sage emperor expert. The female cultivator transformed from the white snake and the sage emperor expert joined forces to fight that terrifying monster. And that energy ball also joined the battle, constantly sweeping out terrifying black light pillars. The power of the black pillar of light was extremely powerful. One by one, the cultivators struck by the black pillar of light were sent flying. Some cultivators were even seriously injured by the black light pillars. In such a chaotic battle, there was almost no chance to use magic. However, such a battle was also Lin Feng's favorite. In such a battle, a strong body and powerful magic treasures could play an extremely important role. Not only did Lin Feng have powerful magic treasures, but his body was also incomparably terrifying. Coupled with the power of the dragon elephant arm by 6 times, he was simply invincible. He held the black dragon sword in his hand, and with the power of the dragon elephant arm by 6 times, he swung the black dragon sword at the dried corpses. The magic treasures of the surrounding cultivators were unable to cause any damage to the dried corpses. However, when Lin Feng's black dragon sword struck those dried corpses, they were directly cut in half by the black dragon sword. Lin Feng was simply an invincible existence. He killed his way from the third level of the stone tower to the second level. Some cultivators followed behind Lin Feng and also rushed to the second level of the stone tower. The dried corpses on the second level of the stone tower pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng displayed his invincible might. After killing more than 10 dried corpses, he quickly arrived at the first level of the stone tower. Then, the dried corpses on the first level of the stone tower also surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng continued to use the dragon elephant arm by 6 times to swing the black dragon sword at the corpses that surrounded him. A large number of dried corpses died under the black dragon sword. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to rush out of the stone tower. But at this moment, the black energy ball chased after him. It was unknown what that black energy ball was. It seemed to have its own intelligence. Buzz. At this moment, a violent wave surged out. The black energy ball. It directly shot out a terrifying black light pillar. Chapter 34:27. Lin Feng had already seen how powerful the black beam of light was. At that moment, the black beam of light was moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sensed an extremely dangerous qi. It was an aura of death. Lin Feng hated that kind of aura. As the black beam of light approached, it became denser and denser. When the black beam of light was about to hit him, swoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At this critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique to dodge the attack of the black beam of light. The next moment, Lin Feng came to the side of the black ball of light. Then, he slashed at the black ball of light with his sword. Clang! A loud sound was heard. Lin Feng's sword. It was as if he had slashed at a huge bell. After the black ball of light was hit by Lin Feng's sword, its aura became extremely chaotic. The surrounding void directly collapsed. Lin Feng's sword was too powerful. Come out, heaven-swallowing jar. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the heaven-swallowing jar flew out quickly. After the heaven-swallowing jar was taken out, it surged with an extremely powerful devouring power. The powerful devouring power enveloped the black ball of light. The black ball of light was now in a state of confusion after being hit by Lin Feng's sword. Therefore, when faced with the heaven-swallowing jar's devouring power, it did not resist much. Then, it was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing jar. "Ha, this treasure is mine." Lin Feng's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly used the 8 God-forbidding seals to seal the treasure to prevent it from struggling violently after it regained its consciousness. After taking the treasure, Lin Feng rushed out of the stone tower. Some cultivators followed behind Lin Feng and rushed out of the stone tower. However, most of the cultivators were still trapped in the stone tower and were fighting a life-and-death battle. After rushing out, Lin Feng quickly rushed into the distance. The stone tower was too dangerous. He had to leave quickly. Otherwise, there might be other unforeseen events. As for the cultivators in the stone pagoda, they could only pray for the best. After leaving the stone tower, Lin Feng quickly rushed out of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. He had already obtained enough benefits in the 9 profound fallen immortal realm. Lin Feng wanted to find a place to cultivate the 100 types of 3,000 great Taos that he had obtained. At the same time, Lin Feng wanted to carefully study what kind of treasure was inside the black energy ball. Look, someone's coming out. When Lin Feng came out of the 9 Shen fallen celestial region, some people were astonished. There were many cultivators gathered outside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Most of them had yet to reach the Emperor realm, so they didn't dare to enter the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. These cultivators should be glad that they haven't broken through to the Emperor realm yet. Because if they broke through to the Emperor realm, they would definitely enter the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Perhaps. Now, he had already died in the stone tower. That guy is so young. Has he already become a great emperor at such a young age? Someone couldn't help but sigh. He seems to be the first cultivator to rush out of the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. I wonder what's the situation inside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain? Another cultivator asked. He wanted to know more about the situation inside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. Lin Feng didn't stop outside the 9 profound fallen immortal domain. No one dared to cause trouble for him. After leaving the 9 profound fallen immortal domain, Lin Feng found a secluded cave in the middle of the forest. Then, he set up a concealment restriction and completely sealed off the cave. Lin Feng sat down on the ground and fell on his back, panting heavily. He had been in a tense state before this. Now, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. After resting for a while, Lin Feng sat up. Then, he took out the sealed item. That thing was still shrouded in the black energy ball. As soon as Lin Feng took it out, the item started cursing. "Brat, do you know who I am? How dare you suppress me? You must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's guts. I'll give you a chance to release me now. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." When Lin Feng heard the words coming from the black energy ball, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was really asking for a beating. He kept calling himself this lord. He didn't seem like a prisoner at all. Lin Feng couldn't help but say fiercely, "Could it be that you've forgotten your current situation? Do you think I won't melt you with my heavenly fire? You dare!" The guy continued to clamor. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He took out the powerful heavenly fire, the God-devouring black flame. The God-devouring black flame burned fiercely. It began to burn the treasure inside the black energy ball. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black energy ball ignited. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. "Ah, you actually dared to burn me. You're seeking your own death. Let me tell you, you're dead meat. No one in this world can save you." The existence inside the black energy ball continued to clamor. It didn't seem to care about Lin Feng at all. Even Lin Feng's heavenly fire didn't scare this guy. The heavenly fire burned the black energy ball into nothingness. At this moment, he finally got a clear look at the item that had been roaring non-stop just now. It was actually a piece of black demonic iron. The demonic iron was covered in mysterious runes. The demonic iron emitted a terrifying aura that made one's hair stand on end. However, the demonic iron had been sealed by Lin Feng, so it couldn't display its full strength. Lin Feng's god-devouring black flame enveloped the demonic iron and burned it repeatedly. The demonic iron screamed as it was burned. However, it showed no signs of melting. Lin Feng was shocked. What kind of material was this demonic iron? It was actually able to resist the burning of the god-devouring black flame. It was truly inconceivable. Ah! Stop! We can make peace. The demonic iron screamed as it screamed. Although the demonic iron hadn't been melted by the heavenly fire, it was on the verge of collapse under the constant burning of the god-devouring black flame. The main reason was that the burning of the god-devouring black flame was too painful for the demonic iron. You think you can make peace just because you want to? Lin Feng sneered. Then what do you want? The demonic iron asked in exasperation. Simple. Just acknowledge me as your master, Lin Feng said. What? You want me to acknowledge you as my master? Brat. Are you dreaming? The demonic iron roared furiously. Lin Feng seemed to have crossed the demonic iron's bottom line by asking him to acknowledge him as his master. What? You don't want to? I forgot to tell you that I have 5 types of heavenly fire. Since one type can't melt you, can't you melt if I burn you repeatedly with 5 types of heavenly fire? Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. The other 4 types of heavenly fire flew out as well. Chapter 34:28. The god-devouring black flame was unable to melt Mo Tai. However, the pain was enough to make Mo Tai hover between life and death. Now, Lin Feng summoned 5 types of heavenly fire. Mo Tai was almost scared to death. Even if he could withstand the attacks of the 5 types of heavenly fire, he would still be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng looked at Mo Tai with a faint smile and said, "Do you think you can withstand the melting of the 5 types of heavenly fire?" Mo Tai said, "Do you really want to make things so ruthless?" Lin Feng sneered and said, "I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't cherish it." "Who said I didn't cherish it? I was just joking with you. Do you have a sense of humor?" "A person must have a sense of humor," Mo Tai shouted. "Are you human? You're just a piece of iron." Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Mo Tai said fiercely, "Even if you're not human, you must have a sense of humor to make iron." Lin Feng said, "Fine. In that case, I'll give you one more chance. If you acknowledge me as your master now, I'll spare you." Mo Tai was naturally unwilling to acknowledge Lin Feng as his master, but he had no other choice. Apart from acknowledging Lin Feng as his master, he really couldn't think of any other way to escape this danger. God damn it. Why did I have to meet a freak like you? Mo Tai couldn't help but shout gloomily. Lin Feng controlled the heavenly fire. Moreover, he controlled 5 types of heavenly fire, which perfectly countered Mo Tai. This made Mo Tai extremely depressed. It seemed that the only choice left was to submit to Lin Feng. Mo Tai was currently venting the depression in his heart. Lin Feng was patiently waiting for Mo Tai to acknowledge him as his master. "I can acknowledge you as my master. However, we have to set a time limit," Mo Tai said. "What? You're actually talking about conditions with me? You don't seem to have the consciousness of being a prisoner." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Of course I have the consciousness. However, we still have to talk about the conditions." Mo Tai was obviously a thick-skinned person. He spoke without blushing or skipping a beat. Lin Feng rolled his eyes and said, "All right. 1,000 years then. Serve me for 1,000 years and I'll give you your freedom." After hearing this, Mo Tai was secretly delighted. Originally, it thought that Lin Feng would set a time limit of many years. Who would have thought that it would only be a mere 1,000 years? 1,000 years might seem like a long time, but for an existence at the level of magic iron, it was like a snap of a finger. Mo Tai even wondered if Lin Feng was an idiot. He actually only requested for it to serve for 1,000 years. Magic iron thought this way mainly because it did not understand Lin Feng. There were so many people who followed Lin Feng. At first, There were also some who were unwilling, but it didn't take long for them to willingly work for Lin Feng. For example, the two ghost emperors, Du Zhu, and the others. Therefore, this time limit didn't need to be set for too long. Lin Feng believed that these subordinates who had no choice but to follow him for various reasons. Soon, they would be conquered by his charisma. Then, they would be loyal to him. Naturally, Mo Tai was no exception. "All right, then 1,000 years," Mo Tai said. Then, Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and gently tapped Mo Tai. One rune after another poured into Mo Tai. Mo Tai did not resist. He allowed those runes to pour into his body. Within 1,000 years, Mo Tai had to be loyal. If he had second thoughts, Lin Feng could sense it through the runes. When the time came, with a thought, Lin Feng could rely on those runes to kill Mo Tai. After the runes were completely imprinted on Mo Tai's body, Lin Feng removed the seal on Mo Tai's body. He said with a smile, "Soon, you will find that following me will be the best decision you have made in your life." Hearing this, Mo Tai couldn't help but curl his lips. He didn't comment on Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng knew that Mo Tai wouldn't believe him just based on what he said. As time passed, Lin Feng believed that Mo Tai would believe what he said now. "Could it be that your true body is this piece of Mo Tai?" Lin Feng asked. Mo Tai said, "You must not underestimate this piece of Mo Tai. This kind of Mo Tai is called Supreme Mo Tai. It is a material even rarer than Chaos Stones. Over the countless years, there have not been many pieces of such Mo Tai." Supreme Mo Tai? Lin Feng was surprised. This was the first time he had heard of such a material. Of course, Mo Tai's cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Previously, if it wasn't for the fact that he had activated the Black Dragon Sword with 6 times the strength of the Dragon Elephant Arm, causing Mo Tai to enter a short period of dizziness. Lin Feng knew. With his cultivation, it was impossible for him to suppress Mo Tai. "What's the origin of that stone tower?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very curious about that stone tower. Mo Tai said, "I'm not very sure either. Previously, I had been in a deep sleep. I only woke up when you people entered the stone tower. I remember that the place I was sleeping in was the battlefield of the gods, but when I woke up, I appeared in the stone tower. I was very puzzled. However, the 4th level of the stone tower is actually guarded by that terrifying monster. From this, you can see how terrifying the master of that stone tower is." Mo Tai didn't know the origin of the stone tower, which disappointed Lin Feng. However, the fact that Mo Tai had been in a deep sleep in the battlefield of the gods had piqued Lin Feng's interest. "The battlefield of the gods that you were in a deep sleep in, which battlefield of the gods is it?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Since ancient times, countless battles of the gods had taken place. Hence, there were many battlefields of the gods. Of course, the most famous battlefield of the gods was the ruins of the great battle before the end of the Xiantian lifeform's rule. The battlefield of the gods I'm talking about is the battlefield of the gods left behind from the great battle that almost led to the extinction of the Xiantian lifeforms, Mo Tai said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually the battlefield of the gods. The gods token Lin Feng had obtained had something to do with this battlefield of the gods. In the past, could it be that you also participated in the War of the Gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at Mo Tai in shock. Of course, don't be fooled by how much my cultivation has dropped. Thinking back to the past, I was still an unparalleled existence. When I think back to that battle, the blood in my body feels like it's going to burn. Mo Tai began to boast. Chapter 34-29. Mo Tai said, I really don't know the exact reason. But it's not like I don't know anything about it. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Feng asked curiously. You should have heard of the Supreme Divine Court, right? Mo Tai asked. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the Supreme Divine Court. He knew how terrifying the Supreme Divine Court was. There were too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court. Lin Feng said. I do. It's said to be one of the most mysterious things in the universe. It's as mysterious as the door of everlasting life. It's said that the Supreme Divine Court has an endless amount of treasures, and the value of each treasure can be described as heaven-defying. Apart from all kinds of treasures, the Supreme Divine Court also has many heaven-defying abilities, inheritances, and even inheritances that surpass immortal techniques. The most mysterious Great Fate art can also be found in the Supreme Divine Court. Of course, the most shocking thing isn't the Great Fate art. It's said that there are inheritances that surpass immortal techniques, but I don't know what kind of inheritances surpass immortal techniques. In addition, the Supreme Divine Court also records the secrets of eternal life. Motai said. Motai said, "It's just as you said. There are too many secrets hidden in the Supreme Divine Court, so many that it's hard to believe." Before the end of the Xiantian era, the Supreme Divine Court had appeared once. This time, it's different from the past. When the Supreme Divine Court appeared in the past, it was difficult to pry into its secrets. But that time, it's said that the gates of the Supreme Divine Court opened wide. Some of the cultivators have entered the Supreme Celestial Court. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. It was really inconceivable that such a thing had happened. The Supreme Divine Court was a mysterious divine court that existed only in legends. How could it open its gates one day? He didn't know what amazing things had happened in the past. Lin Feng asked. If the gates of the Supreme Divine Court were opened, wouldn't the cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court obtain extraordinary things? I'm not sure. However, the Supreme Divine Court disappeared soon after, but since then, the world has been in chaos. Motai said, "I'm guessing. The reason why the world is in chaos is related to the opening of the Supreme Divine Court's door. Perhaps it's just as you said. After the door opened, those lucky cultivators who entered the Supreme Divine Court must have obtained great opportunities. The cultivators who haven't entered the Supreme Divine Court want to obtain lucky chances, so they attack the cultivators who have entered the Supreme Divine Court. But because there are too many groups attacking each other, there are more and more conflicts between the different groups. In the end, it formed that pinnacle battle. Later on, there was no way to control it at all. More and more forces were involved, and more experts were involved. Countless people died in the war. But, even if a war like this happened, Xiantian lifeforms shouldn't have been wiped out, right?" Lin Feng said. Motai replied, "Actually, it's not that they're truly extinct, but that they're pretty much all dead. Xiantian lifeforms were born at the beginning of the world, which is why Xiantian lifeforms are extremely rare. Era after era passed, and Xiantian lifeforms fell one after another. By the time Xiantian lifeforms ruled over the myriad worlds, there weren't many Xiantian lifeforms left. After that unprecedented war, a group of Xiantian lifeforms fell. Another batch of Xiantian lifeforms has fallen, and the number of Xiantian lifeforms who can survive will be even fewer. That's why I said that after that war, Xiantian lifeforms were nearly extinct." Lin Feng said, "What about the other forces? They shouldn't have suffered such great losses, right?" After the Xiantian lifeforms era ended, the cultivation system formed over countless eras collapsed, and countless inheritances were lost. It wasn't until the immortal ancient era that the Lord of Gods came into being and created a new cultivation system. The cultivation world gradually recovered from its decline. Oh! The collapse of the previous cultivation system? Countless inheritances were lost. Something like that happened. I fell into a deep slumber, so I don't know what happened afterward. Logically speaking, even if those major powers suffered heavy losses, they shouldn't have lost their orthodoxies. Could it be that something unknown happened after that war? Motai couldn't help but wonder. Motai's words hit the nail on the head. Lin Feng had also suspected before. After that war, could something else have happened? Now it seemed like that might be the case. Actually, the war back then didn't cause the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. Instead, it was something that happened after that war that caused the cultivation system to collapse and the inheritances to be lost. As a result, the myriad worlds fell into an era of decline. Because cultivators didn't have a complete cultivation system to support them, they couldn't increase their cultivation. Therefore, after that war, one great era after another. Basically, there weren't any powerful cultivators. until the Lord of Gods rose in the immortal ancient era. After the new cultivation system was created, everything went on the right track. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that what happened after that war must have been incomparably tragic. It's hard to imagine how much slaughter was needed to cause the cultivation system formed over many eras to collapse." Mo Tai. That's unknown. Lin Feng touched his chin and said, "I feel that it's filled with the smell of the end of the world. However, I heard that every 3,000 eras is an era, and the end of the era will be the end of the era. At that time, it will be the true end of the world. The myriad worlds will be destroyed. After the universe is destroyed, a new universe will be born and a new era will begin." Mo Tai said, "Now that you mention it, I also feel that what happened after that war back then felt a little like the end of the world. In fact, what you said about the end of the era being the end of the era is not accurate." "Why do you say that?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "The end of the era can happen in every era. However, it will only happen during the heyday of some eras. As there are too many powerhouses in the myriad worlds, it's very difficult to succeed. It's different at the end of the era. Although the myriad worlds will have a temporary final radiance, resulting in the emergence of a group of powerhouses, these new powerhouses are destined to not be able to change this end of the era," Mo Tai said. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had heard of this. There were too many secrets hidden in the myriad worlds. Only then did Lin Feng realize that the world he had come into contact with was still too small. There were countless secrets in the myriad worlds. Lin Feng hadn't even come into contact with them yet. Things have already happened. We should still look forward. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 3430. What? Do you want to enter the battlefield of the gods? Mo Tai asked. Lin Feng said. That's indeed the plan. The great battle back then took place in the demon realm, Mo Tai said. Demon realm? One of the 7 supreme realms of the 3,000 great realms? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. That's right. It was in this place that the battle was too tragic. I was injured and fainted in the middle of the battle. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if the demon realm was destroyed. Mo Tai continued. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was another secret, and it was a secret that would cause anyone's expression to change if they heard it. Where is the demon realm? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The demon realm is very mysterious. Back then, when I went to the demon realm, I followed someone else. It was difficult to find the ancient star map, and even if I did find the ancient star map, it would be difficult to find the demon realm. This is because the dozens of starry seas around the demon realm are very special. They contain powerful magnetic fields that can change the course of ancient starship. Mo Tai said. Oh. Dozens of starry seas are enveloped by powerful magnetic fields. Why do those starry seas have such powerful magnetic fields? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. Back then, I heard rumors that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, died there, which is why such a powerful magnetic field was formed. Mo Tai. Hearing Mo Tai's words, Lin Feng's expression changed. Great sage, Heaven's Equal. What a familiar name. Twin stone apes. Both were heaven-defying. One became the great sage, Heaven's Equal, fighting heaven and earth. Who could compete with him? The other became the sacred battle emperor, dominating the world outside the bloody battle domain. However, after the great sage, Heaven's Equal mysteriously disappeared, there was no more news about him. No one knew where the great sage equaling heaven had gone. Lin Feng had interacted with the descendants of the sacred battle apes before. Even they didn't know where their ancestor, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had gone. Now, Lin Feng heard rumors about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, from Mo Tai. In his heart, how could he not be shocked? Where did you hear this news from? How credible is it? Lin Feng asked. When we went to the demon realm, we encountered a powerful magnetic field. Someone on the ancient starship mentioned that legend by chance. I can't be sure if it's trustworthy, Mo Tai said. Some things may not be as simple as just rumors coming from nowhere, Lin Feng said. Mo Tai said, that is indeed the case. Since there are such rumors, Perhaps the great sage equaling heaven really did go to that place. Lin Feng and Mo Tai chatted for a long time. He learned a lot of secrets from Mo Tai. Lin Feng obtained some of the answers he wanted, but he also learned a lot of new secrets, which added a lot of questions to his heart. Naturally, the two of them couldn't continue chatting like this. There would be plenty of time in the future to ask Magic Iron what had happened in the past. Therefore, Lin Feng decided to finish cultivating the 100 types of 3,000 Great Dao that he had just obtained. If he cultivated these 3,000 Great Daos, his savings would increase greatly once again. Combat strength. He would definitely be greatly improved. Lin Feng began his seclusion. One by one, Lin Feng successfully cultivated the 3,000 Great Daos. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had cultivated too many of the 3,000 Great Daos. Therefore, now, Lin Feng's speed of cultivating these 3,000 Great Daos had also increased greatly. If it was in the past, it would take more than a year to complete 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos. If it was slow, it might take several years to complete it. And now, Lin Feng only spent half a year to successfully cultivate 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos. After successfully cultivating another 100 types of 3,000 Great Daos, Lin Feng felt that his life had undergone a sublimation. That kind of feeling was too comfortable. This time, not only did his strength increase greatly, his Great Dao foundation was also stronger. Now, Lin Feng's divine thought moved. He could even create a powerful divine ability that was not inferior to an emperor technique. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the Great Wish technique that the Red World Fairy cultivated back then. That was truly an unparalleled divine ability, both ancient and modern. But it was said that the Great Wish technique was even harder to cultivate than the Great Destiny technique. Because, to cultivate the Great Wish technique, one needed to have the courage to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the world. This was something that very few people could achieve. To be willing to die for the sake of the world was really too much. Many cultivators did their best to contribute their strength for the sake of the world. It was just like what Lin Feng had done in the continent of the 9 provinces. But, if those people did not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the world, probably no one could do such a thing. Even Lin Feng could not do it. Because Lin Feng carried too many responsibilities. Of course, Lin Feng had not yet obtained the Great Wish technique. So it was still unknown whether he could cultivate the Great Wish technique. Maybe Lin Feng would be able to find another way to practice the Great Aspiration technique. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng left the ancient forest. He came to an ancient city called Azure Dragon City. This ancient city was one of the 10 ancient cities of the 9 Mysteries Great World. After coming here, Lin Feng heard a lot of news about the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain. More than half of the great emperors who entered the 9 Mysteries Fallen Immortal Domain died. Only a small number of great emperors escaped. This matter caused a huge uproar. According to rumors, even the experts of the Celestial Clan from the Undying World came to the 9 Mysteries Great World to find out the truth. The experts from the Undying World were personally sent by the Celestial Emperor. No one knew what they were called. But it was said that this person's surname was Emperor. Obviously, he was not from the same faction as Tian Wu Ya. This person should be an expert from the Celestial Emperor's clan. However, the outside world did not know much about this expert. Besides, there was another matter that caused a heated discussion. It was said that someone found the hiding place of the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants. And a great battle broke out. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen were slaughtered in large numbers, and only a small number of them escaped. Now that the Starry Sky world was sealed by many great forces, the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants could not escape. Therefore, the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants were still hiding in the 9 Mysteries Great World. Many great forces sent more cultivators to search for the 9 Mysteries Realm Master's descendants. The Celestial Emperor's envoy has arrived. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen have been discovered. These 2 matters were very important, and they even spread to other starfields. More and more experts gathered around the area. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master was born lowly. It is said that he was just a coachman. He was able to rise because of that supreme treasure. Lin Feng was eating in a restaurant when he overheard the conversation of the cultivators at the next table. Chapter 34-31. Lin Feng listened attentively to their conversation. At this time, another cultivator said, "The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's background is so lowly. This is the first time I've heard of this. Is this reliable?" "Of course it's reliable. It's absolutely true. Back then, one of my ancestors knew the Nine Mysteries Realm Master. It's just that after the Nine Mysteries Realm Master rose, he changed his name. Many people don't know about the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's past, and those who know don't dare to say much, afraid of getting into trouble. In fact, if it wasn't for the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's death, I would have buried these words in my heart and not dared to say it," that cultivator said. "Don't ask about the background of a hero." At this time, another person said. The others nodded in agreement. These words were indeed very reasonable. Since ancient times, there were many cultivators with poor backgrounds. But their cultivation was so strong that it was unbelievable. Such cultivators. There were simply too many to count. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, Lin Feng left the restaurant. He planned to find a place to stay first. Then, he would have a good rest. Lin Feng was really too tired now. Soon, Lin Feng found a good inn to stay in. He slept for a while. This sleep lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. After waking up, Lin Feng immediately felt refreshed. He went out to continue to inquire about the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. Lin Feng was also very interested in the supreme treasure in the hands of the Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen. What kind of supreme treasure was passed down from the Supreme Celestial Court? He had never seen the real thing. Lin Feng didn't dare to make any guesses. But he wasn't able to find much useful information. The Nine Mysteries Realm Master's clansmen seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Many cultivators were searching for their whereabouts. But they still didn't find anything. On this day, a big piece of news spread throughout Azure Dragon City. This news was about the Celestial Emperor's envoy. It was said that the Celestial Emperor's envoy was about to arrive in Azure Dragon City. The news spread very quickly, and it spread through the streets and alleys. Then, this news quickly spread to other places. The Celestial Emperor was the ruler of the Undying World, the #1 world of the 3,000 great worlds. High and mighty, he cast a sidelong glance at the heavens. In addition, the Celestial the Arch was a cultivator of the heavenly human tribe. His status was simply too extraordinary. Countless people, countless forces. Even in his dreams, he wanted to befriend the Celestial Emperor. But now, they saw such an opportunity. The arrival of the Sky Emperor in the Nine Mysteries world was the best opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, they might not be able to find such a good opportunity again. Lin Feng also paid some attention to this matter. Back then, because of Di Wudao, Lin Feng and the Celestial Emperor's bloodline were absolutely irreconcilable. However, Lin Feng's cultivation had yet to reach a level where he could contend against Di Wudao and the Celestial Emperor's clan. Therefore, now, Lin Feng couldn't expose himself yet. At this stage, what Lin Feng needed to do was to continuously increase his strength. The only thing that mattered was strength. Only then could he think about revenge. If he wasn't strong enough, he would seek revenge. In the end, he failed in his revenge. Moreover, he had also died. On this day, Lin Feng saw a terrifying cultivator on his way back from the 100 Days Pavilion. The cultivator was dressed in white, and his body was surrounded by an indescribable immortal qi. He was incomparably otherworldly and extraordinary. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but take a few more glances at the cultivator. "You can see me?" the cultivator asked when he came to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was shocked. What did this cultivator mean? Could others not see him? Lin Feng suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "I can see you." The cultivator took a deep look at Lin Feng and then left. A day later, news quickly spread throughout Azure Dragon City. The Celestial Emperor's envoy had arrived. He was now drinking in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. After this news spread, it caused a huge uproar. Many cultivators quickly rushed in the direction of the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Azure Dragon Pavilion. It was the most high-end restaurant in Azure Dragon City. The consumption here was extremely high. Ordinary cultivators couldn't afford it at all. It was said that the prices of the things sold here were calculated in immortal stones. Therefore, one could imagine how astonishing the value of the things in the Azure Dragon Pavilion was. Now, there was a sea of people outside the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Many major forces had arrived and wanted to enter the Azure Dragon Pavilion. However, they were stopped by the guards outside. They were the guards brought by the Celestial Emperor. Each of them had a powerful aura and an unfathomable cultivation base. The Azure Dragon Pavilion had already been booked by the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor didn't want others to disturb him. However, it still couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the cultivators. Lin Feng stood in the distance, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to appear. Lin Feng also wanted to see what kind of powerful figure the Celestial Emperor was. Many forces were like Lin Feng, waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come. However, their purpose was different from Lin Feng's. They were waiting for the Celestial Emperor to come because they wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor. Not long after, Tian Wuya arrived. Tian Wuya of the Tian family of the Celestial Clan requests to see Senior. Tian Wuya said outside. He was an extremely arrogant person. Now, he was extremely respectful to the Celestial Emperor in the Azure Dragon Pavilion. It seemed that the Celestial Emperor's identity was definitely extraordinary. Come in. At this moment, a voice came from the Azure Dragon Pavilion. Tian Wuya immediately entered the Azure Dragon Pavilion. To be able to represent the Celestial Emperor outside, this Celestial Emperor's envoy was definitely the Celestial Emperor's trusted aide. There were rumors. The Celestial Emperor was very likely a cultivator who had surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, even in the Celestial Clan, he had a pivotal position. Lin Feng didn't know if this rumor was true. However, the Celestial Emperor was definitely an extremely terrifying existence who could represent the Celestial Emperor to patrol the heavens. His cultivation base must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to patrol the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor. Because if he wasn't strong enough, it was very likely that he would be killed while patrolling the heavens on behalf of the Celestial Emperor. In the evening, everyone finally saw what the Celestial Emperor's envoy looked like. The Celestial Emperor's envoy drank for half a day before coming out of seclusion. He was dressed in white and had a special aura about him. That temperament made him look otherworldly and extraordinary. It's actually him. When Lin Feng saw the Celestial Emperor's envoy, his eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. Lin Feng had seen the Celestial Emperor's envoy before. It was no one else. It was the mysterious man that Lin Feng had seen before. That man had asked Lin Feng, "Can you see me?" Lin Feng didn't expect this. Chapter 34-32. After the Celestial Emperor came out, the crowd immediately erupted. "My lord, we are from the Long family of the Demon Dragon Starfield. We have specially prepared a 1.52 million-year-old blood god for you to replenish your chi and blood. My lord, we are from the Nalan family of the Wild Wolf Starfield. We have specially prepared a sun immortal crystal for you. We hope it can help you." After the Celestial Emperor's envoy appeared, a dense crowd of cultivators surrounded him. Everyone was talking at once. They wanted to curry favor with the Celestial Emperor's envoy. "Everyone, I already know your intentions, but it's not convenient to communicate here. Everyone can go to the City Lord's mansion. I will be staying there for the time being," the Celestial Emperor's envoy said. "Everyone, please make way," the Celestial Emperor's guard shouted in a deep voice. Naturally, no one dared to stop the Celestial Emperor's envoy. Everyone made way for the Celestial Emperor's envoy. The Celestial Emperor's envoy left with Tian Wuya and the others. A large number of cultivators rushed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. I originally thought that the Celestial Emperor's envoy would be an extremely arrogant person and would not interact with the cultivators of the lower forces, but now it seems that this is not the case. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seems to be very flexible. That's right. The Celestial Emperor's envoy is indeed very flexible, and I feel that this Celestial Emperor's appetite is not small. This is a chance to make a fortune. Many people could not help but discuss. It was indeed as those people had said. This was a chance to make a fortune. The Celestial Emperor's envoy seemed to have seized this opportunity to make a fortune. Perhaps, no matter who was the Celestial Emperor's envoy, they would not easily let go of this opportunity to make a fortune, right? Lin Feng didn't stop, he continued walking towards his residence. However, Lin Feng did not notice that when he returned to his residence, he was being watched. When the cultivators in the dark saw Lin Feng, their eyes flashed with killing intent. About 3 days later, there was an important news. In the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World, someone had found clues about the Nine Mysteries Great World's Master's clan. Therefore, a large number of cultivators were flying toward the southern region of the Nine Mysteries Great World. The Nine Mysteries Great World was a special place where the laws of heaven and earth imprisoned the void teleportation restrictions. Therefore, there were no space-time transmission formations or wormholes in the Nine Mysteries world. They could only rely on flying to travel. After hearing that the Nine Mysteries World Lord's clansmen had appeared in the Southern Territory, Lin Feng decided to head there to take a look. Regardless of whether or not he could obtain the supreme treasure that the Nine Mystical Realm Lord had obtained from the Supreme Divine Court, Lin Feng wanted to work hard for once. Even if he failed, there was nothing to regret. After Lin Feng left Azure Dragon City, he quickly flew in the direction of the southern region. The Nine Mysteries world was divided into 4 regions: East, South, West, and North. Currently, Lin Feng was in the northern region. If he were to fly, even with Lin Feng's speed, it would still take him a month to reach the southern region. Lin Feng didn't stop. He was as fast as lightning. He quickly flew towards the southern domain. However, on the way, Lin Feng was attacked by someone else. When he passed by a mountain forest, numerous killing formations were activated. Then, those killing formations launched an extremely fierce attack on Lin Feng. The terrifying attack instantly attacked Lin Feng. It could be described as destroying heaven and earth. Lin Feng's face darkened slightly. Someone actually attacked him on the way. Lin Feng didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. When the dense barrage of attacks came crashing down on him, Yi Zichen was stunned. Lin Feng quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. He activated the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to block the attack of the formation. Then, Lin Feng used the formation cracking technique to quickly crack open the killing formation here. He charged out of the Absolute Kill Grand Array. "Who is it? Get out here!" Lin Feng shouted with a gloomy expression. Fortunately, his research on formations was extremely profound. Or else, it was too dangerous just now. "Kid. Not bad. I actually let you escape this calamity." At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, a cultivator stepped out of the void. When he saw that cultivator, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Feng had seen that cultivator before. It was the cultivator who took the Stone Pagoda treasure on the 2nd floor of the Stone Pagoda. Lin Feng had a very deep impression of this thin cultivator. Although this person was only in the God Emperor realm, he had the all-energy absorption body. This body constitution was extremely powerful and terrifying. It could swallow any attack of others and store it in its body. Then, it could release those attacks. Of course, those attacks couldn't be stored indefinitely. Usually, they could be stored for 3 days. Within 3 days, the stored attacks had to be released. Otherwise, those attacks would dissipate on their own. Of course, even if they could be stored for 3 days. That was shocking enough. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at the thin cultivator and said indifferently, "Why did you attack me?" The thin cultivator sneered and said, "Naturally, it's because I want something that doesn't belong to you." Although he was only in the God Emperor realm, because he had the all-energy absorption body, he was extremely arrogant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he considered everyone else beneath him. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Everything I have naturally belongs to me. Those who dare to covet my things will eventually become corpses." "Is that so?" I'd like to see what qualifications you have to boast so shamelessly. The thin cultivator sneered and released an extremely tyrannical divine ability. This divine ability was extremely powerful. It condensed an army of thousands of men and horses and charged toward Lin Feng to crush him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he used the demon ancestor sacred fist. The appearance of the demon ancestor instantly broke the army's attack. The demon ancestor sacred fist was so powerful that it made people pale with fright. After breaking the opponent's divine ability, the demon ancestor's phantom quickly charged toward the thin cultivator. However, when the demon ancestor's phantom touched the thin cultivator's body, it was instantly swallowed by the thin cultivator. After seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Previously, he had seen this cultivator's body swallowing attacks. Now, he had personally experienced this situation. It's useless. No matter how strong your divine ability is, it can't hurt this seat. Seeing that your talent and cultivation are not bad, this seat can take you as a slave. Now, kneel in front of this seat and kowtow to this seat. This seat will spare your life. Chapter 34-33. When Lin Feng saw the skinny cultivator's arrogant expression, he couldn't help but want to kill him. This person was extremely arrogant when he was in the stone tower. But at that time, this person did not provoke Lin Feng. Therefore, Lin Feng could not be bothered to argue with him. But now, this thin cultivator had provoked Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng was not the kind of person who liked to cause trouble, if anyone dared to offend him, they would definitely not have a good ending. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think your all-energy absorption body is invincible? It's okay to be arrogant, but you can't be too stupid. Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator with an indifferent expression. His face was full of sarcasm. Lin Feng's disdainful expression made the skinny cultivator extremely angry. The thin cultivator looked at Lin Feng coldly. He said coldly, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the thin cultivator leaped out. He directly charged toward Lin Feng. This time, the thin cultivator used the demon ancestor sacred fist that Lin Feng had used before. He had just devoured the demon ancestor's phantom. Therefore, he was able to use this divine ability now. Lin Feng naturally knew how powerful the demon ancestor sacred fist was. Lin Feng used the demon-worshipping gods painting to counter the attack of the demon-worshipping gods. Then, he instantly broke the demon ancestor sacred fist. Next, Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the thin cultivator. This thin cultivator's all-energy absorption body was indeed extremely terrifying. It could devour any attack. However, the attack referred to here was an attack using magic power to activate the divine ability. It did not include physical attacks. Physical attacks were punches to the flesh. They were purely physical attacks. The all-energy absorption body could not devour such attacks. After all, a physical collision was a head-on collision. The all-energy absorption body could not absorb such a head-on collision. In this world, there was no such thing as a perfect constitution. Even Lin Feng's immortal physique and sovereign physique had their flaws. The all-energy absorption body was naturally extremely powerful. However, it was not without its flaws. Its weakness was that it could devour all kinds of divine abilities, but it couldn't defend against physical attacks. If it could devour all kinds of divine abilities and dissolve physical attacks at the same time, that was too perfect. As the saying goes, the great Tao is flawed. Only then could the inheritance be passed on. The great Tao was flawless. He was destined to be annihilated. This meant that it was very difficult to pass down those perfect great Taos. The heavenly Tao would not allow such a great Tao to be passed down. There would be all kinds of situations that would destroy this great Tao. Only the flawed great paths could continue to be passed down. If the all-energy absorption body was a perfect and flawless physique, then it would be impossible for him to defeat the all-energy absorption body. They would never appear in the world again. Seeing that Lin Feng was trying to get close to him quickly, Yi Zichen was shocked. The skinny cultivator's face sank. He knew what his weakness was. His fleshly body was his weakness, so this skinny cultivator would generally not engage in a physical battle with others. When he saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he was shocked. The skinny cultivator naturally would not give Lin Feng a chance to get close to him. However, this was not something the skinny cultivator could decide. Lin Feng was too fast. The skinny cultivator's speed was much slower than Lin Feng's. Therefore, the distance between the two of them was rapidly closing. In order to prevent Lin Feng from getting close to him, the skinny cultivator unleashed a series of powerful attacks at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression, "Where's the arrogance from before? I didn't understand what a stray dog meant at first, but now that I've seen your current state, I finally understand what a stray dog means." Upon hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, the skinny cultivator was almost angered to death. His expression became increasingly unsightly. "You'll be crying later," the skinny cultivator said coldly. He continued to release powerful divine abilities to attack Lin Feng, but all the attacks he released were neutralized by Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's current battle strength, unless the skinny cultivator absorbed the divine ability attack of an Emperor Sect cultivator or above, only then would Lin Feng be wary. Or else, he couldn't threaten Lin Feng at all. Seeing his divine abilities being neutralized by Lin Feng, the skinny cultivator's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the skinny cultivator. When Lin Feng came to the skinny cultivator's side, suddenly, a black light flew out from the skinny cultivator's body. That black light. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng and stabbed towards Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng saw what that black light was. That black light turned out to be a black thorn as thick as a strand of hair. He didn't know what material it was made of. After being taken out by the skinny cultivator, it shook out waves of terrifying fluctuations. That black thorn-like treasure was about to pierce through Lin Feng's head. At this moment, Lin Feng flicked his finger. Clang! A sonorous collision sound suddenly rang out. All of a sudden, the black thorn-like magic treasure was directly bounced away by Lin Feng. Die! A cold voice suddenly rang out. The skinny cultivator wanted to take advantage of the time when Lin Feng sent the black thorn magic treasure flying to kill Lin Feng. However, the skinny cultivator didn't get what he wanted. Because Lin Feng's reaction was too fast. After he sent the black thorn magic treasure flying, he quickly threw a punch at the skinny cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was a loud bang. Lin Feng and the skinny cultivator collided. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The skinny cultivator's arm was directly broken when he collided with Lin Feng. White bones were instantly exposed. Ah! The skinny cultivator screamed. Lin Feng's punch severely injured the skinny cultivator. The power of Lin Feng's terrifying punch didn't diminish. It continued to bombard the skinny cultivator. Bang! Another violent collision sound rang out. This time, the skinny cultivator's body directly exploded. Lin Feng originally thought that the skinny cultivator would die without a doubt. But soon his expression changed slightly. Because it wasn't the skinny cultivator's body that was killed. It was a puppet. This was the puppet technique. At the critical moment of life and death, the skinny cultivator used the puppet technique. He died on behalf of his body. In the end, he dodged Lin Feng's short-kill attack. Swish! With a flash of light, the skinny cultivator appeared hundreds of meters away. Kid! Just you wait, I won't let you go. I'll make you die miserably. The skinny cultivator looked at Lin Feng with resentment. Before running away, the skinny cultivator didn't forget to threaten Lin Feng. After saying that, the skinny cultivator quickly rushed into the distance. Chapter 34-34. Originally, Lin Feng thought that it would be easy to catch up to the skinny cultivator, but he never thought. The skinny cultivator's speed was much faster than he had imagined. The skinny cultivator's speed was simply like a bolt of lightning. It was so fast that it was inconceivable. Even Lin Feng was shocked. That's not right. This isn't his original speed, this guy used a talisman. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that something was wrong. Because he saw a talisman on each of the skinny cultivator's shoes. Those two talismans were simply too extraordinary. Once activated, it could greatly increase the user's speed. Right now, the skinny cultivator's speed had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, it would not be easy for the skinny cultivator to shake off Lin Feng, because Lin Feng's speed was also very fast. After the skinny cultivator's speed increased to the limit, although Lin Feng could not catch up to the skinny cultivator, the distance between the two of them had always been more than 1,000 meters. Lin Feng believed he would definitely be able to catch up to the skinny cultivator, because the power of the talisman would soon be exhausted. The skinny cultivator's face was extremely gloomy. Being chased by Lin Feng all over the world, the skinny cultivator was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He wished he could directly slap Lin Feng to death. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to him, so for the time being, he had to think of a way to get rid of Lin Feng. Both sides, one fled and one chased. What made Lin Feng speechless was that the skinny cultivator had more than 2 talismans that increased his speed. Because after the first 2 talismans were destroyed, the skinny cultivator took out 2 more talismans. I should be the one to deal with this guy. At this time, Mo Tai flew out from the mountain river ring. Can you catch up to this guy? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I can't catch up. But if I give you a punch with all my strength, then I'll increase my speed to the limit. With the support of your punch, catching up to that guy should be as easy as blowing off dust. Mo Tai said. How terrifying was the strength of Lin Feng's arm of the dragon and elephant sixfold. If he attacked with all his might, he would indeed be able to form a powerful support force. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he raised his fist. Then, he attacked with all his strength. He threw a punch. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng's monstrous fist violently crashed onto the demonic iron. After receiving the support of Lin Feng's punch, the speed of the magic iron was extremely fast. Piercing through the void, he quickly rushed towards the skinny cultivator who was running away. Ha 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 ha, the speed is too fast. Mo Tai couldn't help but shout excitedly. Hearing Mo Tai's voice, the lanky cultivator who was running away reflexively turned around to see Mo Tai rushing towards him. The skinny cultivator's expression suddenly changed. However, the skinny cultivator quickly regained his composure. He opened his hand. Boundless dharmic powers surged out, and huge stars revolved around his palm. The thin cultivator sent a palm strike towards Mo Tai. However, the skinny cultivator's attack was actually dodged by Mo Tai. In the end, the skinny cultivator's attack hit the air. Mo Tai instantly rushed in front of the skinny cultivator. He fiercely crashed into the skinny cultivator's body. Catcha 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 sounds could be heard. Who knew how many bones in the skinny cultivator's body were broken? Wah! In mid-air, the skinny cultivator spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Lin Feng had already flown over. He sneered at the skinny cultivator and said, Now, it's time for everything to end. Are you ready to die? As his voice fell, Lin Feng raised his right hand and was about to attack the skinny cultivator. Now that the skinny cultivator was severely injured and had his aura completely locked by Lin Feng, there was no way for him to dodge Lin Feng's attack. The skinny cultivator couldn't help but shout, Do you know who I am? I'm. Obviously, the skinny cultivator wanted to say the power behind him to intimidate Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't give the skinny cultivator a chance at all. His right hand directly slashed out a sword chi. That dazzling sword chi tore through the void. It slashed towards the skinny cultivator. The sword chi instantly arrived in front of the skinny cultivator. The skinny cultivator condensed a golden defensive light shield. He wanted to use this golden defensive light shield to block Lin Feng's attack. Poochie. A tearing sound suddenly came out. The golden energy light shield couldn't block Lin Feng's attack at all. The sword chi that was slashed out by Lin Feng was instantly torn apart. Then, the sword chi that Lin Feng slashed out cut the skinny cultivator's body in half. Lin Feng took the skinny cultivator's storage ring and then flicked his finger. The flames burned fiercely. The skinny cultivator was burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. And Lin Feng quickly left this place. This little bastard's cultivation is getting stronger and stronger. A gloomy voice suddenly came from the mountain forest, and then a figure appeared. The existence that appeared looked at Lin Feng with resentment. But that existence didn't stop and quickly left this place. After killing the skinny cultivator, Lin Feng planned to find a place to take a good look at the items in the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Back then, the skinny cultivator took the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone pagoda. It was really unexpected. Those 3 treasures finally fell into Lin Feng's hands after circling around. It's just that Lin Feng didn't know what those 3 treasures were for now. Lin Feng found a cave. He entered the cave and set up a few concealment restrictions. Then, he took out the skinny cultivator's storage ring. Lin Feng's spiritual sense entered the storage ring. What a big storage ring! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The skinny cultivator's storage ring was extremely large. Although it wasn't as large as Lin Feng's mountain river ring, it was still very large. However, the size of the storage ring also formed an extremely large space. The cultivator who refined this storage ring was definitely a terrifying expert. He must be extremely proficient in the study of the Tao of space. That's why he was able to refine such a large storage ring. There were many good things piled up inside the storage ring. For example, there were mountains made up of supreme-grade origin crystals in the storage ring. It was quite shocking. Lin Feng even found a mountain made up entirely of immortal stones. Adding those immortal stones together, there were at least 1 million of them. This made Lin Feng extremely shocked. Because the amount of immortal stones in this guy's storage ring was actually more than the amount in his mountain river ring. He didn't know how this guy got so many immortal stones. There were also many treasures in the storage ring. For example, all kinds of natural treasures, immortal iron, immortal stones, and so on. Roar. Chapter 34-35. When he heard that low roar, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Why was there a beast roar in the storage ring? Could it be that the skinny cultivator had raised a powerful beast? Not long after, a flame beast rushed out from the depths of the storage ring. The flame beast's body was more than 10 meters long. It looked like a tiger, but its body was covered in black scales. The head of the flaming beast was rather strange. It had a single horn, a large bloody mouth, and 3 eyes. Its head was like a dragon but not a dragon, like a tiger but not a tiger. After seeing that terrifying creature, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That ferocious beast was actually a flame beast. The fire beast was a terrifying beast born from the flames. This kind of beast was born with the extraordinary ability to control flames. This kind of beast's attack power was very powerful. It was rumored that even a beast like Cheung Chi was not a match for the fire beast. Of course. These were only rumors after all. As for whether the rumors were true or not, Lin Feng didn't know. Because before this, Lin Feng had never seen a beast like the fire beast. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a fire beast. The aura of the fire beast in front of him was extremely terrifying. But very quickly, Lin Feng realized that there was something wrong. This fire beast didn't seem to be a real fire beast. It was formed from a drop of treasure blood. Lin Feng's soul turned into Lu Yai's star chart and suppressed the fire beast. Although the fire beast was powerful, it couldn't resist Lin Feng's attack. In the end, the fire beast's body directly exploded. It turned into a drop of blood surrounded by treasure light. It's really a beast's treasure blood. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. The blood of a terrifying beast like the fire beast was incomparably precious. It could greatly increase a cultivator's combat power. If he was lucky, the blood of the fire beast would even contain the supreme technique of the fire beast race. Lin Feng sealed the fire beast's blood in a porcelain bottle. When he broke through to the Emperor realm, he could refine this drop of blood. This could increase Lin Feng's chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's divine sense began to search for other treasures. What he needed to find the most were the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. What is that? Lin Feng's spiritual force found something inside the storage ring. He saw 3 things. The first item was a scythe-type magic treasure. The magic treasure was densely covered with runes. Those runes were very mysterious and complicated. Moreover, the power of those runes was also very strong. After seeing those runes, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely shocked expression. Those runes. It was actually the Nether rune. That scythe-type Dharma treasure should be a Dharma treasure from the underworld. Grim Reaper's scythe. That treasure should be the Death God's scythe. The Demon Lord said. What? The Grim Reaper's scythe? This treasure is the Grim Reaper's scythe. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Grim Reaper is actually a title from the era of conferred gods. The first generation of Grim Reapers was the strongest, and every generation of Grim Reapers would forge their own Grim Reaper's scythe. I wonder which Grim Reaper of the era of conferred gods forged this Grim Reaper's scythe. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, what level of treasure is the Grim Reaper's scythe? The treasures of the era of conferred gods are categorized differently from the treasures of this era. It's like the difference between two cultivation systems. However, even if the categorization is different, I'm guessing that the Grim Reaper's scythe's power has already surpassed that of an Emperor weapon. Of course, I can't say for sure. After all, each generation of Grim Reaper's scythe's power is different. I wonder which Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper's scythe you obtained. I wonder what level the Grim Reaper refined the Grim Reaper's scythe to. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng asked, what's so special about this Grim Reaper's scythe? The Demon Lord said, like any other treasures, the Grim Reaper's scythe can unleash its own attacks. However, the scythe's most powerful aspect is its ability to deal damage to Yin spirits and ghost. The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper is the god of death. That's why the Grim Reaper is the nemesis of all Yin spirits and ghost. Lin Feng said, it seems like this Grim Reaper's scythe is one of the 3 treasures in the stone tower. Lin Feng looked at the second treasure. The second treasure was actually a bone. It was a green bone. This was the first time Lin Feng had seen a bone of this color, and he couldn't help but feel curious. The bone's color was simply too strange. A green bone. What kind of creature's bone was this? Lin Feng was puzzled. Lin Feng carefully observed the green bone, but he couldn't see any runes on it. He also couldn't sense any fluctuations from it. Thus, this green bone looked very ordinary. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would pay attention to it. However, Lin Feng guessed that this green bone was one of the 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. That was why the skinny cultivator had placed it beside the Grim Reaper's scythe. Since the green bone was placed on the 2nd floor of the stone tower, it meant that it was definitely extraordinary. However, at this stage, Lin Feng still couldn't discover anything special about the green bone. Demon Lord, do you recognize this green bone? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Demon Lord said, I don't recognize it. I've never seen or heard of such a bone before. It's indeed strange. I wonder what kind of creature's bone it is. Even the Demon Lord didn't know about the green bone. Thus, Lin Feng skipped past the green bone and looked at the 3rd treasure. The 3rd treasure was a scroll. Lin Feng opened the scroll. He discovered that there was nothing on the scroll. It was a blank scroll. It was extremely strange. Lin Feng didn't understand. A blank scroll was placed on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. What's the origin of this scroll? Lin Feng was puzzled. He tried to use his divine sense to enter the scroll. He carefully sensed the scroll. However, Lin Feng failed. His divine sense couldn't enter the scroll at all. This scroll's material is very special. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng also discovered that the scroll's material was indeed very special. He even tried to tear the scroll apart. However, he discovered that the scroll was extremely sturdy. Lin Feng had such great strength. But he couldn't tear the scroll apart. It was truly inconceivable. Thus, this scroll was definitely extraordinary. Lin Feng withdrew his divine sense from the storage ring. The 3 treasures on the 2nd floor of the stone tower. The Grim Reaper's scythe. The green bone. The mysterious scroll. Apart from the Death God's scythe, the green bone and the mysterious scroll were filled with too many unknowns. Perhaps one day, he would be able to unravel the secrets of these 2 treasures. However, for now, Lin Feng couldn't unravel the secrets of these 2 treasures. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng continued flying toward the southern region. Half a month later. Lin Feng finally arrived at the southern region. After arriving, he heard about the 9 Mysteries World's Master's clan. The clan's master had been found again. Chapter 34-36. The descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had also been through many hardships and battles. Not many of them had survived. But Lin Feng didn't sympathize with those people. When the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord descended upon the 9 continents, countless people had died in his hands. Now, the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord had ended up like this. It was all karma. There were many experts in the southern region. All the major factions were searching for the descendants of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord. However, the southern region was vast and filled with ancient forests. Therefore, it was not an easy task to find the whereabouts of a few people in the vast and boundless southern mountain range. After Lin Feng arrived, he used the innate 8 trigrams to deduce their approximate location. Not long after, Lin Feng managed to deduce their approximate location. The Firmament Ancient Forest was one of the largest primeval forests in the southern region. There were many terrifying creatures living in this ancient forest. Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of the Firmament Ancient Forest. This was the location he had deduced. Where in the Firmament Ancient Forest? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Previously, although he had roughly guessed the other party's location, it was difficult for him to determine where they were hiding. After all, Lin Feng's innate 8 trigrams had not reached a high level yet. He flew towards the depths of the Firmament Ancient Forest. That night, a violent vibration came from the depths of the forest. Lin Feng, who was resting, was alerted. There are cultivators fighting. Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly flew towards the direction of the vibration. Not long after, Lin Feng arrived at the location of the battle. Dozens of Emperor Realm experts were attacking 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators were 2 old men and a young man. All 3 of them were Emperor Realm experts. Wang Zijuan, hand over that thing and I'll give you a quick death. At this moment, a cultivator's cold voice suddenly sounded. The cultivator's eyes flashed with killing intent. The cultivator called Wang Zijuan was the one who looked quite young. The cultivator's life aura was around 30,000 years old. However, his cultivation was already at the Imperial Emperor realm. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, it was natural that he could be considered to be at the pinnacle. His future was even brighter. However, it was obvious that they were besieged by dozens of great emperors. There was no longer any hope of escape. Even if he had to hand over that supreme treasure, these people were still dead. Ever since this top power made a move on the clansmen of the 9 Mysteries Realm Lord, the cultivators from these top forces had already made up their minds to slaughter all the people from the 9 Mysteries world. It was impossible for them to let go of such a talented and powerful cultivator like Wang Zijuan. After all, if he really let Wang Zijuan go, who knew what would happen in the future? I would rather die in battle than submit. Wang Zijuan's eyes were filled with boundless hatred. He stared helplessly at his fellow clansmen being killed. There was only hatred in Wang Zijuan's heart. Everyone, let's kill the 3 of them with all our might, someone suggested. These great emperors of different strengths clearly planned to kill Wang Zijuan and the other 2 before fighting for the supreme treasure. Good. Attack. The other great emperors nodded in agreement. Then, these experts made their move. Divine abilities that could destroy the heavens and earth condensed one after another. These divine abilities, all of them charged towards Wang Zijuan and the other 2. Wang Zijuan and the other 2 were already severely injured. Therefore, there was no way they could resist the siege of dozens of great emperors. Junna, leave quickly. Live well. At this time, the 2 old emperors beside Wang Zijuan shouted loudly. Their voices were filled with endless sorrow. These were the 2 elders of the 9 Mysteries World's clan. Now, these 2 elders' bodies were burning fiercely. They flew towards those cultivators. Boom. Boom. These 2 elders did not hesitate to self-destruct their bodies. One of the 2 elders was a cultivator at the peak of the Immortal Emperor realm. The other was a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Immortal Emperor realm. He was very powerful. Now, The power of the self-destruction of these two elders was extremely terrifying. The aftermath of the self-destruction instantly destroyed the divine ability attacks of dozens of great emperors. Seeing the two elders self-destruct, Wang Zijuan's eyes were about to split open. Blood almost came out of his eyes. His heart was filled with hatred. He couldn't wait to cut the surrounding great emperors into pieces. Retreat quickly. When the dozens of great emperors saw the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family, their expressions changed greatly and they quickly retreated. They avoided the self-destruction of the two elders. However, not everyone successfully avoided the self-destruction of the two elders of the Wang family. 5 or 6 great emperors were directly killed by the explosion. There were also dozens of cultivators who were severely injured. The self-destruction of the two elders tore a hole in the encirclement. Wang Zijuan took advantage of this opportunity to quickly rush into the distance. Wang Zijuan's speed increased to the maximum. This is not good. The surrounding great emperors' faces darkened. They did not want to let Wang Zijuan escape so easily again, because it would be very difficult to find Wang Zijuan. And they did not know if there would be any changes in the future. I must become stronger. I must avenge my clansmen. After Wang Zijuan rushed out of the encirclement, his heart was filled with hatred. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to avenge his family. However, at this moment, an immortal sword tore through the void and instantly appeared above Wang Zijuan. Then, the immortal sword slashed at Wang Zijuan. Faced with the immortal sword's attack, Wang Zijuan could not dodge in time. Poochie. The sound of something being torn apart suddenly rang out. Blood splattered. Wang Zijuan's body was cut in half at the waist. Ah! Wang Zijuan let out an incomparably shrill cry. He hurriedly let his life force slip away quickly. Wang Zijuan did not want to die. But his body was cut in half at the waist. Wang Zijuan knew that there was no way he could reverse the situation. Just a moment ago, he was complacent and wanted to improve his cultivation base. He wanted to take revenge in the future. However, those things were destined to never be achieved. A cultivator stepped out of the void. That cultivator was the one who used the immortal sword to cut Wang Zijuan in half. That cultivator was not anyone else. It was the heavenly human cultivator, Tian Wuya. Tian Wuya's expression was indifferent. He wanted to rush forward and finish off Wang Zijuan once and for all. But at this moment, the void around Wang Zijuan trembled slightly. Lin Feng stepped out of the void. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out and enveloped Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was kept in Lin Feng's mountain river ring. It's you. Chapter 34-37. Previously, Lin Feng and Tian Wuya had a conflict. Relying on Tian Wuya's incomparably arrogant personality, he wished that he could tear Lin Feng into pieces. It was just that, he had not found a chance to attack. Now, just as he was about to kill Wang Zijuan and obtain the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court, Lin Feng suddenly appeared. He kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. New hatred and old hatred were added together. Tian Wuya's hatred for Lin Feng was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. It was also like the overflowing yellow river that could not be stopped. Lin Feng looked at Tian Wuya mockingly and completely ignored him. He turned around and quickly flew into the distance. Was there anything more infuriating than directly ignoring the opponent? Now, Lin Feng had directly ignored Tian Wuya. This was something that the incomparably arrogant Tian Wuya could not accept at all. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by Lin Feng again and again. Tian Wuya looked at Lin Feng with a murderous gaze. I want your life, Tian Wuya roared in exasperation. In fact, Tian Wuya could be considered a scheming person. It was just that, he had repeatedly suffered at the hands of Lin Feng. It had completely messed up Tian Wuya's state of mind. Capture that brat. We must skin him alive. One by one, great emperors flew over from afar, all of them filled with killing intent. With so many great emperors, plus Tian Wuya, Lin Feng naturally would not stay behind to fight a life-and-death battle with these people. That would be too much of a loss. Moreover, Lin Feng had kept the heavily injured and dying Wang Zijuan into the mountain river ring. That item from the Supreme Divine Court already belonged to Lin Feng. Therefore, there was even less need for Lin Feng to stay behind to fight to the death with this group of great emperors. Lin Feng increased his speed to the maximum. Tian Wuya and the others could not catch up to Lin Feng at all. The group of people gnashed their teeth in anger, but Lin Feng still managed to escape unscathed. After getting rid of the group of strong cultivators, Lin Feng found a secluded cave. Then, he entered the cave. He casually set up a few restrictions and sealed the entrance of the cave. After doing this, Lin Feng let out a long breath. Shua. With a wave of his right hand, a light flashed. Instantly, Wang Zijuan flew out. Wang Zijuan was lying on the ground, his body was still bleeding, and he was on the verge of death. I don't want to save you. My goal is that treasure, Lin Feng said to Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan said weakly, I know. However, dying here is much better than dying in the hands of those people. Lin Feng didn't say a word. Wang Zijuan's flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. His life had come to an end. Therefore, Lin Feng was waiting for Wang Zijuan to finally die. Although directly ending Wang Zijuan could save some time, Lin Feng did not do so. Who are you? Wang Zijuan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng was able to snatch him from the hands of so many experts and successfully escape. It was really too extraordinary. 9 prefectures. Lin Feng. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng told him where he was from. 9 prefectures worlds Lin Feng? I've heard of you before. Everyone said that you were the pillar of the 9 prefectures world's human race. But at that time, I felt that 9 prefectures had declined. So what if you were a pillar? You probably didn't have much combat power, but only now do I realize how wrong I was at that time. Wang Zijuan sighed. Then he continued, I want to apologize for what my great-grandfather did to 9 prefectures. I once advised my great-grandfather not to participate in the invasion of 9 prefectures, but he didn't listen to my advice. In the end, my great-grandfather died in 9 prefectures, and our Wang family was indirectly exterminated because of this. The great-grandfather Wang Zijuan was talking about was the Joshuan realm lord. Lin Feng didn't expect Wang Zijuan to be such a reasonable person. Now Lin Feng even sympathized with Wang Zijuan's experience. You didn't do anything wrong, Lin Feng said. The worst thing I did was to persuade my great-grandfather to go to 9 prefectures. If my great-grandfather didn't go to 9 prefectures, our Wang family wouldn't have ended up like this. At this point, Wang Zijuan's face was already covered in tears. Too many of his clansmen were killed in front of him. This included his father, mother, elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, and many other relatives. But Wang Zijuan couldn't save them. Many things are too cruel, Lin Feng said with a sigh. Yes, it's really too cruel. If there is an afterlife, I must become a strong enough cultivator. Only in this way can I protect my family, Wang Zijuan murmured. Tears of blood began to flow out of his eyes. Wang Zijuan's mouth was also constantly vomiting blood. Blood also flowed out of his nose and ears. Wang Zijuan raised his hand. He seemed to see his family members coming to his side. He tried hard to grab the hands of his family members. But in the end, all the strength in his body seemed to be exhausted in an instant. Wang Zijuan's hands fell down. Then, he became motionless. He completely lost his vitality. Rest in peace. Lin Feng squatted down and reached out his hand to caress Wang Zijuan's cheek, so that Wang Zijuan could close his eyes. Looking at Wang Zijuan's body, Lin Feng was a little emotional. His mood was very heavy. He saw a trace of himself in Wang Zijuan. Wang Zijuan was fighting against fate. But in the end, he died tragically. Wasn't he also fighting against fate? He had experienced countless dangers and constantly improved his cultivation. He hoped that one day, he would be able to help his father restrain the demonic seed technique, save his mother, find his clansmen, and protect his family and loved ones in this chaotic world. It's not easy for everyone to live in this world. But no matter how difficult it is, we should look up at the starry sky. We have to show an optimistic smile, because life will not pity us because of our weakness. It will only hurt us more because of our weakness. So, we have to be strong. Lin Feng looked at Wang Zijuan's body and said. This sentence was more like Lin Feng's encouragement to himself. Then, Lin Feng took off Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He couldn't wait to see what the treasure from the Supreme Divine Court was. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded Wang Zijuan's storage ring. He was searching for the whereabouts of the treasure. Finally, Lin Feng saw something in Wang Zijuan's storage ring. This is Chapter 34-38. It was a mysterious mirror shrouded in holy light. While Lin Feng's inner sight was probing the mirror, suddenly, a voice came from the mirror. The inheritors of the Sovereign Emperor clan and Undying clan, after countless years, have finally found a cultivator with a powerful bloodline to inherit the mirror of future. After hearing the mirror's words, Lin Feng's expression changed to one of extreme shock. This mirror actually called itself the mirror of future. Lin Feng could still clearly remember seeing a mirror of future in the past. That mirror of future said that it could predict everything in the future. Lin Feng had the mirror of future predict the direction of his life. And then Lin Feng saw something that he would never forget. Deep in the boundless starry sky, it was a coffin that seemed to have been formed at the beginning of the world. The coffin gave off a heavy and terrifying presence. It was simply too large. Like a huge mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. A pitilessly beautiful woman was suppressed beneath it. The mountain-like coffin was the legendary Jiutian god burying coffin. Lin Feng's mother. She was suppressed underneath the Jiutian god burying coffin. When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. He felt a sharp pain like a knife being twisted. In the distance, a battle broke out between cultivators. Black fog rolled. Terrifying living beings appeared from the black fog. These living beings were all from the black fog race that had transcended eras. The black fog race. Although their talents couldn't compare to other races that had transcended eras, the black fog race had the largest population out of all the races that had transcended eras. This race. Because they had a large population. Because of that, a few peak combatants had appeared. And now, the terrifying living beings of the Black Fog race were attacking a cultivator in a blood-soaked white robe. And the cultivator being attacked by the Black Fog race was Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian. The battle was extremely intense. Lin Beitian wanted to save his wife who was being suppressed. But he failed. Within the Black Fog, a spear that gave off an endless chill flew out. Poof! The blood-soaked spear. It pierced through Lin Beitian's chest. Lin Feng would never forget that scene. Lin Beitian walked towards his mother with a pale face. The black fog surged over, and a huge hand reached out from the black fog and grabbed the war spear. He lifted his father into the air. The terrifying existence's right hand shook. His father's body exploded in the void. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The scene at that time was so real, as if it had happened yesterday. Everything was vivid in his mind, and he couldn't forget it. Lin Feng didn't want to believe what he was seeing. However, the mirror of the future was incomparably firm. He told Lin Feng. That was the fate of his father, Lin Beitian. He was destined to die at the hands of the Black Mist. Therefore, Lin Feng was cultivating like a madman. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation. He hoped. One day in the future, he could fight alongside his father and rescue his mother. The mirror of the future from back then quickly disappeared. From then on, Lin Feng never saw the mirror of the future again. Who would have thought that he would see another mirror of the future? How many mirrors of the future are there in the world? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The mirror of the future said, 2. One yin mirror, one yang mirror. Lin Feng asked, do you belong to the yin mirror or the yang mirror? The mirror of the future said, I belong to the yin mirror. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered that the mirror of the future's voice had become much more real. Moreover, this voice was obviously a woman's voice, and the voice from before had obviously been processed. It was impossible to tell whether the voice was male or female. Can you see my future? Lin Feng asked. The mirror of the future said, do you want to see your future? Of course. Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future said, if you want to see your future, it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay a price. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Price? You're already a supreme treasure that belongs to me. Do I still have to pay a price for using the mirror of the future's power? The mirror of the future said, you're wrong. The mirror of the future doesn't belong to anyone. It's just that the mirror of the future often likes to find someone with a decent future and follow them around. Both sides can help each other. However, you have to remember one thing. The more you gain, the more you lose. Therefore, if you want to see the future from me, you'll have to pay a certain price. Only then can you abide by the law of conservation of gains and losses. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What do you want? After a pause, Lin Feng asked. This is our first time working together. My requirements will be a little lower. Leave the immortal herb of immortality to me. I'll let you see some of the things you want to know the most. The mirror of the future said. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy was actually so greedy. Asking for the immortal herb of immortality as soon as they met. He only had one immortal herb of immortality. Unless there was no other choice. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't use that immortal herb of immortality. Your request is a little too much. Perhaps I can use an ordinary immortal herb of immortality to make the first deal with you, Lin Feng said. The mirror of the future was clearly very angry. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? It said coldly. Look at what you're saying. This is called unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. Lin Feng's face didn't turn red at all. A woman's figure appeared in the mirror of the future. She was hazy and indistinct, making it impossible to see her clearly. The voice of the mirror of the future was her voice. All right. I agree to your proposal, the woman in the mirror of future said. Lin Feng looked delighted. In truth, he hadn't held out much hope that the mirror of the future would agree to his request. He hadn't expected the mirror of the future to actually agree. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng took out an immortal herb of immortality and handed it to the mirror of the future. Swish! The mirror of the future flashed and swallowed the immortal herb. Lin Feng noticed something. The woman in the mirror of the future held an immortal herb in her hand. It was the immortal herb that Lin Feng had just given to the mirror of the future. The mirror of the future. It was truly incomparably strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Now, you can state your specific request, the woman's voice continued to ring out from the mirror of the future. I want to see my father's future, Lin Feng couldn't help but say after thinking for a moment. He would never be able to forget the scene of his father he'd seen in the first mirror of the future. It was a tragic battle. It had caused Lin Feng incomparable pain. Chapter 34-39. He didn't want to see his father die in the hands of the Black Fog tribe. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was very nervous and uneasy. He was looking forward to seeing his father's future. But he was also afraid of seeing his father's future. You should be worried about your own future, not your father's. You haven't even controlled your own fate. Do you want to control the fate of others? The mirror of future couldn't help but say. Lin Feng said, I don't want to control anyone's fate. I just want to know what my father's fate is like. If fate is unfair, as his son, I'm willing to work hard and sacrifice everything to fight against this unfair fate. Hearing that, the mirror of future didn't say anything else. Shua. Divine light surged on the mirror of future's surface. Every ray of divine light surged with terrifying waves of energy. Then, an image appeared on the mirror of future's surface. In the black fog, the clanking of chains could be heard. A disheveled cultivator's body was pierced by chains. He was trapped. Roar, roar, waves of beast-like roars came from the disheveled cultivator's throat. He was trying hard to break free from the chains, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the chains that pierced through his body. Several terrifying beings arrived. The undying bloodline allowed him to be reborn. The bloodline of fate is even more mysterious. It can even be used to refine the immortal pill of fate. I wonder when we'll be given an immortal pill of fate. Another being couldn't help but say with great hope, "This isn't something we can decide. Everyone, don't delay. Lord is still waiting for this person's blood to refine the immortal pill of fate," a third cultivator said. The others nodded. These people had a clear division of labor. Some were responsible for suppressing the trapped cultivator. Others were responsible for extracting his blood. The method of extracting his blood was very simple. They directly used a sword with a groove to pierce the cultivator's body. Then, they pulled out the sword. The blood that entered the groove was the blood they needed. It was like rearing an animal in a pen. When the animal was needed, they would bleed it. Shua. All the images froze at this moment. Then, it disappeared. Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. His fists were tightly clenched together. Fingernails. It pierced the skin. Blood flowed out. But Lin Feng. However, it was as if he didn't feel it at all. Now, Lin Feng's heart was filled with killing intent. The anger in his heart was about to burn his body. As the son of man, how could she watch her father go through such a thing? This was something that they absolutely could not accept. "I sensed everything you saw in the young mirror. Your father wasn't killed. He has the undying bloodline, and his fleshly body can be reborn. However, he will be captured," the mirror of future said. After a pause, the mirror of future continued, "Of course, the future was ever-changing, and what the mirror of future deduced was the highest probability of happening. Whether or not it would happen, no one could say for sure. However, after so many years, the probability of the events predicted by the mirror of future is still very high. The probability of it happening should be around 90%. So high. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Lin Feng absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The only way to stop this from happening was to increase his cultivation level and meet up with his father before his father rescued his mother. When the time came, the father and son would attack together. They would take care of each other. The probability of rescuing his mother would be much higher. Strength. In the end, it was still strength. Lin Feng wanted to continue to increase his strength, to ensure that he would be qualified to fight with his father when the time came. If he wasn't strong enough, then, no matter how good the fantasy was, when the time came, there was still nothing he could do. Lin Feng didn't want to see such a thing happen. Do you still want to continue watching? Perhaps you can see what your fate is like. Seek fortune and avoid calamity. After seeing your fate, you will know what to do next in life, the mirror of future said. Lin Feng thought for a while, shook his head and said, "No. I don't want to see my fate now, because when I know my fate, I might be fearful when doing things." This wasn't what Lin Feng wanted to see. Lin Feng didn't want to do things fearfully, because, once there was fear in his heart, the path of cultivation was destined to become extremely difficult. "When I need you, I'll contact you again," Lin Feng said. "No problem," the mirror of future replied. Then, Lin Feng cut off the communication with the mirror of future and put the storage ring that stored the mirror of future into the mountain and river ring. At this moment, the demon lord suddenly transmitted a weak telepathic thought to Lin Feng. This telepathic thought was very hidden. The demon lord had never done this before. Now that he did this, Lin Feng guessed that it was to guard against the mirror of future. "I need to be on guard against this mirror of future because this guy is very strange. I can't not believe all of its words." Lin Feng checked the contents of the demon lord's telepathic thought. He nodded. The mirror of future was indeed strange enough. A treasure that came from the Supreme Divine Court was definitely not that simple. The 9 Mysteries Realm Master who possessed the mirror of future actually died in the 9 prefectures. So, there were many things that he couldn't rely on the mirror of future, but on himself. Lin Feng came out of seclusion. He planned to leave the 9 Mysteries Great World, because he had already gotten everything he wanted. Moreover, the 3,000 Great Tao had increased to 2,400 types. The trip to the 9 Mysteries Great World made Lin Feng extremely satisfied. Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the sky. But not long after, Lin Feng was discovered. More than a dozen great emperors arrived, all of them filled with killing intent. Kid. Hand over the treasure that came from the supreme divine court. A great emperor looked at Lin Feng indifferently. Lin Feng didn't know these great emperors, but they knew him. It seemed that Tian Wuya and the others had used a special method to remember his aura. As long as he showed himself, they would have a way to find him. The world of cultivators. Anything could happen. Get lost, or all of you will die. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he looked at the dozen or so great emperors. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the faces of the dozen or so great emperors instantly became gloomy. Chapter 3440. Kid. I heard that your cultivation base is very strong. Have you really not entered the emperor realm? One of the great emperors looked coldly at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was now at the peak of the boundary emperor realm. These great emperors could naturally sense it. However, they were unwilling to believe that Lin Feng's cultivation base was really at that level. There were many miraculous techniques in the world of cultivators. Once they were used, one could hide one's cultivation base. Some techniques could even change a cultivator's life aura. If one cultivated these miraculous techniques, they would naturally be able to hide it from everyone. Therefore, these great emperors felt that Lin Feng had cultivated these miraculous techniques to hide his true strength. Then, he would pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The other great emperors couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They were also very curious about Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't hide his cultivation base and displayed such heaven-defying combat strength at the boundary emperor realm, then it could only mean one thing. That was, Lin Feng had some means that they didn't know about. Perhaps it was a terrifying treasure that boosted Lin Feng's combat strength. As for Lin Feng having such combat strength himself, these people would never believe it. Because it was too unbelievable. Do you want to know? Kneel down and beg me to tell you. I might consider it. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. Seeing Lin Feng's mocking expression, the great emperor's expression turned extremely ugly. You're courting death. You're about to die and you still dare to provoke me. I'll let you know how the word regret is written later. Fellow Taoists, let's do it before something unexpected happens, the great emperor cultivator said. The others nodded in agreement. Now that all the major factions were looking for Lin Feng's whereabouts, they were the first to find Lin Feng. This was their fortune. They had to quickly deal with Lin Feng. If they attracted the attention of even stronger experts, at that time, they would have nothing to do with it. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 great emperors attacked at the same time. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave that could destroy the world. More than a dozen great emperors condensed an almost heaven-defying divine ability. These great emperors all had extremely high cultivation realms. The weakest among them was at the immortal emperor realm. Furthermore, there were 2 imperial emperors holding down the fort. Therefore, the combination of these people was extremely terrifying. With so many experts attacking at the same time, their divine abilities gathered together and formed a torrent of attacks that flooded towards Lin Feng. The battle had long since attracted the attention of some of the surrounding cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators also flew over to watch the battle from afar. Due to their lack of strength, the cultivators who were attracted over did not dare to participate in this battle. Is that guy the one who stole the supreme treasure from the supreme divine court? Someone said from afar. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be so young. I heard that his cultivation base is terrifying. But it makes sense. If his cultivation base was weak, he wouldn't have been able to snatch the treasure away from so many great emperors. Someone else said. But now that he's surrounded by so many great emperors, it's difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. He should be dead for sure, right? A cultivator frowned and said. He did not think highly of Lin Feng. This cultivator's words immediately resonated with many people. Many people had the same opinion as this cultivator. Lin Feng wanted to fight against so many strong cultivators by himself. It was too difficult. It was simply too difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, many cultivators felt that Lin Feng would definitely die in this battle. Facing the attacks of more than a dozen great emperors, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and summoned the Devil's Stone. Damn, I just rested for a short while and I'm already summoned. Do you really think I'm a coolie? Mo Tai cried out in dissatisfaction. Lin Feng, on the other hand, activated the six-fold dragon elephant arm. Then, he smashed his fist on the magic iron. Lin Feng had just discovered this move some time ago. Back then, Lin Feng had used this move to severely injure the skinny cultivator who was running away. Now, Lin Feng was using the same move again. With the help of the arm of the dragon and elephant, Zhong Xian's strength increased by 6 times. Mo Tai's speed was unbelievably fast. Mo Tai shouted, "A bunch of bastards, you're the ones who disturbed my sleep. I'm going to kill you all." Mo Tai began to show its power. It directly collided with the divine abilities of more than a dozen great emperors and instantly shattered them. Next, Mo Tai quickly rushed in front of a great emperor. Before the great emperor could react, Mo Tai had already bombarded him. A muffled sound of collision was heard. The great emperor's physical body directly exploded. The great emperor died on the spot. The rest of the great emperors were shocked. It was just a black lump of iron, but it was so powerful that it terrified them. The great emperors quickly distanced themselves from Mo Tai. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed towards the great emperors. His speed was too fast, and he instantly arrived in front of an immortal emperor cultivator. He activated the six-fold dragon elephant arm. He threw a punch at the immortal emperor cultivator. This was Lin Feng's favorite way of fighting. Lin Feng was extremely confident in his physical body. He believed that he could be invincible in close combat. Courting death. The immortal emperor cultivator who was attacked by Lin Feng suddenly had a sinister smile on his face. That immortal emperor expert's original body was transformed from a wolverine. His physical body was strong. Therefore, that great emperor was very confident in his physical body. The great emperor didn't fear Lin Feng's punch at all, so he punched back fearlessly. Bang! The two sides collided. A shocking scene appeared. The great emperor who was attacked by Lin Feng directly exploded. He was actually killed by Lin Feng in one move. Oh my god, that guy's physical body is so terrifying. Didn't they say that humans have weak physical bodies? How can that guy's physical body be so strong? The cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone's hearts seemed to be in turmoil. They had never seen such a powerful physical body before. Moreover, a cultivator with such a physical body was actually a human cultivator who was known for his weak physical body. It was really unbelievable. When the other great emperors saw this scene, their expressions couldn't help but change. Retreat! An Emperor Realm expert shouted in a deep voice. He wanted to quickly retreat and distance himself from Lin Feng. Then, he used his magic power to activate his ability to attack Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't give these people a chance at all. Endless domineering aura. When these people retreated, Lin Feng activated his supreme domineering aura and displayed the supreme technique recorded in the second level of supreme domineering aura. Endless domineering aura appeared. The terrifying domineering aura bombarded the great emperors. Chapter 3441. The supreme aura was indeed the supreme aura. It could be released to attack indiscriminately. Therefore, when the supreme aura was released, its power was truly tyrannical to the point of causing others to be aghast. Now, Lin Feng released the power of the supreme aura and instantly displayed terrifying battle strength. Of course, the reason why the endless aura was so powerful now was not only because of the endless aura itself. It was also closely related to Lin Feng's current battle strength. Now, Lin Feng had cultivated 2,400 types of 3,000 Great Dao, refined 9 Emperor Lord Laws, and 10 God Emperor Laws. In addition, Lin Feng had refined many heavenly treasures and cultivator's source. His battle prowess had risen to a level that would shock anyone. He displayed endless aura. The power of the endless aura was naturally extremely powerful. The spectating cultivators were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It was too shocking. One person against more than 10 great emperors. The other party even had 2 great emperors at the Imperial Emperor realm. On the other hand, Lin Feng had a crushing advantage. Therefore, the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was very strong. It was really unexpected. Other than the few cultivators who died, the rest of the Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators were also injured. Mo Tai, on the other hand, shot out terrifying black pillars of light towards the emperors. Many Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed by the black pillars of light. Only 2 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators blocked Mo Tai's attack. Dead. There are only 2 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators left. What is that lump of metal? Could it be a magic treasure? It's actually so terrifying. It's really unbelievable. That kid is also incomparably terrifying. I think the last 2 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators might not be able to escape either. The spectating cultivators discussed animatedly. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep shock and incomparable horror. They had never seen such a huge battle just now. Especially Lin Feng's endless aura to attack more than 10 cultivators. That kind of indiscriminate attack was simply beyond many people's imagination. Go, go, go. The 2 Imperial Emperors were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had previously looked down on Lin Feng. Did they think that killing Lin Feng would be a piece of cake? After all, they had so many experts on their side. Lin Feng was just one person. But after the real battle, they realized how wrong their previous thinking was. Lin Feng's strength. It was completely beyond their imagination. It didn't matter if this was Lin Feng's own strength or the strength he obtained with the help of a magic treasure. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. If the battle continued, it was simply too dangerous. His life might be in danger. Therefore, these 2 imperial monarchs only had one thought in mind, and that was to quickly escape from this place. He would run as far as he could. He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, at that time, only death awaited them. Lin Feng's strength had already made them lose the courage to continue fighting with Lin Feng. The 2 Imperial Emperors fled in different directions. His speed was extremely fast. Mo Tai! Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Mo Tai understood and quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng threw a punch at Mo Tai. Bang! The power of the dragon elephant arm 6 times stronger suddenly erupted. A terrifying punch landed on the magic iron. Whoosh! In an instant, the demonic iron turned into a dazzling cold light. The cold light instantly pierced through the void and quickly charged towards an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Take my attack. Mo Tai quickly charged over and then roared. A terrifying power erupted. It fiercely charged towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. When Mo Tai rushed over, he threw a punch at Mo Tai. Bang! A powerful attack landed on Mo Tai's body. However, at this moment, Mo Tai had received the support of Lin Feng's dragon elephant arm 6 times stronger, in addition to his own powerful strength. Therefore, Mo Tai's combat strength was extremely terrifying. After the 2 sides collided, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's fist directly exploded. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but scream. In the next moment, Mo Tai rushed in front of the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Endless cold light surged out. Mo Tai instantly pierced through the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's chest. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically on the spot. At the same time, Lin Feng had already caught up to another Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Lin Feng took out the 3 stone swords. Lin Feng controlled the 3 stone swords to slash towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. Under the control of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords was released. The 3 stone swords shook the void lightly, as if they could collapse the void. It could be seen how powerful the 3 stone swords were. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator hurriedly took out his Dharma treasure. His Dharma treasure was an Emperor-level weapon. This Emperor-level weapon was a small golden bell that was extremely powerful. The small golden bell quickly grew larger. Then, it collided with Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. This Imperial Emperor-level cultivator had completely underestimated Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. They were as powerful as Emperor-level weapons. They were actually pierced through by the 3 stone swords. Then, the 3 stone swords quickly slashed towards the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator. My life is over. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator couldn't help but cry out in fear. Poochie. A tearing sound was suddenly heard. The Imperial Emperor-level cultivator's body was directly torn apart by the 3 stone swords. Then, the Imperial Emperor-level cultivator died tragically. Lin Feng took the Great Emperor's origin and storage rings before leaving with Mo Tai. Only a group of dumbfounded spectators were left behind. 2 Imperial Emperors were killed so easily. If news of this battle gets out, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. The cultivators who were watching the battle murmured. Soon, the news of this battle quickly spread. When the news of this battle spread, many forces in the 9 Mysteries' great world were shocked. But soon, someone asked in confusion, "What is that piece of black iron? It's actually so powerful. That kid's cultivation level isn't high, but he can kill the Imperial Emperor. Is it related to that piece of black iron? Could that piece of black iron be a treasure that was passed down from the Supreme Divine Court?" When this question was raised, many people felt that there might be such a possibility. This kid must die. The higher-ups of many large factions spoke out. Their voices were cold and filled with endless killing intent. Moreover, the Emperor sect and even the Emperor-level cultivators personally took action. These experts couldn't hold back and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Chapter 3442. While many cultivators were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts, Lin Feng had already arrived at the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. However, the extraterritorial Starry Sky World had been sealed off by many forces. There were many Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. There were even Emperor Realm cultivators guarding the extraterritorial Starry Sky World, waiting for Lin Feng to appear. The Emperor Realm cultivators in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World had already received the news that more than 10 Emperor Realm cultivators had been killed. This made their killing intent towards Lin Feng even stronger. Because they also felt that the reason why Lin Feng was so strong was because of that black iron. These cultivators were certain that the black iron was a supreme treasure that had been passed down from the Supreme Divine Court. Now, these cultivators couldn't wait to kill Lin Feng immediately and obtain the black iron. Lin Feng was discovered in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. A divination expert deduced that Lin Feng had appeared in the extraterritorial Starry Sky World. Then, these forces cooperated with the Universal Mirror. They locked onto Lin Feng. Dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators arrived. Among these Emperor Realm cultivators, there was 1 Emperor Realm cultivator, 10 Emperor Realm cultivators, and more than 30 Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators. This time, the ones who surrounded Lin Feng were all elite Emperor Realm cultivators. Even Emperor Realm cultivators didn't have the qualifications to participate. "Brat, your time of death has come." The Emperor Realm cultivator's voice was extremely cold. Boom, he took the initiative to attack Lin Feng. "Attack, kill this brat." The other cultivators shouted coldly and attacked one after another, launching a sure-kill attack on Lin Feng. 1 chi into 3 pure ones. 9-fold magnetic field. Stone sword. Black dragon sword. Sky drum. Lin Feng took out the Hell King bell and other magic treasures. Lin Feng used all his means and fought this group of cultivators. This was a great battle. There were too many experts on the other side, and there was also an Emperor Realm cultivator. Therefore, Lin Feng was doomed. That Di Zong was wary of the treasure on Lin Feng's body. Hence, he had been holding back and didn't go all out. However, cultivators at this level were simply too powerful. Even though they were only able to unleash a portion of their combat power, it was still an unimaginably terrifying level. With the help of so many emperors, Lin Feng was almost killed by that Emperor Ancestor stage cultivator. Lin Feng was bathed in blood. This battle was truly too difficult. In the end, Lin Feng broke out of the encirclement and rushed into the depths of outer space. "Don't let that brat escape." The group of emperors chased after Lin Feng with dark expressions. Lin Feng operated his immortal divine body, and his injuries recovered quickly. He stepped on the 8 directional worlds, his speed reaching the extreme. Those emperors simply couldn't catch up to Lin Feng. Just as Lin Feng was about to break free from those emperor realm cultivators. However, at this moment, something terrifying happened. A huge vortex appeared in the starry sky world. The vortex seemed to be connected to another part of the starry sky. Waves of destructive energy waves emanated from the huge vortex. After feeling the terrifying aura from the vortex, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. There was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence about to make a move. However, that existence was relatively far away from him, so it formed a vortex like this across the endless void. Emperor. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Only a cultivator at the level of an emperor could have such terrifying battle prowess. Cultivators below this level, it was impossible to display such terrifying combat power. Buzz. At this moment, the whirlpool began to vibrate violently. Then, a finger was formed. That finger. It exuded a destructive energy wave. That finger. It directly locked onto Lin Feng and charged towards Lin Feng. That finger. The power of after rain made Lin Feng feel a deep sense of despair. It was simply too terrifying. It's the Emperor's move. The great emperors in the distance couldn't help but say in shock when they saw the finger. Although they were far away. However, they felt the aura emitted by that finger. Those great emperors also revealed shocked expressions. It was hard to imagine what kind of terrifying pressure Lin Feng, who was locked onto by that finger, was under. The attack of an emperor-level powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was like a giant dragon attacking an ant. No one in the world can save that kid's life. The great emperors couldn't help but sneer. In the eyes of those great emperors, Lin Feng was undoubtedly going to die. However, just as the energy finger condensed by the emperor-level powerhouse was about to kill Lin Feng, at this moment, whoosh, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. At the critical moment, Lin Feng used the heaven patching technique. He borrowed another opportunity from the heavens. The heaven patching technique played an extremely crucial role. At the most dangerous moment, it helped Lin Feng avoid the terrifying attack of the emperor-level cultivator. That energy finger didn't hit Lin Feng. Instead, it killed him in the void. Suddenly, the energy finger dissipated in mid-air. Lin Feng appeared a few hundred meters away. He raised his speed to the limit. Lin Feng wanted to get away from the huge vortex as soon as possible. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That kid actually dodged the emperor-level powerhouse's attack. A cultivator cried out in disbelief when the machine crashed. A cultivator of the Zun Qi layer was terrifyingly strong. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had dodged the attack of such a strong cultivator. Everybody was astonished. They would find it unbelievable. But this was indeed what happened in front of them. You're courting death, brat. The furious voice of the emperor-level powerhouse came out of the vortex. The attack of the emperor-level powerhouse failed to kill Lin Feng. It was equivalent to being slapped in the face by Lin Feng. The emperor-level powerhouse was naturally furious. Lin Feng sneered and said, "Shameless guy, as an emperor-level cultivator, you actually attacked a junior like me. You've lost all the face of your ancestors. If your ancestors knew about this, even their coffins wouldn't be able to cover your dead ancestors. I want you to die." The emperor-level powerhouse was already furious because Lin Feng dodged his attack. Now, after hearing Lin Feng's mocking words, he was almost angered to death. The emperor-level cultivator was completely enraged. Rumble. 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 At this moment, the huge vortex emitted a deafening sound. The emperor-level powerhouse was obviously preparing a new killing move. Stone sword. Slash. Lin Feng took out 3 stone swords. Under the operation of the weapon mantra, the power of the 3 stone swords reached the peak level. They directly cut through the void before the emperor-level cultivator's attack could be completed. Then, it ruthlessly slammed into the huge whirlpool. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The Huge Vortex. Chapter 34-43. The power of the soldier mantra was simply too shocking. Now that Lin Feng was using it, it displayed even more terrifying power. Lin Feng used the soldier mantra, a peerless technique, to control the 3 stone swords and directly destroy the huge vortex. The attack of the Emperor-level powerhouse was not even able to be used. The vortex was already destroyed. The Emperor-level powerhouse could no longer continue to attack Lin Feng. This is impossible. The group of great emperors could not help but roar. They could not believe what they were seeing. That was a huge vortex formed by an Emperor-level powerhouse. Now, it was destroyed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's battle prowess was too terrifying. They were astonished. Return. Lin Feng waved his hand. After receiving Lin Feng's command, the 3 stone swords quickly flew toward Lin Feng. The 3 stone swords were as fast as lightning. They quickly flew to Lin Feng's side. Then, they were collected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. The speed of those great emperors was worlds apart from Lin Feng. It was impossible for them to catch up with Lin Feng. After a quarter of an hour, a terrifying aura surged out of the starry sky world. The void split open. A powerhouse stepped out. The powerhouse who walked out of the void had an extremely gloomy expression. This powerhouse was an Emperor-level powerhouse. This was none other than the Emperor-level powerhouse who attacked Lin Feng across the endless void. Sir. The surrounding great emperors bowed to the Emperor-level cultivator. If you dare to spread what happened today, don't blame me for being ruthless, the Emperor Realm Master said in a cold voice. The rest of the people could not help but tremble slightly. Yes. The great emperors hurriedly replied. Search for that brat with all our might. I don't believe that brat can escape. Next, the venerable sovereign issued an order. After receiving the order, the other cultivators quickly spread out to search for Lin Feng. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. How could it be easy to find Lin Feng? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew through the starry sky world. Lin Feng cultivated while heading to the undying realm. He was familiarizing himself with the 3,000 great Daos that he cultivated. Of course, Lin Feng did not cultivate every day. Sometimes, he would read some books about gods and demons to relax. Calculating the time, my 8-9 mysterious art is about to expire. I have to raise the level of my 8-9 mysterious art. Otherwise, I will die from the backlash of my 8-9 mysterious art. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. His 8-9 mysteries was still at the 3rd level. If it was upgraded to the 4th level, it could temporarily resolve the current crisis. However, cultivating the 8-9 arcane art was not easy. The 8-9 mysterious art required some auxiliary methods to be successfully cultivated. If he wanted to cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art from the 3rd level to the 4th level, it would be even more difficult. Perhaps he would need some extremely terrifying destructive power to stimulate his body to activate the 8-9 mysterious art. Then, the 8-9 mysterious art would evolve again. However, Lin Feng's current physical body was too strong. Ordinary places could not cause him any harm. Not to mention stimulating the evolution of the 8-9 mysterious art. However, the starry sky world was vast and boundless. Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find such a place in the starry sky world. At this time, violent fluctuations came from the front. He saw hundreds of starry sky pirate ships besieging more than 20 ancient starry sky ships. The ancient starry sky ship being besieged was a merchant ship. In the starry sky world, there were many merchant ships. Of course, these merchant ships were not simple. They were equipped with all kinds of powerful spirit stone cannons and were escorted by experts. Ordinary starry sky pirate groups did not dare to provoke these merchant ships. However, some top starry sky pirate groups regarded these merchant ships as targets to plunder. What shocked Lin Feng was that this starry sky pirate ship turned out to be the famous Sinister Demon Bandit group. Previously, Lin Feng killed the young leader of the Sinister Demon Bandit group, and the Sinister Demon Bandit group had been looking for Lin Feng. The leader of the sinister demon bandit group was an emperor-level powerhouse. Therefore, Lin Feng hurriedly changed direction and flew into the distance. Although Lin Feng sympathized with the fleet besieged by the sinister demon bandit group, but there was nothing he could do about it. The other party was a starry sky pirate group with an emperor-level powerhouse. At this stage, Lin Feng could not fight against this behemoth. Since he could not fight against this behemoth, he could only escape. Lin Feng had always been self-aware. He would never joke about his life. 3 days later, in the distance, more than a dozen cultivators flew over. Those cultivators were all injured, and the leader was a young master. Behind them, there was a pirate ship of the sinister demon bandit group chasing after them. Help! Help! Those people cried out for help when they saw the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. Lin Feng naturally also noticed this group of people. He opened the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan and let this group of people enter the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. After this group of people came in, they all lay on the deck and gasped for breath. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the sinister demon bandit group's pirate ship fired a dense barrage of spirit stone shells. One after another, the spirit stone cannonballs came crashing down. The power was huge. Fire! Lin Feng looked indifferent and gave the order to fire. The ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan was equipped with the most powerful spirit stone cannons. These spirit stone cannons were all bronze spirit stone cannons and had unimaginable power. Lin Feng gave the order. Suddenly, the puppet operating the spirit stone cannons ignited the spirit stone cannons. Boom boom boom. One after another, huge spirit stone cannonballs flew out. Some of the spirit stone shells collided with the other party's spirit stone shells and exploded. Some of the spirit stone shells also hit the restrictions on the other party's pirate ship. Of course, some of the spirit stone shells on the other party's pirate ship also hit the restrictions on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. The giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan were simply too powerful. In the blink of an eye, the restrictions on the pirate ship were destroyed. Then, huge spirit stone cannonballs landed on the pirate ship. The pirate ship could not resist the giant spirit stone shells fired by the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. It directly exploded into pieces. However, the ancient starry sky ship Xuanyuan's restrictions easily blocked the spirit stone shells fired by the pirate ship. Chapter 34-44. The group of people got up and came to the entrance of the cabin. "Thank you for saving us, brother." The leading young master thanked Lin Feng. "No need to thank me, you can leave after resting well." Lin Feng's voice came from the cabin. Vaguely, the leading young master saw the young cultivator sitting cross-legged in the cabin. This made the leading young master very shocked. Such a powerful ancient starry sky ship was extremely rare, and the owner was such a young cultivator. Moreover, this cultivator didn't even have a guard with him when he went out. I really don't know if it's because he's brave or because he's ignorant. The leading young master said, "Brother, you have to be more careful. This evil bandit group is very terrifying. The leader is an Emperor Realm powerhouse, so you have to be careful." I will remember, Lin Feng said. This group of people rested on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan for a few hours. Then they bid farewell and left. The ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan searched for a place in the starry sky world where Lin Feng could cultivate the 8-9 mysterious art. But they searched for many places. They couldn't find any. Until one day, Lin Feng heard someone talking about a place on a planet. The Destruction Great World. One of the 3,000 great worlds, not too far from here. That place. It contained the most terrifying destructive power. The Destruction Great World's laws were all the Destruction Great World's laws. After hearing about the Destruction Great World, Lin Feng planned to go there. Perhaps he could upgrade the 8-9 mysterious art to another level in the Destruction Great World. This was something that could not be delayed. 1 month later, Lin Feng saw the huge world in the depths of the starry sky world surrounded by endless destructive power. That world. It was like a giant beast entrenched in the starry sky world. It gave people a heavy sense of oppression. That great world. It was the famous destruction great world. In the starry sky world, countless cultivators gathered and flew in the direction of the destruction great world. Ancient starry sky ships also quickly flew over, flying towards the destruction great world. The destruction great world was ranked at the top of the 3,000 great worlds. Such a large world was a dazzling pearl in the starry sky world. It was the absolute center of the dozens of galaxies around. Therefore, there would be many experts arriving every day. Lin Feng flew out of the ancient starship Shenyuan. He also flew towards the world of destruction. After arriving at the major world of destruction, Lin Feng immediately felt the difference between the major world of destruction and the other major worlds. The great world of destruction was filled with the power of destruction. Therefore, the space law of the destruction major world was extremely unstable. However, this did not stop the enthusiasm of the starry sky world's cultivators. Shenming City. This was one of the 10 great ancient capitals of the great destruction world. It was extraordinarily bustling, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was said that this ancient city had existed since the Primordial era. It had survived many battles and still stood strong. The mysterious underworld city was filled with experts. There were many powers. Their fangs were also intertwined as they fought against each other. The mysterious underworld city did not restrict cultivators from fighting. Therefore, the mysterious dark city wasn't a particularly safe place. Every day, there would be killings and robberies, or battles between different forces. It was unknown how many people were killed every day. It was unknown how many forces had been destroyed in the war. The old forces had perished. New forces had appeared. This was the story that happened every day in the mysterious underworld city. After Lin Feng arrived at the mysterious underworld city, he first went to the all-knowing pavilion in the mysterious underworld city to inquire about some of the dangerous places in the major world of destruction. After coming out of the all-knowing pavilion, Lin Feng found an inn to stay for the time being. He planned to rest for a few days and then explore the few dangerous places that he had found. The lanterns were lit. The mysterious underworld city was brightly lit. Such a huge ancient city was extremely lively. The nightlife began at night. Therefore, the mysterious underworld city at night was even more lively than during the day. The Fragrance Brothel. A famous brothel in the mysterious underworld city. It was said that the women there were as beautiful as fairies. Lin Feng came to the Fragrance Brothel. He had nothing to do. Naturally, he needed to find a place to relax and enjoy. The Fragrance Brothel was a good place. "Hey, brother, we meet again." When a young man saw Lin Feng, he was overjoyed. Lin Feng looked at the young master. He realized that the young master was none other than him. It was the young master that he had saved in the extraterrestrial starry world. Lin Feng did not expect the young master to be the person who had destroyed the major world of destruction. Lin Feng nodded and said, "What a coincidence. I'm Yang Kuan. How should I address you, brother?" The young master first introduced himself and then asked. "Lin Feng. Haha, so it's brother Lin. Did you come here alone?" Yang Kuan could not help but ask. The major world of destruction was far away from Jojo. Therefore, Lin Feng was naturally not famous in the major world of destruction. Of course, perhaps some people had heard of Lin Feng's reputation. However, most people were similar to Yang Kuan. They had not heard of Lin Feng's reputation and deeds at all. Lin Feng nodded and said, "That's right." Yang Kuan said, "It's so boring to be alone. Why don't you follow me, brother Lin? There's a gathering here." Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Lin Feng also wanted to see the cultivation level of the younger generation of cultivators in Shenming City. "Haha, brother Lin is straightforward. Please follow me," Yang Kuan said with a smile. Lin Feng followed Yang Kuan to the gathering place. The gathering place was in the Heaven Room A on the 5th floor. When Lin Feng and Yang Kuan arrived, there were already more than 10 cultivators sitting there. There were men and women. Lin Feng sensed their life auras. Most of them had a lifespan of around 30 to 40,000 years. Compared to their long lifespan, a lifespan of 30 to 40,000 years was naturally very young. These people were also very talented. Although they were young, they were all at the Emperor realm. There were even a few who had broken through to the immortal Emperor realm. To be able to break through to the immortal Emperor realm at this age was indeed very rare. They were worthy of being nurtured by any major force. Of course, although these people were extraordinary, they were not worth mentioning when compared to Lin Feng. After all, a monstrous existence like Lin Feng was too rare. In the myriad worlds, perhaps it would be difficult to find a few. Brother Yang, you're late. You'll have to punish yourself with 3 cups later, someone said with a smile. I accept the punishment, Yang Kuan said with a smile. Who is this brother beside Brother Yang? Someone looked at Lin Feng in confusion. This is my friend, Lin Feng, Brother Lin, Yang Kuan introduced. Everyone sensed Lin Feng's cultivation and found that Lin Feng was only at the quasi-emperor realm. They could not help but reveal a look of disdain. Chapter 34-45. Of course. He still had to give Yang Kuan face, although he looked down on Lin Feng in his heart. But these people didn't say much. Yang Kuan introduced the cultivators sitting here to Lin Feng. Those people just nodded at Lin Feng indifferently. They had an extremely arrogant look. Lin Feng didn't feel embarrassed about these people's attitude. People who looked down on others. Wherever he went, he would meet them. Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng with a slightly embarrassed look. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan knew that Lin Feng didn't take it to heart and let out a sigh of relief. Yang Kuan stood up and said, "Everyone, I will drink these 3 cups of wine." His voice fell. Yang Kuan raised his wine cup. He drank 3 cups of wine in a row. It caused the entire hall to cheer. I heard that Brother Yang encountered danger in the starry sky world. What exactly happened? A female cultivator asked curiously. Yang Kuan sighed and said, at that time, our Yang family's fleet encountered the evil demon bandit group and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only a dozen people escape. Yang Kuan didn't tell them about Lin Feng's matter. Because Lin Feng's Shenyuan ancient starry skyship was too precious. He was worried that after telling them about this matter, Lin Feng would be remembered by others. This was not something Yang Kuan wanted to see. Yang Kuan's gratitude towards Lin Feng came from the bottom of his heart. He naturally hoped that Lin Feng would be safe and sound. Brother Yang is really amazing. You can even escape from the evil demon bandit group. If you survive a great disaster, you will definitely have good fortune in the future, a cultivator said. I hope so, Yang Kuan said. At this time, another cultivator said, I heard that recently, the evil demon bandit group has been searching for the whereabouts of a person and has even issued a warrant for his arrest. The reward is extremely generous. It's just that I don't know the identity of the wanted person. A female cultivator said, I also heard about this matter. It is said that the wanted person killed the son of the evil demon bandit group's leader, Xie Duanhuan. What? There's such a thing. Many people couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions when they heard this. The leader of the demonic bandits was an Emperor Realm Master, yet someone dared to kill the son of an Emperor Realm Master. He really didn't want to live anymore. This matter is absolutely true. It's just that the place where it happened is very far from here, so the people who know about it are extremely limited. The female cultivator said. Who is so daring as to kill the son of the sinister bandits' leader? Someone asked curiously. The female cultivator shook her head and said, I'm not sure about that. This group of people talked about a lot of things, and one of their discussions caught Lin Feng's attention. This matter was related to one of the 3,000 Great Taos. And this 3,000 Great Tao was actually the Great Wish Art. In the northernmost part of the world of destruction, there was an endless Primordial forest. In the Primordial forest, there was a place called the Heavenly Mountain Range. About a month ago, there were waves of majestic sounds coming from the Azure Mountain Range. Those voices were all the great wishes of the cultivators. Some experts headed to the Upper Kang Mountain Range and heard the majestic voices. They were extremely shocked. It was said that the powerhouse had seen someone use the Great Wish Art in the past, so he had a deep impression of the Great Wish Art. That powerhouse suspected that the 3000 Great Tao, the Great Wish Art, was in the Azure Mountain Range. However, the Azure Mountain Range was a land of death in the world of destruction. That place couldn't be entered easily, and danger lurked everywhere. It was extremely dangerous. If anyone dared to enter rashly, they would definitely die. Therefore, even though it was very likely that the Great Wish Art was in the Azure Mountain Range, no one dared to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for it. Now, many top forces were thinking of ways to enter the Azure Mountain Range to search for the Great Wish Art. Lin Feng had been coveting the Great Wish Art for a long time. In the past, the Red World Fairy had used the Great Wish Art, which was extremely heaven-defying. Therefore, Lin Feng also wanted to cultivate the Great Wish Art. He wanted to see if he could cultivate this heaven-defying ability, which was said to be the most difficult to cultivate among the 3000 Great Tao. Therefore, after hearing about the Great Wish Art, Lin Feng had the idea of going to the Azure Mountain Range to explore it. Moreover, the Azure Mountain Range was one of the few places that Lin Feng had planned to go. It was a land of death in the world of destruction. Danger lurked everywhere in the Azure Mountain Range. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Moreover, there was definitely a place that could allow the 8-9 arcane art to evolve again. The banquet ended. Lin Feng and Yang Kuan left together. My uncle is holding a birthday banquet tomorrow. Can Brother Lin come? Yang Kuan asked. It's not convenient, Lin Feng said. He had no interest in this so-called birthday banquet. There will be many experts coming after the banquet. At that time, it is said that there will be a trade fair. Perhaps there will be something that Brother Lin needs at the trade fair. Yang Kuan continued. Lin Feng had no interest in Yang Kuan's uncle's birthday banquet, but he was a little interested in the trade fair. Lin Feng liked to look for things he needed at trade fairs. All right then, I will definitely go tomorrow, Lin Feng said. Yang Kuan said. Brother Lin, you don't have to go personally. I will come and pick you up when the time comes. I will send Brother Lin back now so that I can find out where Brother Lin lives. That's fine too. Lin Feng nodded. After returning to his residence, Yang Kuan stayed for a while. He then bid farewell and left. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Yang Kuan personally came to Lin Feng's residence and invited Lin Feng to visit the Yang clan. In mysterious Dark City, there were 16 powerful forces, 1 sect, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. The Yang clan was attached to the Moon God sect, one of the 7 schools. The Moon God sect was a force with a long history and was extremely powerful. Therefore, many forces attached themselves to the Moon God sect. These forces would pay tribute to the Moon God sect every year. As for the Moon God sect, they would protect these tributes. On the way, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of the Yang clan from Yang Kuan. The current patriarch of the Yang clan was Yang Kuan's uncle, Yang Tianwen. He had cultivated for 620,000 years and was at the second heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. At the same time, he was the number 1 expert of the Yang clan. In mysterious Dark City, he could also be ranked in the top 50 experts. At the same time, Lin Feng inquired about the situation of the expert who destroyed the Great World. The Realm Master who destroyed the Great World was said to be a Sage Emperor-level expert and was extremely mysterious. In addition, there were also 10 Emperor-level experts who destroyed the Great World. These 10 Emperor-level experts were the city lords of the 10 great ancient cities. They also lived in seclusion and rarely came out. Other than these experts, there were also the leaders of the sects, 7 schools, and 8 palaces. Chapter 34-46. The Yang clan was extremely lively, with people coming and going, and guests coming and going constantly. The Yang clan was not a top faction. However, it was still a reputable figure in mysterious underworld city. A large number of guests came and presented their gifts. Then, these guests were welcomed into the inner hall. After arriving at the Yang clan, Lin Feng handed over the gifts he had prepared to the master of ceremonies. Yang Kuan did not stay by Lin Feng's side. As a direct descendant of the Yang clan, he still needed to entertain other guests. Lin Feng saw Yang Tianwen. Yang Tianwen looked to be in his 40s and was in the prime of his life. After the birthday banquet ended, a portion of the cultivators stayed behind to participate in the small trade fair. Lin Feng frequently traded at the small trade fair. He exchanged many things he needed with others, especially the dozens of insect materials used to cultivate the Emperor Archaic, Primordial Ancestral Insect, and Desolate Demon Refining Insect. Lin Feng was very satisfied with his harvest. After the small trade fair ended, people left one after another. Some chose to stay for the night. Only then would they leave. Yang Kuan invited him warmly, so Lin Feng planned to rest for a while before leaving. The Yang clan's patriarch, Yang Tianwen, hosted a banquet to entertain a dozen cultivators, including Lin Feng. Other than Lin Feng, the others had extraordinary backgrounds and had close ties with Yang Tianwen. Yang Tianwen had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son was called Yang Qian. His second son was called Yang Hai. His third son was called Yang Jiang. The 3 of them were quite talented. His second and third sons were both god emperors. As for his eldest son, he was an immortal emperor. As for Yang Tianwen's daughter, she had never appeared. Lin Feng heard from Yang Kuan that his cousin was one of the 3 great beauties of mysterious underworld city. She had countless suitors. She was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. Kuan, is this young friend of yours? Asked Yang Tianwen while glancing at Lin Feng. Immediately after, he turned around and looked at Yang Kuan. Yang Kuan said, "Yes, uncle. This is my friend Lin Feng. He's also here to celebrate uncle's birthday." "Little friend, you are too kind." Yang Tianwen couldn't help but say. "That's what I should do," Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen nodded his head and did not pay too much attention to a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was a private banquet after the birthday banquet. Therefore, there weren't that many rules. "I heard that Brother Yang's daughter is cultivating under Fairy Yuanfa. I wonder if the rumors are true?" At this moment, someone asked. This Fairy Yuanfa was a rather famous expert in the destruction major world. It was said that she was an Emperor Ancestor level expert. A cultivator of this level could contend with the leaders of the top 10 ancient cities in the Great Destruction world. That's right. Lan is indeed cultivating under Goddess Yuanfa. This child's talent is not bad. To be able to receive guidance from Goddess Yuanfa is this child's fortune. Yang Tianwen smiled and said, "I don't think I've seen Lan at this birthday banquet," a female cultivator said. "A few years ago, I left the destruction world with Fairy Yuanfa. However, I received a letter some time ago and will be returning in a few days," Yang Tianwen replied. Obviously, Yang Tianwen was extremely satisfied with this daughter. Moreover, Yang Tianwen already had 3 sons. Young Lan was Yang Tianwen's youngest daughter. Naturally, he doted on his youngest daughter even more. Hehehe, I seem to hear everyone talking about Lan. Just at this moment, a gentle and pleasant laughter came from outside. Then, a woman in a blue dress walked into the hall. This woman was tall. She was wearing a long blue dress that revealed her tall and slender figure. This woman had a delicate face that could be broken by the wind. It was a face that seemed to be made by nature. It was like a masterpiece of the heavens. So beautiful that it was suffocating. "Fourth sister, you're back." Yang Qian and the others couldn't help but show joy when they saw this woman. This woman was obviously Yang Lan. "Brothers." Yang Lan bowed to her 3 brothers and then came to Yang Tianwen's side. She took out a white jade box and said, "Father, this is a 9 spirits return pill. It's a gift from your daughter to you." "What? 9 spirits return pill? That's an immortal pill." Yang Tianwen couldn't help but be shocked. "That's right, it's an immortal pill. I obtained it when I was training outside. This immortal pill can greatly increase a cultivator's soul force. It's a peerless soul treasure and is greatly beneficial to father's cultivation," Yang Lan said. The surrounding guests all looked at Yang Tianwen with envy. One of them said, "Brother Tianwen is really lucky to have such a beautiful and promising daughter like Lan. How enviable." The rest of the people also chimed in. Yang Tianwen also felt very proud and couldn't help but smile and say, Lan this girl has been here for so many years. She is indeed very outstanding. Lan pays her respects to the seniors. Young Lan bowed to the surrounding guests. This is, young Lan saw Lin Feng. Because among the guests present, only Lin Feng was very young. Moreover, Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on her. This caused young Lan to frown slightly. She was a little unhappy and couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a little. Yang Tianwen and young Lan brothers, as well as the guests, had also noticed that Lin Feng had been sizing up young Lan Those people couldn't help but look down on Lin Feng a lot more in their hearts. A person who was infatuated with women. He definitely wouldn't have any great achievements. Of course. They still had to give young Kuan face, so they didn't say much. After hearing young Lan question, Lin Feng came back to his senses. After seeing young Lan just now, Lin Feng was a little lost in thought. Because young Lan and Hua Yihan had some similarities. In a trance, Lin Feng even thought that the person who appeared in front of him was Hua Yihan, who was sleeping in the 3 lives 3 worlds coffin, who had woken up. However, Lin Feng knew young Lan wasn't Hua Yihan. Although they had some similarities, it was obvious that they weren't the same person. Whether it was their demeanor or personality, they weren't the same person. Lin Feng could see the mocking expression in the depths of young Lan's eyes. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He cupped his fists and said, Yang Kuan's friend, surnamed Lin, named Feng. Oh. Young Lan responded, and then ignored Lin Feng. He was just a nobody. She didn't care about him. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly filled the air. Outside, the demonic fog rolled, and that cloud of demonic fog occupied the top of the Yang family. Devil Dao expert. His coming with ill intentions. After sensing the aura outside, Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly, and his voice was somewhat solemn. Chapter 3447. Look. A cloud of demonic fog has appeared above the Yang clan. It seems to be a demon Dao expert. That expert is openly releasing his powerful aura. Clearly, he doesn't come with good intentions. That's right. I wonder who that person is. Let's go and take a look. Dark Nether City. Countless cultivators could not help but exclaim in shock. Then, they quickly flew toward the Yang clan. His at least a 3rd or 4th Heaven Imperial Emperor, Lin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. The other party was definitely a terrifying existence. Who are you? Why have you come to my Yang clan? Yang Tianwen's expression turned solemn. Although he was also in the Imperial Emperor realm, he was only a 1st Heaven Imperial Emperor realm cultivator. Naturally, he could not fight against this existence. Yang Tianwen, my master wants me to ask you something. Is the item in your Yang clan's collection still here? The terrifying existence in the demonic fog said coldly. That existence didn't mention what he was talking about because he knew that Yang Tianwen definitely knew what he was talking about. Yang Tianwen's expression changed when he heard the cultivator's words. He said in a deep voice, I don't know what you're talking about. Our Yang clan doesn't have what you need. Please leave. Ha 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 ha. If our master says we have it, then we have it. The existence in the demonic fog laughed loudly. Who is your master? Yang Tianwen asked in a deep voice. My master is Ling Shuzi, the existence in the demonic fog said in a sinister voice. What? Ling Shuzi is your master? Yang Tianwen's expression changed drastically. Many people's expressions changed abruptly. Ling Shuzi was a terrifying existence. It was said that he had obtained a great opportunity. It seemed like he was not far from breaking through to the sovereign realm. This existence occupied a star field and built Ling Shuzi Mountain. This existence and the forces that destroyed the great world had always minded their own business. Now that he had sent a subordinate here, it seemed like he had obtained extremely accurate information. Since you know my master's reputation, you should cooperate obediently. The terrifying existence in the demonic fog continued. Yang Tianwen's expression was extremely ugly. That item was definitely not to be handed over. He said in a deep voice, Master Ling Shuzi must be mistaken. Our Yang family doesn't have the item that you want. If you don't believe me, I can open the door of the treasury and let you search for it. The being in the demonic fog said coldly, Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wouldn't it be easy to hide a treasure? Why put it in the treasury? My master has already given the order to give you 3 days to prepare. If you dare to disobey, your entire Yang family will be wiped out. In 3 days, I will be here. Whether you hand over that thing or your entire clan will be wiped out, it's up to you. After the being in the demonic fog finished speaking, it quickly flew into the distance. Brother Dugu, please help our Yang family. Yang Tianwen quickly looked at a middle-aged cultivator. The cultivator Yang Tianwen addressed as Brother Dugu was an elder of the Divine Moon sect. He was called Dugu Shan. He had a high position and authority. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's cry for help, he said with a fake smile, Brother Yang, that Ling Shuzi is a ruthless person. Our Divine Moon sect can't afford to offend him. However, since he wants that item, we'll just have to hand it over. I'm afraid. Even if we hand it over, our entire Yang family will still be wiped out. Yang Tianwen said with an ugly expression. Ling Shuzi was ruthless. The item the Yang family had should be extremely extraordinary. To keep it a secret, Ling Shuzi could indeed wipe out the entire Yang family. These experts. Which one of them wasn't an existence that killed without batting an eyelid? Ling Shuzi. He was one of the best among them. When Dugu Shan heard Yang Tianwen's words, he knew that this matter might be more troublesome than he had imagined. He said, Brother Yang, you're on your own now. After Dugu Shan said that, he quickly left. As for the others, they didn't dare to stay. They didn't even dare to say another word to Yang Tianwen, afraid that they would get into trouble. They all quickly left. These people are all greedy and afraid of death. Previously, they called father his brother, but now that our Yang family is in trouble, they're all running away faster than the other. How hateful. Yang Hai couldn't help but say viciously. Now, his face was extremely pale because he had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. Not only Yang Hai, but everyone in the Yang family present was as pale as a sheet, their eyes filled with horror. Why don't we run away quickly? Yang Kuan said. Yang Tianwen shook his head and said, There's no way we can escape. Why don't we go to the Moon God sect and plead for mercy? Yang Qian said. Yang Tianwen sighed and said, Dugu Shan's attitude just now is the Moon God sect's attitude. The Moon God sect won't interfere in this matter. Yang Jiang said viciously, Our Yang family pays so many tributes to the Moon God sect every year, but the Moon God sect doesn't help us. I curse this faction to be reduced to ashes in the future. Yang Tianwen looked at Yang Lan and asked, Lan, can you go and beg Fairy Yuanfa? Perhaps she can save our Yang family. Yang Lan said, My master isn't destroying the world. Hearing this, the group of Yang family members all showed deep despair. Yang Lan said, But don't worry, father. I have a friend coming tomorrow. My friend will definitely solve our Yang family's crisis. After hearing Yang Lan's words, the group of Yang family members' eyes lit up. Good, good, good. That's great. Yang Tianwen smiled. He continued, Lan, you must be tired from the long journey. Go to your room and rest for a while. Okay. Yang Lan nodded and left the hall. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, and Yang Jiang also walked out. Before leaving, Yang Qian glanced at Lin Feng, then looked at Yang Qian and said, Brother Kuan, when making friends, you should make friends with people of the same status as us. Don't casually make friends with people without status, or people with no status. After saying that, Yang Qian, Yang Tianwen, and the others left together. Brother Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect cousin to say something like that. Yang Kuan's face revealed an extremely awkward expression. Lin Feng smiled and said, It's fine. In any case, I'm not making friends with them. I'm making friends with you, Brother Yang. Yang Kuan said, Brother Lin is really magnanimous. It's admirable. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kuan continued, Now that the Yang family is facing the danger of being exterminated, I'm worried that cousin's friend won't really have a way to solve our Yang family's crisis. Brother Lin has nothing to do with this matter. For safety's sake, Brother Lin should leave first. Lin Feng smiled and said, I feel that young Lan Er's friend might really be a powerful person. I want to stay and watch the show. Chapter 34-48. The next day, the Yang family was decorated with lanterns and decorations. It was even more magnificent than when Yang Tianwen celebrated his birthday. What the hell is the Yang family doing? They're about to be exterminated, and they're still doing this. That's right, I wonder what the Yang family is thinking. The people outside couldn't help but be puzzled when they saw the decorations of the Yang family. The Yang family. Now, they were in danger. However, the Yang family's actions were too abnormal. Many forces lingered around the Yang family, wanting to see what the Yang family was up to. In the afternoon, a very handsome young master came to the Yang family. Yang Tianwen led everyone from the Yang family out to welcome this young master. Senior brother Zhao, you're here. After seeing this handsome man, Yang Lan revealed a look of joy. This cultivator was called Zhao Fanxian. This Zhao Fanxian was not a simple person, his family ruled a huge star field. Although Zhao Fanxian was not a direct descendant of the family. However, because of his outstanding talent, Zhao Fanxian's status in the Zhao family was not inferior to the direct descendants. Young Lan had met Zhao Fanxian when she went out with her master. She had seen Zhao Fanxian fight with an Imperial Emperor-level cultivator and not lose. This showed how powerful Zhao Fanxian's cultivation was. Zhao Fanxian had the intention to pursue young Lan. However, young Lan heard that Zhao Fanxian was a womanizer. Moreover, he had abandoned many women after having sex with them. Therefore, young Lan did not accept Zhao Fanxian's pursuit. Previously, when young Lan returned to the great world of destruction, Zhao Fanxian told her that he would come later. Now, young Lan hoped to use Zhao Fanxian to intimidate Ling Shuzi. So this is nephew Zhao. What a talent, a dragon among men. At this moment, young Tianwen said with a smile. This must be Uncle Yang. Fanxian greets Uncle Yang. Not only was Zhao Fanxian handsome, but he was also very polite. Haha, nephew, you don't have to be so polite, let's go in and talk. Young Tianwen said with a smile. Following that, a group of people entered the Yang family. Isn't that guy Zhao Fanxian? When did the Yang family have a relationship with Zhao Fanxian? A cultivator recognized Zhao Fanxian's identity and said aloud. Zhao Fanxian? Who was this person? I've never heard of it before. Someone asked doubtfully. There's a northern sacred star field 30 million kilometers northwest of the destruction world. The master of that star field was Zhao Fanxian's family. Zhao Fanxian has only cultivated for 18,000 years this year, but it is said that his battle prowess is extremely terrifying. He can even kill the giant astral beast. The cultivator said. Hiss, this person is actually so terrifying. Gasps could be heard one after another. Many people couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression on their faces. Zhao Fanxian was so young, but he was actually so powerful. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, someone else said, I've heard of this Zhao Fanxian. He has great talent and cultivation, but his character isn't very good. It's said that he likes to play with other people's feelings. Many women have been played with by Zhao Fanxian and then abandoned by him. I think this Zhao Fanxian has most likely hooked up with young Lan. Those women are also cheap. She clearly knew that Zhao Fanxian's character wasn't good, yet she still followed him. She deserved to be abandoned. That's right. There weren't many good gigolos. Following someone like Zhao Fanxian, they only have themselves to blame. Many people couldn't help but say sourly. In fact, they dreamed of becoming someone like Zhao Fanxian, who had seen all the beauties in the world. Just thinking about it. They all felt extremely excited. The Yang family attached great importance to Zhao Fanxian's arrival because the Yang family saw Zhao Fanxian as their life-saving straw. After the host and guests were seated, Yang Tianwen said with a smile, I heard that nephew came specially for Lan. For my family's Lan to be able to obtain the love of such a genius like nephew, it's really her blessing of 3 lifetimes of cultivation. This young Tianwen was indeed an old fox. When he said these compliments, His face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat fast. Lin Feng, who was sitting next to Yang Kuan, felt embarrassed for Yang Tianwen. However, Yang Tianwen remained calm and collected. His face had really been trained to a certain level. Zhao Fanxian said, "Uncle's words are too much for nephew. Lan Er's beauty, even the fairy 9 heavens, is far from comparable. To be able to meet Lan Er in this life is nephew's honor." This Zhao Fanxian was clearly a very scheming person. His words immediately made Yang Tianwen smile. And young Lan Er's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a smile. At this moment, Yang Tianwen gave young Lan Er a look. Young Lan Er understood. Then she said, "Senior brother Zhao, now that our young family has encountered some danger, I hope that senior brother Zhao can make a decision for our young family." Zhao Fanxian was thinking about how to get young Lan Er. But now that he heard young Lan Er's words, his eyes immediately lit up. He said with a smile, "Lan Er, no matter what it is, senior brother will help you solve it." Then Lan Er will thank senior brother Zhao here. Young Lan Er bowed to Zhao Fanxian. Then she said, "The matter is like this. In our star field, there's an Emperor Realm expert called Ling Shuzi. This person has taken a fancy to a treasure of our young family and wants to exterminate our young family. In another 2 days, one of Ling Shuzi's subordinates will arrive. When that time comes, our young family will be finished." Ling Shuzi? An Emperor Realm expert? Zhao Fanxian immediately sneered. This Ling Shuzi is really gutsy. "Lan Er, don't worry, leave this matter to me." Hearing that, young Lan Er was overjoyed. And Yang Tianwen and the others were even more ecstatic. These people were even more enthusiastic about Zhao Fanxian. The young family held an extremely lively banquet to entertain Zhao Fanxian. During this period, young Lan Er even personally walked to the center of the hall and danced. She was a beautiful woman to begin with. Now that she danced, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Young Lan Er's beauty was a soul-stirring kind of beauty. It directly attacked one's heart. Not to mention this woman's personality, just her appearance, figure, and temperament. She was definitely a rare beauty. Even Zhao Fanxian was mesmerized by her, and he even forgot to drink the wine in his hand. Zhao Fanxian was now praying that Ling Shuzi's subordinates would quickly come to the young family to cause trouble. At that time, he would be able to get rid of the other party and display his cultivation in front of young Lan Er. When the young family's crisis was resolved, young Lan Er would definitely throw herself at him. Thinking of this. Chapter 3449. Lin Feng was also admiring young Lan Er's graceful and moving dance. Of course, this was purely an admiring gaze. He had no other thoughts about young Lan Er. After young Lan Er's graceful dance ended, Zhao Fanxian clapped his hands and praised, "Perhaps even the fairies of the Moon Palace can't compare to Lan Er. Thank you for your praise, senior brother Zhao." Young Lan Er bowed slightly to Zhao Fanxian. "These are all words from the bottom of my heart," Zhao Fanxian said with a smile. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian glanced at Lin Feng. He had noticed Lin Feng earlier. Zhao Fanxian had a strange feeling. He had a feeling that Lin Feng was not a simple person. Although Lin Feng's realm did not seem high, Zhao Fanxian felt that Lin Feng was the most dangerous person among all of them. Zhao Fanxian was extremely talented. He had a monstrous perception of the outside world. Moreover, Zhao Fanxian's perception of the outside world was very accurate. He had always been extremely confident in his perception. Therefore, Zhao Fanxian was very interested in Lin Feng's identity. He said with a smile, "Brother, how should I address you?" Everyone looked at Zhao Fanxian. He actually took the initiative to ask about Lin Feng's identity. They could not help but feel very surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. Yang Qian said sarcastically, "He's a rogue cultivator my cousin met outside." Lin Feng ignored Yang Qian. Instead, he said his name. "Lin Feng? A rogue cultivator?" Zhao Fanxian could not help but mutter to himself. He tried hard to search for someone like Lin Feng in his mind. However, he did not have any impression of him. "Since we have nothing to do, why don't we spar?" Zhao Fanxian could not help but suggest. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He did not know why Zhao Fanxian would want to spar with him. However, Lin Feng had no intention of sparring with Zhao Fanxian. Because Lin Feng was not interested in this kind of sparring. Lin Feng had experienced it before. Most of the time, it was actual combat. A battle of life and death. Everyone in the living room couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Zhao Fanxian would ask Lin Feng to spar. Zhao Fanxian was such a powerful figure. Wouldn't he be able to crush Lin Feng to death with a single move? My apologies. Not interested. Lin Feng said. Yang Qian said unhappily. It's your fortune that brother Zhao wants to spar with you. How dare you refuse? So what if I refuse? I'm not interested in this kind of spar, Lin Feng said. Yang Tianwen, Yang Qian, Yang Hai, Yang Jiang, Yang Lan and the others all looked at Lin Feng with disdain. In their opinion, it wasn't that Lin Feng wasn't interested. It was more like they didn't dare to make a move. Because Lin Feng knew his own capabilities. How could he dare to fight with Zhao Fanxian? Lin Feng only smiled faintly at the ridicule of the Yang family. He didn't take it to heart at all. Zhao Fanxian said, it's just a spar. Don't overdo it. Brother Lin, don't you dare? Zhao Fanxian wanted to provoke Lin Feng into making a move. Lin Feng still shook his head. All experts had their own dignity. Originally, Zhao Fanxian thought that Lin Feng was hiding his strength, so he wanted to test Lin Feng's depth. But he provoked Lin Feng in that way. Lin Feng was still indifferent and unwilling to accept the challenge. If Lin Feng was really a powerful cultivator, how could he endure such provocation? But now, Lin Feng didn't dare to accept the challenge. This proved that his previous guess was wrong. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhao Fanxian's mouth curled up into a sneer. Zhao Fanxian was a very arrogant person. If Lin Feng was on the same level as him, he might take him seriously. He was also happy to make friends with Lin Feng. But after determining that Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't strong, Zhao Fanxian looked at Lin Feng with a trace of contempt. Moreover, Lin Feng was still a human cultivator. Many cultivators of the human race looked down on the declining human race. Zhao Fanxian was the same. If Brother Zhao wants to spar, I can be Brother Zhao's sparring partner. There's no need to spar with a cultivator who hasn't even entered the Emperor realm. That would be a disgrace to Brother Zhao's status, Yang Qian said. His words revealed his ridicule and contempt for Lin Feng. Cousin, don't go too far, Yang Kuan said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng was his savior, so he would naturally protect Lin Feng. And humiliating Lin Feng now was no different from humiliating him. Cousin, don't mind it. I was just saying it casually. I didn't mean anything else, Yang Qian said. He still had to pay a little attention to Yang Kuan. Among the direct descendants of the Yang family, Yang Kuan's talent made Yang Qian very jealous. Of course, Yang Qian wouldn't directly show his jealousy of Yang Kuan on his face. After all, they were from the same family. If he directly showed his emotions on his face, then it would be a falling out. How would they get along in the future? Yang Kuan looked at Lin Feng, wanting to express his apology. Lin Feng patted Yang Kuan's shoulder and smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't take what had just happened to heart. Yang Kuan couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. Lin Feng's heart was broad and broad, ordinary people couldn't compare with him. And Yang Kuan had a special feeling that Lin Feng was not simple, to be able to control such a powerful ancient starship. How could Lin Feng be as simple as he appeared to be on the surface? The banquet ended. Lin Feng returned to his residence. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, it was the day that Ling Shu's subordinate was going to come again. Boom. A terrifying aura spread out. Demonic fog rolled. Ling Shu's subordinate came again. Yang Tianwen, is the thing ready? Ling Shu's subordinate sneered. Such a powerhouse would be an overlord in the starry sky world. Now that he had come, he could suppress the world. I heard that the Yang family invited Zhao Fanxian. I wonder if Zhao Fanxian will risk offending Ling Shuzi to help the Yang family. Although that cultivator in the demonic fog hasn't shown himself, he's definitely a terrifying figure. I'm afraid Zhao Fanxian won't be a match for him, right? There were many cultivators around to watch the show. They surrounded the place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Many people were discussing. The arrival of the cultivator in the demonic fog attracted the attention of too many people. The young family. Today. Would they be destroyed? This was the answer that everyone wanted to know. PH, don't go too far. Our young family is not to be trifled with. At most, we'll fight to the death. Now that the young family had Zhao Fanxian's support, Yang Tianwen was very confident. He couldn't help but sneer. Fine, fine, fine. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to destroy your young family today. Chapter 3450. The palm strike from the being in the demonic mist was so powerful that it sent chills down one's spine. This being's cultivation was at least at the third or fourth heaven of the sovereign emperor realm. Therefore, his strength far surpassed Yang Tianwen's. His palm strike came down. Yang Tianwen could not block this terrifying attack at all. At this moment, Zhao Fanxian, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. He took a step forward. Then, he punched out. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. Zhao Fanxian and the being in the demonic mist collided fiercely. Both sides were evenly matched. Who are you? The being in the demonic mist asked coldly. A pair of cold and terrifying eyes looked at Zhao Fanxian coldly. Northern Sacred Starfield. Zhao Fanxian. Zhao Fanxian's expression was indifferent and incomparably arrogant. He had an arrogant expression on his face. Although the being in the demonic mist was very powerful, Zhao Fanxian did not think much of him. Zhao Fanxian came from a big faction. The cultivator in the demonic mist was just a subordinate. There was a huge gap in status between the two sides. As a result, Zhao Fanxian was even more disdainful of the cultivator in the demonic mist. Of course, Zhao Fanxian was indeed a very strong person. Although he was arrogant, he had the right to be arrogant. I've heard of the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan, but this is the 9 Mysteries Starfield. The Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan has no right to interfere here, right? The being in the demonic mist sneered. Then, he could not help but mock. As for the direct descendants of the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan, I've also heard of them. I don't think there's anyone called Zhao Fanxian, right? Since you say you're from the Northern Sacred Starfield, you must be a disciple of the Side family. A mere disciple of the Side family doesn't have the right to be arrogant, right? Of course, some people might use the Northern Sacred Starfield's Zhao clan's name to intimidate others. I've seen many such people. You dare to insult me? Zhao Fanxian's face turned gloomy. The being in the demonic mist's words was simply heart-wrenching. Every word hit Zhao Fanxian's sore spot. This made Zhao Fanxian gnash her teeth in hatred. I'm just stating a fact. If you think that I'm insulting you, then it means that your mental fortitude is too weak. A cultivator with such a weak mental fortitude is destined to not go far on the path of cultivation. Perhaps it will be a temporary glory, but in the end, it will still fall like a meteor. The being in the demonic fog continued. Zhao Fanxian, on the other hand, soared into the sky. Powerful magic power surged out of his body. Zhao Fanxian was clearly enraged. He took the initiative to attack. These two are not simple, but Zhao Fanxian is still a little too young. Lin Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. Zhao Fanxian was very powerful. However, he was unable to withstand the provocation of the cultivator within the demonic fog. Although Zhao Fanxian was quite shrewd. However, the older, the wiser. The being in the demonic mist was clearly more experienced. Zhao Fanxian was enraged. His combat strength would definitely be affected to a certain extent. Of course, that was if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess could greatly suppress the existence within the demonic mist. Even though his combat power was affected due to his anger. This influence was not enough to change the battle situation. However, if Zhao Fanxian's battle prowess was on par with the existence within the demonic mist, this influence Perhaps it would have the effect of changing the battle situation. At that time, Zhao Fanxian would very likely be defeated by the existence within the demonic mist. Of course, whether Zhao Fanxian won or lost, it had nothing to do with Lin Feng. The reason why Lin Feng stayed to watch the show, the biggest reason was that he was very interested in the Yang family's treasure. That treasure was obviously extremely extraordinary. What exactly was it? If there was a chance, Lin Feng didn't mind taking that treasure for himself. At this time, Zhao Fanxian and the existence within the demonic mist were engaged in a fierce battle. The two sides exchanged more than 10 attacks in a row. They had been evenly matched all the time. Zhao Fanxian was indeed powerful. And he was indeed talented. The battle prowess of the cultivator within the demonic mist was also extremely terrifying. It was shocking. After fighting for so many rounds in a row, it had been difficult for both sides to win against each other. It was at this moment that Zhao Fanxian unleashed an incredible ultimate skill. Zhao Fanxian's body suddenly became bright and dazzling. His body seemed to have transformed into the eternal holy light. Then, he quickly rushed towards the terrifying existence within the demonic mist. Strong. He was really too strong. The aura emitted from Zhao Fanxian's body made people unable to help but feel a sense of extreme horror. The existence within the demonic mist was not to be outdone. The demonic mist rolled, and the shadow of a demonic bell condensed in the demonic mist. That demonic bell was incomparably terrifying. There was a slight tremor in the void, as if it could collapse 100,000 starry sky worlds. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into collided with the demonic bell. Then, something shocking happened. The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into actually tore the demonic bell apart. Then, the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards the existence within the demonic mist. Zhao Fanxian seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth, the eternal between heaven and earth. This divine ability was truly peerless and terrifying. The existence within the demonic mist obviously didn't expect Zhao Fanxian's attack to be so powerful that it directly broke his divine ability. Because the expression of the existence within the demonic mist changed greatly, his reaction was extremely fast. When the eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into slashed towards him, he hurriedly condensed dense defensive runes to protect himself. Bang! The eternal holy light that Zhao Fanxian transformed into bombarded the body of the existence within the demonic mist. Because of the protection of the defensive runes, that existence's physical body was not torn apart. However, the powerful impact still caused great damage to the living beings in the demonic fog. The sound of bones cracking could not help but be heard. It was unknown how many bones in the body of the existence within the demonic mist were broken. His entire body was blasted away, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood in midair. Zhao Fanxian rushed forward, wanting to kill the cultivator in the demonic mist. However, the cultivator in the demonic mist instantly crushed a jade talisman. That was a precious space-time teleportation jade talisman. After the jade talisman was crushed, the space-time power blessed the existence within the demonic mist. Swish! With a flash of light, the existence within the demonic mist instantly disappeared without a trace with the space-time teleportation jade talisman. And this battle ended with Zhao Fanxian's victory. Zhao Fanxian stood in the void, dressed in snow-white clothes, his gaze arrogant and cold.